In the dark and suffocating space, the light seemed swallowed whole, and only heavy, ragged breathing echoed as a twisted smile formed. The battlefield was stained in deep crimson, blood-red light raining down relentlessly with nowhere to run, and though one by one they fell, a fragile thread of hope still lingered. We had finally made it this entire way after all. Even while facing absolute fury, he kept his wits about him. If only we can beat it, we will. Everything happened too fast. That beam of light pierced straight through Gray Lee's chest. The sudden pain made him freeze for a split second. With his chest pierced through, his gaze turned hollow. Gray Lee's dreams came to an abrupt end, his body losing all gravity as his legs buckled beneath him. Drained of all strength, his entire body collapsed, leaving behind only bitter regret. So this is it. Blood pooled on the ground, surrounded by the scattered corpses of the fallen, and as he slowly accepted it, he realized this was the fatal blow. Looking at the ruins and his fallen comrades, a deep sense of shame washed over Gray. In the end, am I really going to die without being able to do a single thing? His hateful glare locked onto the creature suspended in midair. One day, a nameless calamity would emerge and wipe out the entire continent, the enemy of humanity, the Purifier. As it continued its destruction, Gray looked at the figure standing tall with a shield blocking the blows, entrusting his final wish to them. The group formed to protect humanity consisting of a young man who had survived the impact of a colossal meteorite, the shield guarding the world, Brian Miller, the blue-haired girl summoning multiple magic circles at once, a grand sage rumored to possess the strength of an entire army, Grand Sage Bella Albright, the green-armored young boy wielding a bow, every shot he loosed razor-sharp and impossibly accurate, an archer who once brought down a high-level dragon beast with a single arrow, the divine archer Jacob Bloomfield, the golden-eyed girl who refused to bow before danger, utilizing her sheer speed to bypass every obstacle, the strongest swordmaster in history, Sword Saint Amy White. Watching them only made Gray feel even more inadequate, and what about the rest of us, the ones they call the support unit? He had known all along what it felt like to be used and discarded, the truth even crueler than imagined, but the reality was that they were nothing more than disposable pawns. Watching their skilled and powerful combat techniques, Gray felt a surge of admiration. These people truly were on a whole different level. I know that graduates from the World Union Academy are exceptionally talented. And watching these warriors close in effortlessly, he finally began to grasp the gap between them, though he never expected the chasm between us to be this massive. The Purifier was being suppressed by the barrage of magical orbs. Gray trembled on the ground, while Amy's side kept up a fierce assault. Her sword strikes were packed with overwhelming power. The long-suppressed frustration in Gray's heart finally reached its boiling point, his humiliation impossible to hold back any longer. We work so damn hard too, but Amy unleashed her fastest movements, forcing the Purifier onto the defensive over and over. That immensely powerful attack finally managed to wound it. But instead of showing fear, it burst into a delighted laugh. "Heh, you actually managed to hurt me." Now, a fierce, burning red spiritual energy radiated from its body. The vibe was completely different from before. It was getting stronger. Not bad time too. The Purifier whipped up a spiraling tempest. In the blink of an eye, it morphed into long, surging blades of energy lunging straight forward. Everyone else was wiped out in a single move, their bodies sliced to pieces, making the cruel irony of the situation all too bitter. The only one left alive was a scumbag like him. Gray's pupils constricted in absolute shock. With everyone else dead, the Purifier muttered calmly, "Guess I actually gotta get serious now." Gray couldn't believe his eyes. It had wiped them all out with a single slash, and yet it claimed it was just playing around until now. Then he slowly closed his eyes, unable to. Remembering the utter chaos, Gray accepted the grim reality. There was simply no way to win. His body lay motionless on the cold ground. Gray Lee jolted awake, his eyes going wide. Wait, how long has it been since my heart was pierced? Catching his reflection in a pool of blood, he couldn't help but wonder why he was still alive. Amid the steady dripping of blood, a voice echoed out, "Found you." Gray felt as though he were being sucked into another dimension, a blinding magical light glowing right before him. It slowly expanded into a black hole, beckoning to him. "Come here, bearer of immense power." He stood frozen, the sensation entirely surreal. A world opened up before him, resembling a sprawling city. Gray could stand, his wounds were healed. Where on earth am I? Is this the afterlife? But this place feels a bit desolate. Sensing someone watching him, he whipped his head around. There's more. Standing right behind him was a mysterious figure draped in a black cloak. "Who are you?" That person was Kronos, his face obscured, yet radiating an undeniable aura of majesty. Kronos began to explain, "You're not dead yet, and all your wounds have been completely healed. An ancient magical space materialized, bathed in a dazzling golden glow. Gray Lee stood there thunderstruck. Projected before him was his own injured body from moments ago. He softly asked, "Did you heal me?" Kronos replied with serene calm, "No, it wasn't me. It was your own power." Still doubtful, Gray touched his chest. "My own power." The figure seemed helpless against the question as well. "I can't explain it. Even I can't accurately analyze your power." Kronos sounded confident as he offered a serious assessment. "I guarantee your power is even greater than the Purifier's, if you only learn how to control it." Skepticism still lingered in Gray's heart. "Are you saying I can win this fight?" Kronos turned cold yet resolute. "I don't know, and I don't hold high expectations, but I believe we have to destroy that Purifier. That is why." Before he could even finish his sentence, he lunged forward, piercing straight through Gray's chest just like before. Then he whispered quietly in guidance, "There, you can go now." Gray's chest was shielded by a magical circle, and he slowly drifted back into his own timeline. Kronos' voice echoed out, "I'll lend you my power." Everything happened in the blink of a dream as Gray snapped back to reality, his body still sprawled on the ground. He slammed his sword into the earth, forcing himself up with all his might. The blade began to transform, its tip shifting color. "What is this?" What used to be an ordinary weapon had now morphed into a dark blade as Kronos' voice resonated once more. "It's your power now. My power isn't something mortal eyes can perceive." Gray Lee was locked and loaded for battle. The noise instantly caught the Purifier's attention. The moment it spun around, Gray closed the distance and struck, his slash packed with devastating force. Radiating a murderous aura, Gray was dead set on it. The Purifier could feel that overwhelming wave of magical energy. "No way, I never expected someone this strong to even exist." He hopped back to carefully gauge the situation. "Looks like I actually managed to deal some damage." Moving like a flash of lightning, his body surging with spiritual energy, Gray didn't hesitate to press the attack. He kept his focus razor sharp to sniff out the enemy's weak spot. "My power surpasses yours." Before Gray could finish, the entity launched a rapid counterattack. "Don't get cocky." Gray froze for a fraction of a second before his body was sliced clean in two. He realized it far too late, struck by sheer terror. Glancing down at his mutilated body with blood splattering everywhere, the Purifier wore an arrogant expression, looking quite pleased. "Impressive." Then it turned its back with zero defense. "You actually forced me to use my full power." Suddenly from behind, a pair of glowing red eyes stared daggers into it as if burning it alive. The Purifier's body was crushed down by an invisible force. Standing tall right in front of it was a figure wrapped entirely in dark magic, holding a black blade in hand. It was Gray, hovering midair. He wasn't dead, and the wisps of black smoke weren't just clinging to the sword anymore. They had fused completely with his body. Panic began to creep into the Purifier. "What the hell?" It hurriedly threw up a barrier. Are you seriously even human?" Half of Gray Lee's face was horribly distorted. The dark blade swelled to monstrous proportions, bringing a crushing blow down upon the Purifier. But the sheer magnitude of the power shattered the shield in an instant, the sword stroke cleaving right through its body, and leaving a massive, deep gouge carved across the ground. The Purifier parroted its stupid question once more. "Are you really human?" Standing before a murderer with a voice boiling over with rage, Gray snapped back, "That's my line." A savage laugh suddenly broke the silence as Gray dug his heels in and stepped back. Despite taking a brutally deep slash, the Purifier had somehow survived. He spoke up, "You're still alive. Truly, your power cannot be underestimated." It let out heavy, ragged gasps. Then, leaning right into Gray's face, it spat out a threat. "Heh, I'll crush you over and over until you're dead." Refusing to argue with a lunatic, Gray immediately poured all his strength into a ferocious downward slash. The blow was so devastating it inflicted severe trauma, yellow fluid spewing from its body as it shrieked in agony, howling curses. "What kind of monster are you?" But the Purifier suddenly stopped in its tracks, pressing its palms together as if casting a spell. Its body began to emit bizarre rays of light, concentrating to commune with the massive power lurking deep within, its wings shifting to a kaleidoscopic set of iridescent colors. With both palms aimed inward to ready a magical art, a magic circle formed right between its hands. The flow of time twisted violently as the dead of night instantly swallowed everything around them. And the Purifier muttered, "Time's up." Watching the moon slowly rise, Gray looked slightly puzzled. What the did it just suddenly turn night? He flashed a sharp, unbothered grin. Out of nowhere, Gray materialized directly behind the Purifier, whispering softly, "So what?" He unleashed a direct strike at its neck, but its skin now felt encased in an impossibly rigid, rock-solid protective film. Gray froze for a split second. The purifier put on a sneering, arrogant tone. Useless. In this dreamscape, nothing can harm me. Stop struggling in vain and take one last look at the stars. Stunned, Gray stood frozen in place, too paralyzed to move. Deep within those eyes, he could clearly see a streak of light plunging down from the sky straight toward him. It barreled down at breakneck speed, growing larger by the second. It was as massive and radiant as a heavenly star, the purifier's voice creeping straight into his mind. Pretty, isn't it? Now that star was right upon them, looking like a giant fireball. It slammed directly into where Gray was standing, kicking off a cataclysmic explosion that pulverized everything in the vicinity. The purifier floated up to survey the smoking ruins. After a moment, the blast site had morphed into a deep crater, yet there was no sign of Gray anywhere. It laughed triumphantly. You can't regenerate once you've been turned to ash. But a magical gateway began materializing overhead, throwing the purifier into confusion. What? As it took shape, it resembled a giant clock keeping track of time, and dawning realization hit him. This is. Kronos' voice boomed through. You've gathered quite an incredible amount of power. This should be more than enough to send you back. Hearing that familiar voice sent the purifier into a tailspin of panic. No way, Kronos. Ignoring him entirely, Kronos sat leisurely and continued. Can you hear me, wielder of great power? Use all my strength, I'll send you back to the past. The purifier's agitation peaked as it roared at the top of its lungs. Kronos, you bastard. Without entertaining a reply, Kronos pressed on with his action. This is all I can do for you. The time gear began to spin backward, rewinding toward the past. As time ticked back to number 1, his voice faded away. I entrust the fate of this world to you. Perhaps this wasn't an end after all, but rather Gray's brand new beginning. Gray Lee blinked awake, finding himself lying on a lush green lawn. The sky above was crystal clear, and the world remained completely at peace. He slowly sat up. Where am I? Looking at the surrounding scenery, it gave off a deeply healing vibe, a place overflowing with life. Gazing into the distance, his eyes landed on mountains, houses, and a village. Could this be my hometown, Renato Village? Everything felt so nostalgic, like a dream. It was clearly destroyed 15 years ago, so why is it still here? Muzzily recalling Kronos' parting words, Gray snapped to his senses. Did the things he said earlier actually happen? The sudden jolt of excitement made his injured wrist throb with pain. Staring at his own injury, he fell into deep thought. This wound. Right around this time, I used to always get bullied by Belder and the others. His body started shaking as he muttered to himself, I can't let those bastards beat me up like that again. Looking back at his past self, he felt too weak to fight back, but those guys are tough, I can't beat them in a fight. So he felt like just letting fate play out. Daring not to dream too big, taking down the purifier felt like nothing more than a pipe dream anyway. Gray got to his feet and headed toward the forest, reassuring himself, once I get a bit stronger, I'll think about dealing with them. I really don't want to get hurt. He suddenly ground to a halt mid-stride. It was Belder's gang, deliberately blocking his path with smug looks plastered across every single one of their faces. Talk about bad timing. Belder put on a condescending tone. Been looking all over for you, what a pain. Fed up with arguing, they tossed him a sword and ordered him to just take it. Having no intention of obeying, he remained silent. Seeing this, the others grew even more bold and pushed further, telling him to stop playing dumb and try throwing down in a real match. Gray Lee tried to dodge the issue because he was worried about his physical condition, muttering, Oh, a match? My apologies, but my wounds haven't healed yet. Thanks for the invite, but I'm afraid I can't participate until I'm fully recovered. Belder and his entourage had no intention of letting him off the hook, openly looking down on him as Belder put on a reassuring act, saying, Don't worry, the blade is super dull, so it's totally safe. Seeing right through their malicious intentions, Gray Lee bluntly exposed them. No matter how dull the blade is, it's still a massive chunk of iron. If you smash someone in a vital spot with it. Before he could finish, Belder cut him off, refusing to be lectured and losing his patience completely as he slammed his sword into the ground in a fit of rage, yelling, Shut your mouth. Belder started making threats. Do you even have the right to refuse if you don't like swords? Driven by a competitive ego, he aggressively lunged forward with full confidence. Then you can just fight barehanded. Gray was utterly shocked, wondering how on earth he was supposed to fight back when he didn't even have a weapon. He tried to piece together his past before the regression, recalling how a former military doctor had once told him that his swordsmanship had never improved because of an old childhood injury. Thinking back, perhaps the pathetic life he had lived truly started right here. Unwilling to regret things once more and refusing to live another useless life like before, he instinctively dodged Belder's strike. Gray Lee was just as surprised by what he had just done. He felt completely baffled by Belder's attack. While still dazed, his opponent launched the next strike, which he narrowly avoided again, thinking, am I seriously still this slow? Belder tried his hardest to take Gray down, but the latter successfully dodged every single blow as a realization began to click. No, that's not it. Frustrated to his core at failing to land a hit, Belder snapped, damn it, why can't I hit you? Even as the blade came dangerously close to grazing his face, Gray kept his eyes locked entirely on the movement. He gently sidestepped the attack and smoothly slipped past each incoming swing. Understanding his own body better now, he realized he had actually gotten faster. Belder's crew watched in sheer astonishment, the mushroom-haired guy muttering in disbelief about how the way Gray moved made him look like a completely different person. Gray quickly picked up the sword lying on the ground, thinking that while he might never get back the exact body he used to have. Gripping the sword tightly this time with a firm resolve to fight back, he reminded himself that he still retained the memories of all his past battles. Belder attacked from above, trying to deliver the finishing blow, shouting, take this. Contrary to what the punk expected, Gray parried the counterattack with enough force to send him staggering backward. Gray felt a wave of anxiety, though this time it was more out of concern for his opponent. Did he really fall over from just that? Is it even okay for me to fight a total amateur like this? Gathering his thoughts for a moment, he decided to stop holding back, realizing that trash like this didn't deserve any mercy after everything they had put him through just because he couldn't fight back before. Determined to rewrite his humiliating past with a steady gaze, he pushed those old thoughts aside. Gray unleashed a strike that knocked Belder's sword flying away. Panicking, Belder cursed under his breath. Having never encountered a situation quite like this in his past life, where someone dropped their sword so easily they made amateurs look competent, Gray stood weaponless for a moment and started lecturing him. I guess nobody ever taught you how to block a sword strike. He then stomped heavily on the ground to intimidate Belder, making the punk flinch before adding, but don't worry, because you guys taught me. Raising his sword high with a smile that masked cold hostility in his eyes. As long as the sword is dull, beating people up is totally fine. A slash swept cleanly across Belder's shoulder. Blood welled up, leaving the punk completely bewildered. Fresh droplets splattering across his face served as a sharp reminder of real pain. Belder collapsed to his knees, clutching his shoulder and crying out in agony. Things quickly escalated beyond Gray's expectations since this incident wasn't part of his plan, making him hesitate and mutter, I thought the blade was dull. Confused, he picked up the sword to inspect it and noticed the blade was indeed chipped, leaving him slightly bewildered as he thought it was clearly dull. If it had been sharp, he'd probably be dead right now. Even so, he didn't feel like showing any forgiveness, his gaze turning icy cold the very next second. Gray slammed the flat of the sword straight across Belder's face with enough force to draw blood. With a bloody nose and a couple of broken teeth, the heavy impact sent him tumbling backward, though Gray felt no remorse, simply thinking, guess I'll just hold onto this dull sword then. Walking closer and completely dominating the situation as Belder crawled on the ground, Gray sneered, what's wrong? You were screaming loud enough before. Trembling to the point of tears, Belder was met with Gray's sharp criticism. Weren't you the one who said a dull sword is safe? His expression relaxed into a smile that clearly conveyed suppressed anger. Wasn't it you? Too terrified to speak, Belder froze up. Just when it seemed like he might have learned his lesson, he suddenly turned around and barked orders at his gang. What are you idiots just standing there for? Hit him. The chubby guy hesitated after witnessing the previous beatdown, but the mushroom-haired punk remained fiercely arrogant and completely dismissive of others, shouting, jump him together. Grab him from behind. They swarmed forward, surrounding Gray from all directions. Completely unfazed, he stood tall and cold, asking, what's this? Want another round? The entire group crazily rushed in to attack all at once, while Gray stood completely still without a single movement. He muttered under his breath, I was planning to let it slide, but... Now, the only sounds left were cries and groans of agony as every single one of them knelt on the ground with bruised and swollen faces. Looking at them brought back dark memories of the past when he used to be terrified of these guys, prompting him to immediately interrogate them. You guys are from the Saria Sword Dojo, right? Too afraid to meet his eyes, Belder half admitted it while the chubby guy stammered, We thought we were strong enough already, so we haven't been going there lately. Gray felt a sense of helplessness at their childish mindset, thinking, strong enough, my foot. I shouldn't expect much from that dojo anyway, though it still comes in handy. Resting the sword across his shoulder, he made a demand of Belder's group, recommend me to the dojo. It only takes people by referral, right? Out of humiliation and a guilty conscience, Belder stammered, can't you ask someone else? If I tell our master that I lost, I can't even imagine what she'll say. Gray sliced the air with his sword as a warning. So, should we pick up where we left off? Belder's face darkened with sheer terror. Fleeing as if chased by a ghost, he abandoned his comrades and ran for his life, shouting back, "I'll recommend you, the dojo's this way," while the remaining members stared in total shock, crying out, "What? Hey, wait, Belder, don't leave us behind." Sometime later, Belder and the others led Gray Lay to a nearby town. Walking along, Belder asked out of curiosity, "Why do you even want to go to the dojo?" To which Gray replied with natural indifference, "This dojo has referral slots for the academy, right?" Having skipped classes for days, Belder only had a vague idea, replying that he had indeed heard rumors of it, while Gray made it clear that was his primary interest. "That's why I want to go." The long-haired punk chimed in, "I think you're already strong enough without needing any academy." Being exceptionally strict with himself, Gray refused to let flattery make him lazy, thinking, just how amazing would it be if I really were strong enough already. Remembering how his battle with the Purifier had plunged him into deep contemplation, he recalled how even the strongest team in the world stood no chance against the Purifier. Even when he tapped into that power, he couldn't deal a single bit of damage while the enemy was fighting seriously. The image of the Purifier reinforcing his power only drove him further, leaving him wondering just how much stronger he needed to become to defeat that monster. Still, it's not entirely impossible. Lost in thought, he was pulled back to reality when Belder signaled that they had arrived. The only reason he wanted to go to the dojo was to get stronger, because in that brief second during the battle, he had actually managed to control dark energy. He tried to recall his training sessions with the Sword Saint, focusing heavily on that exact moment. Remembering the true swordsmanship the Sword Saint had taught him, Gray couldn't help but feel a lingering sense of regret, thinking that if he had spent more time mastering swordsmanship under the exact same conditions as the Sword Saint, then the outcome of that battle might have turned out differently. After everything, he finally understood his mission in returning to the past. This must be why Kronos brought him here. A girl's voice snapped him back to reality. "So, to sum it up, what exactly is it you want to tell me?" As Belder's group knelt on the floor apologizing, the other person, obviously their master, interrogated them. "Is that right? You used the techniques you learned from me to bully a commoner and ended up getting your asses handed to you." The master was a young woman with platinum blonde hair covering one of her eyes. She was sternly disciplining her students as the instructor of the Seria Sword Dojo. Belder still tried to make excuses without a shred of genuine remorse. "We didn't mean to bully him, it was just a sparring match." Provoked by the response, Seria sent him flying across the room with a swift strike. The rest of the students sitting nearby trembled in fear as Seria majestically lectured them. "Who gave you permission to make excuses? If you consider beating up an unarmed person to be sparring, then I suppose what just happened out there was a sparring match too." Pointing her sword straight at Belder's face with complete disappointment and unforgiving resolve, she declared, "Get out and never show your faces here again. As for all of you starting today, don't ever dare call yourselves students of this dojo." Obeying her orders, Belder's group helped each other limp outside. Seria immediately turned back inside, dropped gracefully to her knees, and offered a sincere apology. "I am terribly sorry for that. It seems my former students caused you a lot of trouble." Unfazed, Gray replied, "No need to worry about it," earning a grateful look for his generosity. Getting straight to the point, she asked, "I heard you want a referral to the academy," which Gray readily confirmed. Pulling a wooden sword from the rack to make up for the trouble Belder and his gang had caused, Seria added before writing the letter of recommendation, "I need to verify your abilities first." Handing the wooden sword to Gray Lai, he accepted immediately, understood. The two began a trial match, with Seria courteously offering, "Go ahead and attack first whenever you're ready." Wasting no time, Gray lunged forward, "Here I come." Utilizing his exceptional speed, Seria skillfully defended against the onslaught. Observing his attacks, she couldn't help but evaluate him mentally. His swordsmanship is far too authentic for his age, as if he's already lived through countless real battlefields. Giving it his all, Gray suddenly dropped his posture low. Launching an attack from the side, Seria silently acknowledged his talent, thinking that Belder and his crew weren't even in the same league as him. Gray's movements were razor-sharp without a single wasted motion. While much of it looked self-taught, his swordplay occasionally mirrored the advanced techniques taught at the academy. Growing increasingly curious, Saria wondered if someone had secretly trained him, noting that though it was still a bit raw, his immense talent was undeniable. Feeling quite satisfied with her new student, she thought of him as an unpolished diamond. Growing serious, Saria muttered, "It's a shame to end it here, but it's time for the curtain call." She moved even faster than before. Refusing to lose, Gray dashed right past the instructor. Relying on her sharp senses, she blocked the incoming blow. Gray managed to read Saria's movements, not only dodging her strike but keeping pace with her speed. His tenacity left her filled with lingering questions. How strange. Is he still not shaken? How on earth is he keeping up with me? As fatigue began to creep into her body, panic set in. I only meant to test his abilities a little bit, so why am I going all out right now, and why am I? She froze up for a split second, genuinely terrified of this kid. Gray unleashed a powerful slash that forced her back. Hesitating for a moment with an ominous premonition, Saria wondered, that was just a powerful swing, right? Following the strike, the wooden floor cracked open. A wave of excitement washed over Saria as she announced, "Let's end it here." But that brief surge of confidence was instantly sliced through. Staring in absolute shock, she realized her own sword had been cut clean in half by Gray. Caught completely off guard and unable to react in time, Saria could only stammer in disbelief. The severed piece of her wooden sword clattered uselessly onto the cold wooden floorboards. Seeing the scene unfold before him, Gray thought to himself, "Ah, it feels just like that time, so I really do possess that power now." Suddenly, a wave of intense pain struck him. The pain hit him so abruptly that he collapsed to his knees, letting out a loud groan. Noticing his abnormal state, Saria asked with concern, "Hey, what's wrong? Are you all right?" Gritting his teeth through the agonizing pain, Gray deduced, "My body. It still can't keep up with that kind of power." Instantly trying to put on a stable front, he forced himself to stand up while trembling, managing a strained response, "I'm fine." Covered in cold sweat, he thought frantically, "I can barely even stand straight. I shouldn't be using this power so recklessly." Glancing at the person in front of him, he hesitated. Should I tell her about this? Sensing Gray's unusual gaze, Saria furrowed her brows in confusion. Regulating his condition, he quickly dismissed his impulsive thought, "No, better not. Even if I told her, she'd hardly believe it, and besides, it's something I can't even control myself." Finding the situation awkward, Gray awkwardly scratched his head and explained, "I just got distracted for a second." Seeing his reaction, Saria stood in silence as if she couldn't believe her eyes, staring dumbfoundedly at the broken sword before thinking, breaking my sword with a dull wooden blade should be completely impossible. Reaching a final conclusion, she thought, there's no doubt he realized it too. Noticing Saria standing completely still for so long, Gray grew nervous and hesitated before asking, "Is something the matter?" While Saria's growing unease toward the younger boy made her wonder why he had no intention of talking about it. Closing her eyes with a serious expression, she stood in deep thought for a long moment. Turning around, she walked over to the trash bin, tossed away the broken wooden sword, and said, "All right, you mentioned you wanted a referral to the academy, right?" To which Gray responded with a tense expression, "Yes, I heard you could do that." As soon as his words finished, Saria gave a firm affirmation, "Yes, of course I can recommend you to the most prestigious academy in the kingdom, the Royal Sword Academy." Pausing for a brief second, she hesitatingly offered her perspective, "However, I advise you not to go there." Her expression abruptly sank as she lowered her voice to declare firmly, "You don't belong there." Her words dragged Gray's mood down into a gloomy, silent abyss. Clenching the wooden sword tightly in his hand, a wave of self-pity washed over him. "I know, it's because I'm still not strong enough. After all, I can barely do anything, save for that single fleeting moment." As if reading his mind, she spoke up to shatter his disappointment. "The place you should go to is the World Union Academy." Her decisive words startled him so much that his pupils constricted in shock. Once again, her voice cut through his confusion, firmly asserting that the place he needed to head to wasn't the kingdom's most prestigious academy, but the greatest academy in the entire world. Startled and panicked by her statement, he thought, "The World Union Academy, isn't that where the Sword Saint and all those legends came from?" Overwhelmed by the shocking information, he raised his voice in excited disbelief and asked, "Can someone like me even get accepted there?" To which Saria shook her head in helplessness and replied, "No, absolutely not." She then explained the current situation to Gray, pointing out that he must have realized by now that his body was in no condition to cut it as a swordsman. Sporting a stern, evaluative expression, she spoke in earnest, "If it were the Royal Academy, you might have been able to bluff your way through with your techniques, but at the World Union Academy, no chance. How could you possibly reach that kind of level with a body this weak? Unable to refute her brutal words, he stammered in reply, "I guess so." For a fleeting moment, profound disappointment flickered in his eyes as heavy thoughts began to weigh on his mind. Everyone entering that academy was an absolute monster. With this body, I don't even stand a single chance of competing. Bathed in the soft lighting of the room, Saria's face turned icy as she let out a cold, disappointed tone. "Giving up already? The qualification exams are still 9 months away." Fully aware of how limited that time frame was, Gray responded in a panic. "Only 9 months." Saria nodded in agreement. "Right, it might not be enough time." Hesitating for a brief second, she reaffirmed with a resolute stance, "But trust me." Her voice dropped into a fierce, threatening tone. "Over these next 9 months, are you ready to go through absolute hell?" Staring down at his trembling palms, Gray replied hesitantly, "I really don't want to go through torture, but I'll do it anyway." Clenching his fists tightly against his chest, Gray declared with a heroic ring to his voice, "Please take care of me for the next 9 months." Receiving the exact answer she wanted, Saria wore a smug smile and spoke up, "That's a good answer." The atmosphere suddenly grew dead silent as Gray trembled, listening to Saria's voice ring out, "So now." Saria flashed a terrifying expression paired with a threatening tone, "Let the days of hell begin." True to her word, flashes of Gray's grueling training days immediately followed, accompanied by Saria's unwavering strictness. In every single memory, she was always yelling at him, "Eat." Time flew by in the blink of an eye, leaping straight to 8 months later, where months of relentless training had finally forged Gray's body into a toned, muscular frame. Inspecting his current condition, Saria murmured in praise, "You've gotten a lot sturdier." Pride radiated clearly across her face as she crossed her arms with a gentle smile. "I've got nothing left to teach you. Walk out there with confidence from now on." Gray froze for a split second, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes as he asked, "Wait, there's still a whole month left before the exam, though?" Noticing his astonishment, Saria explained, "Testing in an unfamiliar place will only make things harder for you, so it's best to head there early." Wrapping up her explanation, she held out a brown pouch toward him and added, "This is travel money and food expenses for a full month." Sensing her polite distance, he clumsily waved his hands in refusal. "Isn't leaving a whole month early a bit too soon?" Golden sunlight streamed through the small windows, stretching the shadows of the master and disciple across the floor as Gray voiced his thoughts. "It's almost like you're trying to kick me out of the village." A faint smile brushed across her lips, blending with half-closed eyes as she calmly comforted him, "You're overthinking it." Gray suddenly brought up a topic that caught Saria off guard. "I heard a goblin den was discovered nearby. And there aren't many guards left in the village either." Hearing this, Saria didn't deny it, softly speaking up, "Ah, right, a den was indeed found." Wearing an expression of surprised awkwardness, she quickly turned away to dodge the subject and explained smoothly, "But it has nothing to do with us." Sporting a reassuring smile, she added, "Reinforcements will be sent from the capital, so we don't have to worry about a thing." She quickly moved to squash his anxiety, "Just go take your exam and don't worry." As if seeing right through everything, Gray thought to himself with a serious look, "She's lying. There aren't going to be any reinforcements for this village, and before it gets destroyed, my master is going to lose her life." An image of Saria lying motionless on the ground, covered in blood, flashed through his mind alongside the thought, "They said she was killed when she rushed into their den all by herself." Even so, Gray pretended to be completely clueless, casually replying, "I understand." The agreement came so easily that Saria found it a bit hard to believe. In a split second, Gray raised a hand to his chest to express his gratitude toward Saria. "Thank you, master." Locking eyes with a fierce, confident gaze as if making a grand declaration, he said, "I'm heading out." Hearing that, Saria quietly curved the corners of her lips. Wearing a smile straight from the bottom of her heart, Saria sent a blessing to her young student. "I hope you pass the exam." After Gray departed, Saria quietly ventured deep into the dark forest, where a clear image of a nighttime sky centered around a hazy moon sharply emerged. Right alongside it lay a dried skeleton with a sword stabbed straight through its mouth. Saria touched a streak of blood on the ground and muttered under her breath, according to the scout's report. Tracing the lingering trail of blood, she made her deduction, "They're over that way." A voice suddenly broke the dead silence of the night, startling her. "Where are you heading?" Right as the words finished, a familiar silhouette materialized high up on a dark tree branch. It was Gray, wearing a fake look of concern as he greeted her, "Master." While Gray was walking along, a loud shout suddenly echoed from behind him. "Gray!" Turning around, he caught sight of Saria, who demanded, "What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be on your way to the academy by now?" Hearing that, he vaulted down from the tree branch and retorted, "I should be asking you that. I thought you said the Goblin Den was going to be handled by the capital's troops. Saria waved a hand and replied, they said they couldn't make it due to an emergency, so I figured I'd take care of it myself. She added, besides, I'll be fine on my own. Thanks to the scout's report, I already know what kind of strength we're dealing with in that den. With that, she let out a sigh. Their boss is a high-ranking goblin, and there are anywhere from 40 to 50 monsters total in that nest. Gotta admit, dealing with that headcount is a bit of a pain. Gray listened and pondered internally. A high-ranking goblin? No, the real problem is how strong they are. Lingering over the battle in his mind, he assessed the situation. The true strength of goblins lies in their intelligence and leadership. He continued aloud, getting surrounded and fighting alone is practically suicide. He couldn't shake one single thought, and of one thing I am certain. Staring straight at her, he affirmed, if Master goes in alone, she won't make it back alive and the village will end up destroyed by them. Emphasizing his point, he added, I've seen that future with my own eyes. Breaking out of his thoughts, he immediately spoke up, let me come with you. But Saria tried to stop him, insisting, I already told you, just me alone is enough. Gray's gaze burned with absolute determination. I don't want to miss a chance to rack up some live combat experience. Or what, do you think I'll just get in your way? She explained, you know damn well you wouldn't get in my way, hell, I even struggled to beat you in our sparring matches. Turning away slightly, she continued in a softer tone, but who knows how things play out in actual combat, especially when a monster den pops up out of nowhere like this. She stated firmly, dangerous stuff like this is best left until you've gained some real field experience. Yet he remained completely unyielding, his voice turning icy. So you really want to go alone? If that's how it is, I have an idea. She quickly shot back, what kind of idea? Stepping closer, he declared, I'll fight you right here and take you down in a flash. He dropped a heavy, powerful statement, and then I'll handle the goblins myself. The space plunged into dead silence as neither he nor she said another word. The sword in his hand remained pointed straight at her. Offering a soft smile, she conceded, fine, I give up. She added a parting warning, but you have to promise me one thing, no matter what happens. Looking straight at him, she said, you're coming back safe and sound. Hearing that, he lowered his sword. Got it, I was planning on it anyway. With that, the two slowly pushed deeper into the woods. Master, don't go dying on me either. Naturally. The scene shifted to the backdrop of the goblin den. Walking and talking along the way, Gray muttered, the terrain leaves zero room for retreat. They're pretty confident setting up a den in a place like this. Observing the surroundings, he evaluated, we can't hide either. The monsters we're facing this time are smart, so we have to stay sharp. She replied softly, I know. Her gaze gradually turned cold. The two quickly scouted out the situation. No sign of the boss anywhere, probably inside the tent. They whispered back and forth, let's hope we can thin out their numbers before the boss shows up. Lowering her voice, Saria instructed, Gray, take down every single monster you see in that direction. Looking over at the military camp teeming with goblins, they discussed tactics. I'll handle this side. The goblins looked utterly repulsive. He replied, understood. She muttered, good. As soon as the words left their mouths, the two dashed forward, let's go. A goblin caught a whiff of something and whipped around instantly. Saria lunged forward right away. With a decisive slash of her sword, she sliced clean through the monster's head. The goblin standing right behind it let out a furious, snarling growl. The whole mob of goblins erupted into a frantic uproar. Then they began gathering together, swarming forward one after another. Over on his side, Gray proved fiercely capable as he gently swung his blade. He followed up with a clean, decisive slash that left the goblins with zero time to react. Blood splattered everywhere amid the chaotic scene. Saria wasn't about to lose either, holding her ground against a dense horde of goblins. Gray dashed straight in at that moment, slicing down the monsters with a single clean stroke. The two came to a halt amidst a landscape littered with corpses. Glancing over, she offered praise, not bad, is this really your first time? He cautioned, stay sharp, master, we've only just begun. Confused by what he saw, he muttered, strange. Inspecting the area, he thought, they're way too weak. If it's like this, Master could easily handle them entirely on her own. A sudden realization hit him, unless inside that tent. His eyes drifted over to the distant tent. A pair of blood-red eyes seemed to be tracking his every single move. A pair of revolting eyes that sent chills straight down his spine. Whipping his head around, he screamed at the top of his lungs, hurry, let's go run, she asked softly, what's wrong? But as he steadily lost his composure, he yelled, just run. Taken aback, she still trusted his lead and replied, fine. before the two of them bolted in a frantic sprint. Hot on his heels, a massive goblin gave chase. Gray's eyes widened in horror. Towering directly behind him was an immensely powerful goblin whose very footsteps kicked up clouds of dirt and shattered rock. A twisted, creepy smile crept across his face. Beneath the towering moonlight of the dark night, he muttered, "A high-ranking goblin," while she chimed in, "How honorable of the boss to come find us directly." But he suddenly screamed out, "No, that's not the boss, the real boss." A repulsive, gaping maw widened in front of them. Swarming behind the two of them was an endless wave of goblins pouring in. They snarled and shrieked in chaotic frenzy. Panic suddenly seized her as she gasped, "What the?" He answered, an entity even stronger than a high-ranking goblin. Confirming the threat, he stated, "A goblin warlord." He explained, "That's the real boss." A mob of axe-wielding goblins marched forward, followed closely by the chieftain. That was the true master of this den. The boss dwarfed the others, looking vastly larger and infinitely more powerful. Regaining her wits, Saria muttered, "A goblin warlord. This isn't the kind of monster we can handle." Her face contorted into a frown, inner turmoil churning inside her. She yelled out toward the high-ranking goblin blocking their path, "Kill this thing and let's get out of here." She swung her sword straight at it, but she froze in her tracks. She struck again. Blood spurted from its arm, hit. Before she even had a chance to celebrate, its arm began rapidly regenerating right before her eyes, throwing her into a panic. The wound, it's healing itself. Gray dashed forward at that instant and called out, "It's useless." He added, "The roar of the goblin warlord massively boosts the strength and recovery rate of all its allies." Emphasizing the gravity of the situation, he shouted, "That's why they're abnormally strong. It looks like we can't actually kill a single one of these goblins while it's active." Continuing his onslaught, an idea sparked in his mind as he yelled, "Master, keep that rear goblin busy. You don't need to kill it, just stall for time." Whirling around in shock, she demanded, "What are you planning to do?" Keeping his voice ice cold, he replied, "There's only one choice left, isn't there?" He dropped a chilling statement, "To annihilate that bastard." A sinister, arrogant grin spread across his face. Gray Lee swung his sword directly at the monster standing before him. Thinking to himself mid-swing, "It's so annoying how they keep trying to ambush me." He unleashed yet another slash at the creature. Refusing to go down, the demon immediately raised its axe and hacked back at Gray Lee. Parrying the blow, he calculated his next move internally. "Right now, I just need to focus on wiping out every single enemy right in front of me." But the very next second, the unthinkable happened. Gray Lee's sword shattered into countless tiny shards the moment he brought it down. Staring at the remaining hilt in disbelief, Gray Lee thought, "My sword couldn't even withstand hitting a buffed-up goblin." The goblin didn't even give Gray a chance to recover his wits, instantly slamming its axe down into the ground with such force that the shockwave blasted Gray Lee backward. He quickly yanked his second spare sword to counterattack, muttering, "Good thing I brought a backup, but this one won't last long either." From a distance, Saria, who was locked in her own fierce battle with the goblins, screamed out, "Gray Lee, use my spare sword." Catching the tossed blade, Gray felt a surge of renewed power rush through him. "Thanks." Gripping dual blades in his hands, he prepared to fight the goblin to the death. "Now that I've got two, it's still not enough to wipe out every single monster here, but against the warlord and the pack gathered in the middle." He quickly shoved one sword back into its scabbard, and instantly dashed toward the monster, slashing a massive arc of light through the air. This is more than enough. The goblin refused to lose, swinging its axe straight at Gray Lee's face and slicing open a wound across his cheek. Gray tried to use his own sword to fend off the goblin's axe. Gritting his teeth, he let out a frustrated grunt. Right after that, he pulled another sword out from behind his hip, fighting desperately against the swarming goblins rushing toward him. A stream of light awakened from the terrifying skull. One of the goblins let out a loud shout, its eyes flashing with yellow light. Gray was caught off guard by the sight, thinking, "What the?" Following that, a flood of other goblins received a surge of power. Was it buffing them even further? Enhanced by the newfound power, the goblin swung its axe toward Gray once again. He could only try his best to withstand its immense strength, thinking, "Did you figure out my plan?" The goblin chieftain let out a booming roar, and instantly dozens of goblins charged at Gray, prompting him to mutter, "Guess your brains aren't just for show." Gray's sword clashed against the goblin's sharp axe blade, sending tiny sparks flying in all directions. After a fierce struggle, Gray finally managed to break free from the goblin's axe. He stepped back slightly to gain momentum and shouted the order, "Charge." He dashed swiftly past the goblins, leaving them with no time to realize what was happening. Gray swung his sword furiously to take down as many goblins as he could, thinking, "I don't have time to deal with them one by one." But suddenly, one of the goblins grabbed hold of him. Another one flew in out of nowhere, swinging its axe straight at Gray to finish him off. However, it threw itself right into Gray's blade and died on the spot. He finally figured out the goblin's trick. They were trying to shatter his sword by throwing themselves directly at his body. Gray suddenly looked up as something blocked the dim light shining on his face. A ferocious goblin was violently swinging its massive fist right at him. Even so, he managed to use his sword just in time to block the attack. But Gray was hit hard by the sheer force of the punch, sending him flying backward through a cloud of dust. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, his face covered in injuries, he slowly forced himself to sit up amidst the rubble scattered all around, unable to hold back a groan of pain. Casting his gaze toward his last remaining sword, he thought, "Now I'm down to my final blade." Gray slowly stood up and looked at the goblins ahead, thinking, am I really supposed to face an entire horde and an elite goblin warlord with just a single sword? Lowering his head slightly, but drawing from the experiences of his past life before the regression. I know I can't win, Gray helplessly admitted to himself. Even knowing the outcome in advance, Gray picked up his last sword anyway. Turning towards Saria, he shouted, "Master, run, while they're focused on me, get out of here." Saria responded with a faint, cynical smirk. Gripping her own sword tightly, she replied, "Sorry, but I can't do that." Dodging the goblin's attacks as best as he could, Gray continued to urge her, "Are you trying to die for nothing? Master, I'll catch up right behind you, don't worry about me." Saria slowly answered, "It's not that." A glint flickered briefly in Saria's eyes. Looking helplessly at the wound on her thigh, she said, I can't run anymore." Hearing this, Gray couldn't believe his ears and turned back to look at her in despair. Looking down at the last remaining sword in his hand, Gray realized he was completely out of options. Deciding to fight the goblins to the death, he reminded himself, "I regress to eliminate the purifier." He tried swinging his chipped sword at the goblin, hoping to put up at least some resistance. But staring at the shattered pieces of his blade with a helpless expression, he thought, and now it's all ending. In a place like this, Gray stood there defenseless, paying no mind to the goblins closing in around him. Still refusing to give up, he gripped the hilt of his broken sword tightly, thinking, no, it's not over yet. If I can just tap into that power from back then. Remembering how he had once been cornered just like this in the past. If I can awaken it, even a whole horde won't matter. As the sword fragments shattered into larger pieces, Gray urged himself, remember that feeling. Holding up the short remnant of his sword in front of him, he tightly shut his eyes. Suddenly, a stream of crimson power finally awakened. Gray delivered a smooth, effortless slash across the necks of all the goblins. The sword in his hand had transformed into a dense plume of dark miasma. Staring in utter shock, Saria breathed out, "Gray." He stood there, his face stained with blood. Yet he looked toward her with a reassuring smile, saying, "It's all right now." Right after that, Gray swung his sword continuously, sending the goblins dropping like flies. Even the strongest goblin was sliced cleanly in half. The goblin chieftain stared at the sight in absolute disbelief. Saria was the same, dumbfounded that her disciple could awaken such terrifying power. Meanwhile, she easily blocked a massive axe swing from a goblin using just one hand. Turning to provoke it calmly, she muttered, "Too weak." A flash of light sparked in Saria's eyes as she declared, "You guys have given me quite a lot of trouble." With a casual wave of her hand, the sheer force sent the goblin tumbling backward. Saria thought to herself, without an elite warlord to buff you, you lot are nothing at all. Past midnight, the two of them finally finished off the entire horde of goblins as Gray spoke up. "Somehow, we managed to." Holding out his broken sword, he apologized, "I'm sorry I broke your sword." Saria calmly replied, "Don't worry about it, you saved my life." Reaching out to take back the sword, she added, "Besides Gray." Before Saria could finish her sentence, Gray collapsed and dropped flat onto the ground. Saria rushed over to check on him, shouting his name in panic, "Gray." Slowly waking up, Gray wondered to himself, "Where am I?" Looking around, he found himself surrounded by a pool of pitch-black water. Gazing at something right in front of him, a door. A wisp of black smoke suddenly appeared. Staring at the floating door before his eyes, Gray muttered, "Is this?" Realizing in an instant, it's that power. The door continued to vent plumes of dark mist as he thought, if I open it, will I obtain that power? Gray fell into deep thought, trying to make a decision for himself. He slowly took a step toward the door. The moment he touched it, an invisible force grabbed him, stiffening his entire body as he immediately backed away, clutching his chest and gasping for air while thinking, I don't know why, but I'm certain of one thing. If I open this door right now. Tears welled up in the corners of Gray's eyes as he thought, I will die. A notification popped up reading, "Wise decision." Gray snapped back as if awakening from a trance, his eyes widening to their limits. His mind finally returned to reality as he opened his eyes wide, gasped for breath, and realized he was lying on a small bed. Saria looked down at him and softly called out, "Gray, you're awake." Gray asked, "Where am I?" To which Saria replied from beside his bed, "The village infirmary. You've been unconscious for 5 days. I was scared you wouldn't wake up." Placing a hand on his forehead to slowly accept reality, he murmured, "So I've slept for 5 days. I must have pushed myself too hard. It probably took a toll on my body." Saria answered, "I don't think pushing yourself too hard quite covers what you did." As Gray sat up, Saria asked with warm concern, "Putting that aside, how's your body? Can you get up?" Gray replied, "Let me check," before realizing something was terribly wrong with his physique. "I can't put any strength into my right arm at all. I can move it if I try with all my might, but will I ever be able to hold a sword with this arm again?" Noticing the black marks on his bandaged arm, he thought, "And what about these dark blemishes?" Saria noticed his inability to move his arm properly and remarked, "Doesn't look like it moves very well, does it?" Thinking to herself that she hoped he hadn't noticed the marks, Gray answered out loud, "My dominant arm is having a really hard time generating strength." Saria responded as if she had expected it, "Just as I thought, it's not going to heal back to normal anytime soon. I mean, every single bone in your right arm was completely shattered." Gray touched his limbs in disbelief, muttering, "Shattered bones, but it doesn't hurt at all." Saria pointed to a bottle on the table, saying, "We treated you with a magic potion." Surprised by the mention, Gray thought, "A magic potion? Aren't those incredibly expensive?" Saria sat down on the opposite bed and reassured him, "Don't worry, the village chief gave it to us." Taken aback, Gray asked, "The chief? Why would he give something like that to someone like me?" Saria answered offhandedly, "What are you talking about, Gray? You're the hero of this village." Gray listened in confusion, still not fully understanding what she meant. Suddenly, an elderly white-haired man burst through the door and shouted his name, Gray. Looking somewhat flustered as he held the potion bottle, Gray said, "Chief, thank you for the magic potion." But the old man cut him off. "We're the ones who should be thanking you. We're talking about an elite goblin warlord, a monster impossible to harm, even when all the forces from surrounding towns banded together to fight it. A monster like that was targeting our village." Rushing over to the bedside to grab Gray's hands, the village chief cried, "If you hadn't killed it, this village would have been wiped out." Holding his hands tightly with both of hers, the chief continued, "Without you and Saria, this potion, the infirmary, and even the lives of the villagers you saved, none of it would exist." Feeling embarrassed, Gray replied, "You're exaggerating, sir." The village chief insisted, "You know I'm not exaggerating." Gray cast his eyes down at the magic potion in his hand. The chief is probably right, he thought. In the world before I turned back time, this village was supposed to be destroyed by the goblin raid. The village chief stood up and bowed respectfully. "If you still don't realize the significance of what you've done, I'd be more than happy to explain it in detail," before pausing to add, "I heard you're participating in the World Union Academy entrance exam. Is that true?" Looking a bit flustered, Gray answered yes. Suddenly realizing the time, he touched his chin in deep thought. "I went to hunt goblins a week before the exam, and if I've been asleep for 5 days, that leaves only 2 days left." His expression grew even more grave. "It takes 3 days of walking to reach the World Union Academy from here. I could make it in a day by horse, but I don't have that kind of money." Panicking at the thought, Gray turned to the chief and asked urgently, "I'm sorry, chief, is there any way I could borrow a horse?" The village chief turned toward the exit and said over his shoulder, "I knew you'd say that, so I already prepared the best horse in the village for you. With that horse's speed, you'll get there in no time." Saria chimed in from the side, "If you hadn't woken up today, we were planning to carry you there ourselves." Gray slowly got off the bed and pushed open the door to let the natural sunlight in, realizing there was a surprise waiting for him outside. Stepping outside, he found hundreds of villagers gathered to cheer and celebrate his awakening. Everyone held up a cheerful banner and shouted, "Thank you, you have to pass the exam." Another villager called out, "Thank you for saving the village." A man stepped forward and handed him a small pouch, saying, "Gray, please take this." Taking the small cloth pouch, Gray asked, "What is this?" The man replied, "It's a collection from the whole village. We heard the registration fee for the World Union Academy is very expensive." At a loss for words, Gray murmured, "Everyone, thank you so much. Thank you all." Preparing to set off, he told the crowd, "If I fail the exam now, I won't even have the face to come back." Saria reassured him, "No need to worry." Turning back with a confident expression, she added, "Not a single examinee at the World Union Academy could ever defeat a goblin warlord." Feeling a tinge of insecurity, Gray touched his disabled arm, "But with my right arm like this, Saria maintained her confident expression and comforted him. Your left arm still works fine, doesn't it? Testing his left arm, Gray muttered, yes, but… Saria cut him off, that's more than enough. You won't even need to use that power. Turning around to mount the horse, Gray thought, the entrance exam might not be forgiving enough for me to pass with just one arm. Saria walked closer to him and said, it'll be fine. The academy examiners aren't blind enough to overlook your true ability. I guarantee it. Looking straight into his eyes with absolute confidence, she stated, you'll definitely pass. Reinvigorated by her words, Gray smiled, thank you so much. After hearing you say that, failing is no longer an option. This village was destroyed in my past life, but it's still standing here right now. This world isn't the same as the old one anymore. The future can be changed with this power. Looking back at the villagers one last time, Gray bade them farewell. I'm heading out. Before long, Gray arrived at the exam venue, gently stroking his horse as he said, thank you, buddy. Thanks to you, I made it just in time. Staring at the massive castle before him. So that's the World Union Academy. The grand structure of the World Union Academy towered proudly beneath the clear blue sky. Beneath the bright sky, the proctor's voice suddenly rang out, we will now begin distributing the test papers. Until this process is complete, all examinees must remain in the central arena. As the proctor's voice faded, a wave of murmurs broke out among the crowd below. Are all of us really examinees? Only about 20 of us are going to pass. Someone else chimed in to discuss past exams. I heard the passing numbers change every year. Some years they take 50 people, and other years only a single person passes. Once again, the proctor's voice cut through the noisy crowd. Now, please welcome Professor Ariel. Without making everyone wait long, a figure with long red hair appeared before the awestruck crowd. Giving a mysterious smile, she announced, let's get started right away. We'll begin handing out the test papers now, examinees. Please take the paper that appears before you. She suddenly snapped her fingers. A strange, mystical golden light materialized high above. A piece of paper slowly took form right in front of Gray from that mysterious golden light. Gray quickly reached out to catch it as his information materialized on the paper. Examinee number 513. Seeing that everyone had received theirs, Professor Ariel called down from above. It looks like everyone has theirs now. Some of you might be surprised to find nothing written on it except your number and zone. Rest assured, it's the same every year. Emphasizing the rules with a serious tone. The World Union Academy does not discriminate based on age, gender, nationality, status, or anything else. Reaching out to grip the edge of the desk, she stated firmly, even your name. A dark, eerie smile spread across her face as she continued, doesn't matter to us at all. The entrance of the academy loomed proudly across the path, accompanied by the associated voices of the professors. Only those who pass the exam and earn the right to cross the bridge will be asked for their names. You can even give us a fake name if you want. Glaring down at the exam slip in his hand with deep dissatisfaction, Gray thought to himself, I left my sword back at the inn, so why on earth does it say I'm still registered in the fencing district? What kind of messed up system is this? As if reading everyone's thoughts on the exam questions, Ariel spoke up with an arrogant attitude. Furthermore, I assigned your districts based on a direct look at each of you. Her voice turned cold and threatening as she added, if I made any mistakes, please raise your hand. Hearing the professor's declaration, the crowd of students erupted into a panic of rebuttals. She picked our zones just by looking at us? Is she kidding, right? No way she could pull that off with a crowd this massive. They quickly jumped to conclusions as if they figured it all out. They must have checked us out beforehand, or maybe she cast some kind of mind-reading magic on us. Seeing no hands raised, the professor wore a look of satisfaction. It seems no one is in the wrong district. With the waiting period over, she delivered instructions to those preparing for the exam. Next, I will announce your schedules. Please check your passes. Gray immediately grabbed the exam slip in his hand to check his test details, where a line of black text materialized. Examinee number 513, Fencing District, Day 1, 11:00 a.m. Catching sight of the information on the paper, he panicked and silently cursed. Damn it, I'm testing on the very first day. I was hoping to buy some more time for my hand to heal. After a long, heavy silence, the professor wore a terrifying expression, looking down at the crowd with absolute seriousness to issue a warning and stern deterrent. This is a one-time practical exam. If you're late, you'll be automatically disqualified. Make sure you arrive on time, and we will not accept any personal requests for schedule changes. Meanwhile, Gray clutched his arm tightly, consumed by anxiety. I still can't put much force into my dominant hand. Please heal by tomorrow, even if just a little bit. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. Arriving at the test site, Gray stared down at his injured arm with growing dread. It hasn't healed at all. I guess I'll have to fight with my arm still like this. A proctor's voice suddenly rang out, snapping Gray out of his thoughts and leaving him to murmur a dazed agreement. Next examinee, please wait at the arena entrance. Struggling to pull himself together, Gray took a deep breath to reassure himself. All right, no, I shouldn't be pessimistic about this right now. Grabbing his right hand, he thought, my left arm functions completely normally, and I can still move my right arm to a certain degree. Regaining his composure, he rapidly mapped out a fragmented strategy to scrape through the exam. I need to use the remaining time to observe the proctor's movements, find an opening, and… Before his eyes, a fencing match between a proctor and an examinee unfolded as the proctor offered, you can make the first move. The examinee in the ring replied without a shred of hesitation, you got it. Without a second thought, he gripped his sword and lunged forward at the proctor with a roar. He brought his sword down hard against the wooden floor, kicking up a deafening crash and a thick cloud of white dust. As the heavy white smoke began to clear, the proctor emerged standing completely motionless, paying him zero mind. Seeing that the proctor hadn't even taken a single scratch, the examinee gritted his teeth and shouted, damn it, I'm not done yet. The moment the words left his mouth, he poured every ounce of his remaining strength into his sword, swinging it up to hack at the proctor. However, watching the proctor effortlessly swat away his sword strike, the examinee gasped in sheer disbelief, no way. In a fraction of a second, his sword was violently batted away by the proctor. Both the examinee and his weapon went flying backward in an unstoppable blur. He slammed hard against the wooden floorboards with an impact so brutal it sounded like an explosion. Clutching his arm in agony, unable to even stand up, his face turned pale with utter shock before a cold voice snapped him back to reality. Your exam is over. You may retrieve your weapon and leave the premises. Hearing that, a look of profound disappointment washed over his face as he muttered, understood. Witnessing the scene unfold, the corners of Gray's mouth twitched. He instantly froze in place, deep mental collapse washing over him. I'm completely screwed. The proctor's urging voice rang out to shatter his daydreams. Next, examinee number 513. Wearing a stern expression, Gray answered yes. He silently reminisced, you're telling me to fight someone after they just demolished a guy way bigger than me. As if hardwired into a routine, the proctor kicked off the match with the exact same line, you can make the first move. Hearing that, Gray replied with grim seriousness, got it. Even while standing on the arena stage, Gray couldn't stop trembling as he tried to psych himself up. Honestly, I don't feel like I have a single chance here, but I'll still do whatever it takes. Shaking off his swirling thoughts, he gripped his sword and dashed straight toward the proctor's position, screaming at the top of his lungs, here I come. As he ran, he recalled what Saria had taught him. A sword isn't just swung with your arm, you channel the power generated from your entire body straight through your arm. Fueled by determination and self-belief, Gray chose to lean into the hope Saria had planted in him. That's what you taught me, right, teacher? Even if my right arm is powerless, if I can route my force through other muscles. In a flash, his sword-bearing hand whipped upward, though the slash swept right past the proctor's body, missing entirely. Internal conflict immediately welled up inside him. But still, I can't fight the way I usually do. If you could just swing a sword without using arm strength like this, nobody would bother training their physical body in the first place. An image of the proctor flashed in his mind. The proctor abruptly swung his sword down at Gray. While tracking the trajectory of the weapon in the proctor's hand, Gray suddenly picked up on something. The proctor's sword is kind of slow. Pinpointing the proctor's weak spot, he managed to block the incoming strike. Trading blows, he pondered his options internally. He has terrifying strength, but his speed and technique are miles behind my teacher. If I rely on the swordsmanship I learned from her, I can make up for the gap in arm strength. Just as he locked onto a workable plan, his train of thought was abruptly cut short by the action at hand. In that case, he unleashed a barrage of rapid sword strikes to engage the proctor. That exchange confirmed his deduction. That's right, he's definitely slower. Taken aback by the sudden flurry of slashes, the proctor's face twisted into a panicked grimace. Maintaining razor-sharp focus, Gray analyzed the situation. He's not as strong as I thought. Saria's familiar, cheerful, and hearty smile flashed across Gray's mind alongside her confident declaration. You're definitely gonna pass. He fixated on Saria's loftiest role, his teacher, whose encouragement poured strength and belief straight into his veins. Wearing a face carved from sheer determination, he poured every ounce of power into a strike that successfully batted the proctor's sword away. With a burning heart, he thought, I think I actually can pull this off. The match between the two grew fiercely intense, turning into a true speed battle as the instructor's relentless onslaught continued without pause, forcing Gray to lean heavily into his defense. Gray remained at a distinct disadvantage despite having figured out his opponent, even though I've seen right through the proctor's sword style. He gripped his sword tightly, bracing for a counterattack. Without a moment's hesitation, he aimed a strike at the instructor's shoulder, but years of high-level experience allowed the man to easily dodge it. Gray began to hesitate, though he harbored no intention of giving up. The strength gap is still too massive. I can't break through his guard. Winning with just one hand really isn't easy. Pressing the attack with maximum speed, Gray watched the instructor start to leave openings, quickly seizing the moment mentally. Easy to say, but his movements are getting clunkier. It's a bit risky, but if I do it right now. Without a second thought, Gray suddenly yanked his sword back, causing the instructor to overextend and lose his footing. Setting his plan into motion, he called out, "Now bring it on." Right as anticipated, the man lunged forward, confidence blazing clearly in Gray's eyes. "Gotcha, you swung way too hard and made it completely predictable." Stepping back into a defensive stance, he thought, there is no better opening than a massive overcommitted strike like that. Instead of actually blocking the blow, he nimbly sidestepped and slipped behind the instructor, throwing the man into a panic. Watching the instructor stumble into a reactive state, Gray cheered internally. No matter how huge the strength gap is, once I get behind him. Leveraging his speed, Gray dashed forward. Right as the referee's call echoed out, "Stop." He was mere fractions of a second away from landing a clean hit on his opponent, the tip of his blade resting just a layer of cloth away from the instructor's body. Frustration welled up inside Gray as his exhausted body protested. The match is over just like that? Isn't it way too early to call it? Standing high up on the viewing platform, the referee announced the final verdict. Match time is up. With that, the result is a draw. Stunned by the outcome, disappointment washed over Gray. Helpless against a reality he couldn't change, he thought, it's too late. Trembling, he gripped his sword before slowly letting his hands relax in acceptance. Resigned to his fate, Gray turned his back and walked away from the ring, muttering to himself, I gave it my absolute all. But if I can't even beat a guy like this, then things are going to get rough for me down the road. Casting one last lingering look back at the arena with a deep ache in his chest, he whispered, "Thanks, instructor." A week following the match, inside meeting room 53 at the World Union Academy, 6 members of the evaluation committee sat gathered around a sprawling table. The elderly principal, wearing round spectacles, broke the silence. "What do you all think of the candidates now that they've completed the exam?" A brown-haired man replied with weary indifference. Beside him, an older instructor carefully offered his opinion. "I feel like having everyone observe together like this turned out pretty inefficient. We should probably split up the workload next year." The mustache-sporting veteran focused purely on bottom-line benefits. "We can't afford to miss out on talent just to save ourselves some legwork." The principal looked helpless against the members' apathy. "I asked for your opinions on the students, not the testing system. Let's start with the fencing course." Small video frames began popping up across the desk as someone chimed in, who actually passed. The prudent instructor continued analyzing while taking feedback into account. As usual, anyone who beats the proctor passes, while the rest are judged based on performance, quality, and endurance over the 15-minute mark. What do the fencing instructors think? Aside from the ones who beat the proctor, candidates 5, 217, and 753 stood out the most. Formatting check, handled correctly inline. The brown-haired man cut in, "Let's keep the roster capped at that. Even if the others pass, they won't be able to keep up with the curriculum." The mustache-sporting man readily agreed since it suited his interests. "I agree. Any other objections?" The room fell dead silent, with 0 dissenting replies. The principal announced, "That settles the admission roster for the fencing course." Suddenly, someone raised a separate point. "What about candidate 513? That proposal instantly caught his attention. It came from the red-haired woman who had remained silent the entire time. "What do you all think of candidate 513? The man with round sunglasses stayed quiet. The gloomy-looking evaluator asked with mild curiosity, "Candidate 513, eh?" The mustache-sporting man pulled up the footage of Gray's match to inspect it. "This kid, sure, it looked like he was about to win, but if you have to rely on setting traps to beat a proctor, keeping up later on is gonna be an uphill battle." Formatting check, handled correctly inline. "His technique is good, but his physical strength is way too weak. From start to finish, I could see he was completely outmatched. The principal hesitated, if that's the case. The mustache-sporting man swiftly shot down any thoughts of adding Gray to the list. The red-haired woman let out a helpless sigh. Watching the committee members left her exasperated. With so many people observing, not a single one of them noticed. If everyone's this blind, maybe having everyone observe together really is a waste of time after all. With the discussion wrapped up, the next day arrived for everyone to collect their results. Gray was present as well, holding his notice slip tightly. Examinee number 513, Fencing Course, Day 1, 11:00 a.m. A loudspeaker blared from the clock tower. We will now announce the accepted candidates for the fencing course. A total of 6 candidates have been admitted. Gripping his paper slip tightly with hopeful anticipation, Gray thought, this is it. For those who passed, your papers will automatically catch fire. Examinee number 5, examinee number 217, examinee number 432 and number 615, along with examinee number 753 and number 925. That is all. These 6 candidates have been accepted. Gray froze in place, plunging straight into despair. The loudspeaker continued. Accepted candidates, please cross the bridge and complete your admission procedures today. The atmosphere buzzed with absolute chaos, joy, sorrow, and regret all tangled together. Gray looked completely heartbroken, so I really did fail. The loudspeaker announcement chimed in once more. Next, we announce the Divine Eye Special Admission Quota. Examinee number 513. Unlike the papers of those who passed conventionally, Gray Lee's slip wasn't consumed by blue fire. In an instant, he became the center of attention for the entire crowd. Staring down at the burning paper in his hand, doubt still lingered in his mind. Did I actually pass? The surrounding crowd broke into murmurs, mostly soaked in sarcasm. A Divine Eye Special Quota? They're pulling that stunt again this year. A storm of questions spun inside Gray's head. A Divine Eye Special Quota? That's the first time I've ever heard of it. The jeering didn't stop, especially coming from the students who had passed normally. Isn't that just a backdoor admission for favorites? The World Union Academy is seriously going downhill. Those words crept into his mind and threw him off balance. A backdoor admission. But I don't know anyone here. Could it be thanks to my teacher? But I didn't hear a single thing about it. Emerging from the crowd, an elderly man leaning on a cane stepped forward to reprimand those with skewed mindsets. Hey, don't go spouting nonsense about the Divine Eye Special Quota like that. The Divine Eye Special Admission is a prestigious category that has birthed heroes for over a century. They paid the old man's words zero respect. You old folks are just obsessed with the Divine Eye Quota. Isn't that just some ancient glory story anyway? Other comments floated around. Everyone who got in through the Divine Eye recently turned out to be a flop. Amy White, Bella Albright, Leek Mueller, and Jacob Bloomfield too. Gray didn't fight back, simply enduring the mockery in silent submission. Right, a bunch of failures, even we newbies know that. Hearing those recent names flashing past struck a nostalgic chord in Gray, sparking a renewed flicker of hope. Amy White, Bella Albright, and Jacob Bloomfield. Weren't those 3 part of the core force that stood against the liquidator? And now my name is being mentioned right alongside theirs. Early morning gently blanketed the entire academy as everything dipped into a soft, tranquil light. The main building rose majestically through a thin mist while the surrounding canals flowed peacefully amidst bustling crowds of people streaming inward. A school loudspeaker chimed. The entrance ceremony will begin in 30 minutes. If you've finished changing, please gather at the plaza in front of the main office. Small groups of students clad in academy uniforms began appearing along the paved walkways. Deep blue coats trimmed with gold stood out brilliantly beneath the morning light, while silver academy crests glittered brightly on their left chests. Amidst the flow of students heading toward the plaza, one figure stood out above the rest. Gray walked with a composed stride, radiating a cold, unpredictable aura. A few students began gathering around, some looking around in awkward confusion as they nudged their peers to confirm they were in the right spot. The plaza in front of the main office. This is the right place, right? His friend looked just as clueless. There's nothing here. Did we even make it to the right place? Suddenly, a hurried figure came sprinting toward the group of students, a voice mixed with heavy, panting breaths calling out, "Ah, sorry." Preparations were delayed due to a slight mix-up. A student blinked in confusion. Preparations. The man continued, "Could you guys step back a bit so I can place the stairs over here?" Everyone exchanged bewildered glances at his request. The trainee stepped back as he requested, muttering, is this far enough?" He turned around to face the group with a smile and said, "That's enough." Amidst their confused and startled gasps, he dropped to his knees right in the middle of the courtyard, pressing his palms flat against the ground while murmuring, "All right." A brilliant magical matrix flooded the entire space, its intricate intersecting spell lines radiating a golden light as blinding as a bursting sun. Streaks of orange-red lightning flashed wildly through the illumination, creating a fierce and supernatural atmosphere. The ground trembled violently, the air compressing under a massive surge of energy on the verge of eruption. The onlookers could only stare in wide-eyed shock at a power far beyond their comprehension. In a fleeting instant, everything vanished, leaving the sky clear like after a violent storm as he sprang back up to his feet under the stunned gazes of the crowd. Glancing back at them as calmly as if nothing had happened, he said, "Sorry for the delay, you guys can sit wherever you like." The trainees, still unable to believe their eyes and trembling with nervous lips, stammered, "Yes." They darted their eyes left and right to check their surroundings, some panicking as they thought, was that teleportation magic just now? While others gritted their teeth in amazement, they can actually teleport something this huge. Gray sat calmly in his seat, deep in thought. Guess they wanted to hold the entrance ceremony somewhere with a view of the school. Wasn't using teleportation magic a bit too extravagant? He looked up with a bright smile, as if he had just figured something out. So this is the true power of the World Union Academy. Gray caught sight of two people chatting nearby and wondered, aren't there way too many seats here? If only 30 students pass, why would we need all these? A short-haired girl gave a wry smile. You didn't know about that. Feeling a bit self-conscious, the other girl replied, "Sorry, I don't really know much about anything other than swordsmanship." The short-haired girl smiled and offered to explain. Twirling her finger to the rhythm of her words, the World Union Academy, just like its name suggests, is where the finest students from all over the world gather. Suddenly she cheered, "Look over there, they're arriving." Startled, the other girl followed her pointing finger, her eyes widening in sheer disbelief at the impossible sight unfolding before her. High up in the vast blue sky, gigantic airships glided silently through the cloud layers, their sleek hulls reflecting the pale morning light. Their sails billowed round against the wind, looking like majestic flying warships, while interspersed among the airships were colossal winged creatures, massive dragons soaring gracefully through the air with their immense bodies. She screamed at the dreamlike scenery, What on earth is that?" The airships continued forward, standing tall and imposing. Gray stared in absolute astonishment. The magical airship Strato Queen. I boarded it once when I joined the Purifier Elimination Squad. I heard it's one of the largest airships in the world, and they brought it out just to host an entrance ceremony. Truly worthy of the World Union Academy. The airships landed on the ground, kicking up clouds of dust in all directions. A group of people walked into the assembly area with completely expressionless faces. The headmaster looked overjoyed at the sight, resting his hands on the railing to announce, "Looks like everyone has arrived. So then, let's begin the entrance ceremony." The school speakers crackled to life. "Thank you, headmaster, for that speech." Gray sat back with his arms crossed, letting out a short yawn. Turns out the entrance ceremony at the World Union Academy isn't all that different from a normal one. Then he blinked in surprise as a name was called out. Next, a welcoming speech from the top student of each department. "Leonhardt, top student of the Department of Swordsmanship, please come up to speak." The boy stood up and bowed politely, "Yes." Leonhardt walked down the steps amidst murmurs and praise from the crowd. "Hey, isn't that him? The guy who defeated the proctor in a single blow during the screening exam." "Spot on, I heard his swordsmanship level is practically on par with the instructors." Leonhardt bowed deeply, placing a hand over his chest to salute the professors. That was Leonhardt Appiah's, truly an outstanding student, his face radiating an aura of intense seriousness. Gray let out a sigh as he lost himself in thought. Leonhardt politely asked for permission. "May I speak freely once more?" To which the professor smiled, "Of course." Granting permission, he expressed his thanks before spinning around sharply to face the seated students. "I have something to say to the academy. First of all, to my fellow students, no, to everyone who passed the exam through legitimate means. It is an honor to enroll alongside you all," he said, placing a hand over his chest to show his goodwill. "Let's all work hard together so we can graduate and become people who can contribute to the world. I truly look forward to the days we'll push ourselves further together as students of this prestigious academy. However, unfortunately, there is someone among us who doesn't deserve to stand here. Am I right, Professor Ariel?" Professor Ariel was busy closing her eyes to enjoy the lively atmosphere, so she looked a bit startled upon suddenly hearing her name called. But she quickly regained her composure and replied, "All the students here passed the rigorous selection exam. Even if they aren't as strong as you, it wouldn't make sense to expel them. And why are you asking me something like that? Leonhardt's face turned stern, a hint of indignation flashing in his eyes. I'm not talking about those who passed the exam fairly. I'm talking about the student the professor favored and admitted through the special direct entry channel. That favored student, he shouted, pointing accusingly at the seating area. Step forward, hand back your uniform, and leave the academy right now. The students broke into an uproar over Leonhardt's declaration. Gray felt a wave of anxiety. Why is he making such a big deal out of this? Still, luckily he doesn't know what I look like. I should probably just sit quietly and I won't get noticed, right? Ariel let out a chuckle. HMPH, looks like this year's freshmen are quite lively. Leonhardt continued his complaint unabashedly. Professor, I'm being serious here. Please stop admitting students through the back door end. A swift gust of wind whooshed past. Ariel's voice grew closer and closer until she materialized right behind Leonhardt, whispering, "Do you honestly think you're stronger than that student?" Leonhardt let out a startled shout across the open space. What? Yeah. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Of course I am I wrong? Ariel smiled amusedly. I like that attitude. How about we make a wager on it? Leonhardt looked surprised. A wager? Ariel crossed her arms with uncanny composure. That's right. Her lips curving into a confident smirk. I'll wager my position as a professor and his enrollment slot. Gray was taken aback by the opponent's words, choking slightly as he asked the person next to him, a bet. Saria looked equally bewildered, asking Professor Ariel, are you trying to make me fight that special admission brat? Ariel didn't even bother opening her eyes, waving a hand dismissively. I would never do anything so crude. Before adjusting her glasses and opening her eyes to stare straight at Saria, besides, if he goes all out, you'll die as an instructor. I can't let my students get hurt. Veins slowly began bulging on Saria's face, his expression turning dark as he glared angrily. Are you provoking me? Ariel remained completely unfazed, her tone calm despite his anger. I'm being serious, so let's wager on monsters instead of humans. That'll be much safer. Pausing for a moment, she added, besides, you're better at fighting monsters than people anyway, causing Saria's anger to flare up further. So you knew all along. What are the exact terms of the bet? Ariel offered a faint smile as if she had achieved her goal. Suddenly raising a hand, Ariel continued, simple, just defeat the monster I choose as our target. The professor proceeded to introduce the rules for each round. Each round's monster would grow stronger, and whoever failed to kill their target first would lose. Gray sat in his seat, rubbing his head in helplessness as Ariel kept talking. If he loses, I'll resign as professor and all special admission students will be expelled. And if you lose, you'll do whatever I say. Saria's defiant expression reflected clearly in the lenses of Ariel's glasses. Acting as if nothing was wrong, she extended her hand toward Saria. So, what do you say? Touching the sword at his hip, he replied, tell me what the targets are first. While I'm confident I can handle any opponent, I don't want to get dragged into some absurd trap. Ariel placed a hand on her chin in consideration. Let's see. How about the first target? A goblin warlord. Or is that too easy for you? Every student in the hall gasped in shock upon hearing their first target. Gray sat in his seat with his arms crossed, thinking carefully, a goblin warlord. Why did she choose that exact one? Unlike him, Saria couldn't contain his anger as he slammed his fist on the desk. Are you out of your mind? Sweat beaded on his forehead. A goblin warlord? That's not the kind of monster a single person can take down on their own. Ariel remained completely calm, smiling lightly at his reaction. I didn't say you had to kill it right away. Let's set the deadline to sometime this year. That sounds fair enough, right? Saria shouted back, if someone could defeat a disaster-class monster alone after just 1 year of training, people wouldn't be suffering this much. Pick a more realistic target. Pausing for a second, he let out an exhausted sigh. Right after that, a realization dawned on him as a smile crept onto his face. Ah, I get it now. Clenching his fists as it clicked, you deliberately picked a monster nobody can beat so the bet would end in a tie with no winner. I won't accept this. Ariel took a step towards Saria, then let's add one more condition. If it's a draw, you win. Taken aback, he stammered, huh? Ariel continued, in other words, if that kid fails to take down the goblin warlord, I'll automatically be fired and all special admission students will be expelled. She playfully winked at Saria. How about that, huh? Staring at her in horror, Saria confirmed, are you insane? I have a bad feeling the outcome of this bet was already decided from the start. Turning around to walk away, Ariel laughed lightly. Then I'll take that as a no objections. Saria pressed on with another condition just to be sure. To be clear, it has to be an intact goblin warlord, no weakening it or anything like that. Ariel raised her hand, a stream of light gradually materializing, of course, flicking her wrist to conjure a pen along with a blank sheet of parchment. I've written all the details into this magical contract. The contract floated over to hover in front of Saria. Sign it if you have no further issues. Pondering for a moment while reading through the contract intently, Saria picked up the pen and signed his name. I'm in. Right after signing, Saria couldn't help asking, "Wait, do you actually believe that kid can win?" Ariel replied over her shoulder without looking back. Who knows? Walking back to her seat, Ariel sat down calmly. Whispers broke out among the students in the hall after she left as they gossiped about the contract. What's wrong with Professor Ariel? Could that old hag be using the bet as an excuse to retire? Or maybe she's just past her prime. Ignoring the mocking remarks around her, Ariel simply smiled down at the contract in her hands. Sitting in his seat with an exhausted sigh, Gray thought, great, the bet is officially underway now. Before suddenly opening his eyes wide with a realization, wait a minute. Why do I feel like she factored in the goblin warlord I defeated before enrolling when she set the within this year deadline? Ariel caught Gray staring intently at her. As Gray continued to process it, so this match was rigged from the very beginning. Ariel raised her index finger to her lips, signaling him to keep quiet. Gray muttered under his breath, she plays dirty. The instructor on the podium began the lecture calmly. Now then, we will begin our introductory magic class. Placing a thick book on the desk, he continued. Some of you might be surprised that lessons are starting on day one, but as students of this academy, you must remember not to waste even a single day. Starting with the most basic concept, he raised his hand, a blue glow radiating from his palm, how to use magic. The instructor went on to explain the mechanics of spellcasting. Inside our bodies exists an invisible source of energy called ether. By channeling it through your body's magical pathways, you can. While the lecturer spoke earnestly from the podium, the students in the hall listened attentively. Sitting near the back, Gray thought, I was worried I wouldn't keep up with the class, but it seems manageable. I already learned all of this at the boot camp. The real issue, however, was his gaze shifted toward something specific. Looking at the blonde boy sitting in the front row of all the dozens of classes I could have been assigned to, I end up sharing this one with him. He rested his chin on his hand in exhaustion. Please nobody find out I'm the Divine Eye special admission student. Suddenly, a voice rang out, cutting through his thoughts. Hey, you in the back, you look awfully bored. Not even 5 minutes in and you're already staring off into space. You've got some nerve. Startled, Gray stammered, I'm sorry, while thinking frantically, did he spot me just by glancing back? But I'm sitting all the way in the last row. The professor closed his book. If you're that confident, why don't you demonstrate a bit for the class? I'm sure you know how to use basic magic. Gray stood up awkwardly and explained, with all due respect, Professor, we're in the swordsmanship course. I figured not knowing magic wouldn't be a problem. Holding the thick textbook, the instructor reminded him, even if you only use a sword in actual combat, you still need to understand basic magic to coordinate with mages. You have to feel and understand what it's like to manipulate ether. Completely blanking out for a second, Gray thought, that's word for word what they taught at the boot camp. If that's the case, will the spell we're about to learn also be? Right after that, he answered the instructor, is the spell we're about to learn the ether bullet? The instructor walked back to his podium. Oh, you know it. Can you cast it? Gray replied, yes. Silently letting out a sigh of relief as if cheating death, thank goodness that hellish boot camp wasn't a waste. The instructor continued, perfect timing, let's turn this into a spar. Leon, you can use the ether bullet too, right? Leon stood up and answered, of course, sir. Leon added, however, Professor, I've been trained in both swordsmanship and magic before enrolling. Wouldn't it be a bit too dangerous to make him fight me for real? The instructor stood firm in his decision. No matter how large the skill gap is, we're only using ether bullets. He won't die, and I'm not going to tell you to hold back either. Besides, that gray-haired boy is this year's Divine Eye special admission student. Leon's eyes widened in shock. Huh. The rest of the class turned around in unison upon hearing the instructor's words, staring at Gray with equally stunned expressions. Gray grew extremely flustered under the sudden influx of attention from the entire classroom. He met the professor's calculating gaze. He just leaked my entire background right out in the open. Leon slammed his hand on the desk. So that's how it is. If that's the case, I'll just have to teach him a proper lesson. He turned around with an irritated glare. I'll show him what kind of place this academy really is. Staring straight at Gray, he ground out each word, "Get down to the arena," leaving Gray entirely speechless. The two students stepped onto the platform and stood facing each other with the professor standing in the middle to outline the rules. "All right, on my signal, fire your ether bullets at your opponent." Gray maintained a cautious expression. "I only practiced magic for a few days at the boot camp. The teacher said it wouldn't be fatal, but I'm probably still going to get beaten up pretty badly." Once the explanation finished, the professor shouted, "Begin." Leon immediately began invoking his magic, lifting his chin in a challenge. "I'll show you the absolute gap in our power." Refusing to back down, Gray conjured the best magic he could muster, thinking to himself, "I've got no other choice left, screw it all." Right after that, both of their spheres of power hurtled toward each other. Yet something completely unexpected shocked them both to the core as they cried out in unison, "What?" That blinding beam of light shifted trajectory, hurtling straight toward Leon and forcing him to scramble backward in desperate evasion. Stumbling back in a panic with wide eyes, Leon shrieked in absolute terror as the raging stream of light closed in on him. Out of nowhere, a man suddenly lunged forward to shield him, spreading his arms wide to take the blow with a face carved from fierce determination amidst the violent torrent of light. The space flashed brilliantly as Saria sat frozen in place, left completely paralyzed and staring blankly at the scene unfolding before her. "That was way too close," the man breathed a sigh of relief, gently wiping the beads of sweat dotting his face. The source of light practically shattered into pieces as massive cracks began creeping across the dazzling fragments. A young man fearlessly vaulted downward, plunging headfirst right into the blinding flash of light. The powerful gust of wind kicked up in his wake made the entire audience flinch and cover their faces in dread. In less than 5 minutes, Saria collapsed flat onto the floor, letting out a cry of agony. A man rushed over like a gust of wind to check on him. "Leon, are you okay?" Shivering violently, Leon forced himself to look up at the man before him. Struggling to his feet while wiping the bitter taste of blood from the corner of his mouth, he replied softly, "I'm fine." Without asking anything further, the man just nodded and said, "All right, thank goodness." Even so, his eyes remained sharp and cold as he scanned the surroundings with intense suspicion and high alert. If the barrier hadn't dampened the force of the impact, the kid would have lost his life. The shockwave had gradually turned the room desolate and stifling, choking the air with a thick blanket of dust. Not even among the professors was there anyone capable of firing an ether bullet that powerful as he tilted his head in a furious snap and demanded, "Hey, what the hell was that?" Instead of answering immediately, Gray stared down at his palm for a long moment, frowning as deep thoughts swirled in his head. He thought to himself, "That was way too weak. It's clearly not the same type of magic I used." His pupils suddenly constricted. Could it be that the ether bullets I learned during my time in the suppression unit are completely different from what they teach here at the academy? He clenched his fists tightly, his glowing red eyes burning with irritation. Stretching his hand out toward his chest in respectful courtesy, he asked the man before him, "Did I use the magic wrong?" The man let out a helpless sigh and replied, "No, that was definitely an ether bullet. But your quality is different. What you just used wasn't normal ether. It was hypercompressed powder-form ether." You could clearly see a massive, concealed well of energy radiating intense light from within the sphere. The entire hall broke into a flurry of murmurs and a barrage of questions. "Hypercompressed ether? I've never heard of that before." The man immediately answered, "That's a type of energy even we professors struggle to generate, yet you formed and converted it into a spell in a split second. Not a single person in this academy could replicate what you just did." The moment those words dropped, the murmurs picked right up again. "That's the first time I've ever seen an ether bullet that strong. Was the divine eye quota actually meant to prep for this? If so, they should have just tossed him straight into the magic course instead of giving him a special admission." Gray thought to himself, "No way. Every single spell taught at the suppression unit's training camp was just like this. If anything, I was way less talented than the others, which is why I always kept getting knocked flat on my face during every match." Sporting a stern expression, he asked, "Are you kidding me, Professor? Anyone could pull that off with the right training." The corners of the man's mouth suddenly twitched upward into a grin. Gray Lee stood there dumbfounded, still clueless about what the man was laughing at. That reaction only made the man burst into a hearty, roaring laugh that had his eyes crinkling shut. Gray Lee practically froze solid, standing there awkwardly because he still hadn't a clue what was going on. Suddenly leaning right into Gray's face with an offer he couldn't refuse, the man pressed, "Why don't you switch to the magic course? I'll personally vouch for you. You clearly have a much stronger knack for magic than swordsmanship." Blushing and rubbing his arm while shifting his gaze away, Gray stammered, "I have to refuse. I heard I'm not very good at magic." The man barked out loudly, "Are you messing with me right now? You understand ether compression techniques well enough to pull off hypercompressed ether at your age. You're a one-of-a-kind genius, even by the Academy's standards. I can personally guarantee it. I don't know what idiot told you that you have no talent, but they clearly had no idea what they were talking about. Gray, are you absolutely sure you don't want to switch to the magic course?" The crowd couldn't help marveling. For a professor who practically never praises anyone to talk like that, that's insane. Still, pointing a finger straight at Gray's face with a murderous look in his eye, the man declared, "It'd be a massive loss to the world if you don't study magic. I'd go as far as calling it a crime against magic itself." Gray Lee could only offer a faint, awkward smile in response to the man's dramatic claims. Pausing for a split second of surprise, he thought, wait, what did he just call it? Ether compression techniques? I feel like I've heard that phrase somewhere before. Flashing back into the past for a moment, back in the day, humans knew nothing about OD, otherwise known as vitality. Because of that, casting spells was an uphill battle. You had to constantly compress ether inside your body, try to pull it together, and scrape by using whatever lucky fragments of ether happened to mix with your OD. Bella suddenly chimed in, thinking back, that sounds pretty ridiculous, right? He followed up, "Professor, do you know about OD?" The man pondered for a long beat before tossing the question back. "OD, what the hell is that?" While the man racked his brain over what OD could possibly be, Gray pieced it together. "From that reaction, I've confirmed it. This era still has no idea OD even exists." "If that's the case, then the knowledge I picked up at the suppression unit." His eyes went wide with realization. "Is knowledge from the future." He instinctively clenched his fist with grim resolve, though the man pressed on, "So, do you want to switch to the magic course or not?" Bowing his head in respectful, polite refusal, Gray answered, "I'm sorry, but I love swordsmanship. I'm deeply grateful for the offer, but I'm afraid I have to turn it down." The man let out a defeated sigh. "If that's what you want, I suppose I can't force you. If you change your mind, come find me anytime." He clenched his fist with determined emphasis. Gray could only scratch the back of his head and reply, "Thank you very much for the offer." Pointing toward the spectator seats, the man said, "You can head back to your seat now. I won't chew you out anymore if you zone out during class. Hell, you can even ditch if you get bored. This lecture is way too basic for you anyway." The moment those words left his mouth, a wave of shock rippled through everyone. A group of people began whispering among themselves, showering Gray Lee with glowing praise. "No way, I can't believe Professor Carlos thinks that highly of him." The man stood up, watching the kids retreating back. Suddenly, someone nearby started tugging nervously at their tie. Standing up with a polite tone that carried an awkward yet warm edge, a voice spoke, "Master Gray." Gray couldn't help feeling a chill run down his spine as he thought, what the hell, why am I getting goosebumps? By the time late afternoon rolled around, he received a notice. "Report to the office after class today, Ariel." Stride by long stride, he walked down the deserted hallway, turning the letter over in his hand with a puzzled look. Getting summoned out of the blue like this. Could it be because of Professor Carlos? Picturing that stern face, he scratched his head in self-reproach. Don't tell me Professor Ariel's gonna try and talk me into switching courses too. Stopping before an intricately carved wooden door, he hesitated for a moment, reading and rereading the letter. He gave a polite knock as a voice echoed from within. "Is that Gray?" The doors unlocked. Stepping inside with his head bowed, he murmured, "Pardon the intrusion." Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of something lunging straight toward him. His body moved on instinct as he whipped out a sharp blade. Without a second thought, he thrust the sword straight forward at the oncoming shadow. She gasped in sheer shock, her jaw dropping open in disbelief. Holding his sword-drawn stance, Gray thought to himself, "My body's reacting on its own. What the hell is this?" He panicked as he realized the person trembling on the floor with a sword pointed right at her was none other than. His eyes went wide. Catching her breath, the girl let out an anxious sigh. "I feel like I've seen her somewhere before." She cast a timid, terrified glance up at him. A voice chimed in with praise from the side. "Oh, not bad at all." Ariel smirked with quiet confidence. "I knew my eye for talent wasn't wrong." The man with parted hair asked, "Bella, you weren't holding back just now, were you? Ariel told you to pace yourself, right?" The bearded man chimed in with a challenge. "Your movements were flawless, yet you let your sword get batted away that easily. That doesn't feel natural at all." That name hit a nostalgic nerve as Gray instinctively glanced over. Bella, so that's actually Bella Albright. Looking at her past self, she didn't look all that different from the future, the Grand Mage herself. Ignoring them with a look of utter contempt, Ariel scoffed, "Are you too seriously saying that? If you couldn't even tell, maybe you should quit teaching." The parted-hair man flinched with a guilty look. "Ah no, we were just joking around." Ariel sneered, "Too bad I'm forced to acknowledge it." Still completely lost, Gray asked, "Professors, what are you guys even doing?" Ariel explained cheerfully, "We were having a little bet on whether you could block Bella's sneak attack. Thanks to you, I made a killing." She tossed something toward Gray, which he instinctively caught. Opening his hand in surprise, Gray stared down at it. "Gold coins, that's a damn fortune." The mustache-sporting veteran finally gave credit where it was due. "Turns out you were right, though. I was watching the match closely. During that exchange, it looked like he was intentionally avoiding using his dominant hand." The bearded man diagnosed, probably due to an injury. Gripping his aching arm tightly, Gray realized they had nailed it. "Instead of a normal muscle injury, I guess it's more like a deep-seated trauma." The other man agreed, "My thoughts exactly. A regular wound wouldn't linger like that." Gray couldn't believe they read him like an open book just from watching. "You guys figured all that out just by looking." The bearded man replied as if it were obvious. "If we couldn't even tell that much, how'd we ever make it as professors here?" The parted-hair man added, "Anyway, looks like Professor Ariel had this figured out ever since the entrance exam." Ariel shot them a cold, dismissive look. "Now that you get it, clear out. He's my student, I'm not handing him over to anyone." As the two men turned to leave, the parted-hair instructor tossed over a parting compliment. "We'll admit the kid has potential, at least for now." The bearded man walked past with a sharp glare. "But if that injury of yours doesn't heal, it means you still don't meet the Academy's entry standards. Don't forget that." Gray's eyes turned wary. With the others gone, the room was left with just Professor Ariel, Bella, and Gray. Ariel broke the silence, now that the pests are gone. An air of mysticism wrapped around her as she shifted gears. "Let's talk about magic." Kicking off the conversation, Ariel probed into Gray's background. "I heard you used hypercompressed ether in Professor Carlos's class." Gray didn't bother hiding it, "So you already knew." Ariel recounted, "He came straight to my office demanding I transfer you to the magic course, but I turned him down, of course." Pausing for a second of deep thought, Ariel added, "To me." She pulled back her eye patch, revealing a glowing eye that shone like a star. "You're way better suited for swordsmanship than magic." Seeing the professor's hidden eye for the first time up close, Gray couldn't hide his surprise. Ariel explained in meticulous detail, "At the very least, you don't look like someone who's practiced mana compression at all. There isn't even a trace of training history on you." Knowing he had to tread carefully from here on out, Gray thought to himself, "That eye, she could just look at me and tell all that. Best not to lie to her." Gray answered honestly, "Just like you said." Ariel dug deeper, her curiosity about her student still burning. "Can I ask what trick you used? I promise I won't tell a soul. I'll even throw in a reward." Glancing over at Bella as if sharing a secret between them, Ariel added, "I really need to know, for this girl's sake." Gray instinctively started to answer before catching himself right in the nick of time, breathing a silent sigh of relief internally. "For the mage, I mean, for Bella." Almost slipped and called her a mage out loud. Noticing Bella's troubled expression, Ariel shared openly, "Right, even though she's a genius when it comes to magic theory, her practical application leaves a lot to be desired." Looking slightly frustrated and worried, Ariel continued, "For some reason, she just can't master ether compression techniques, which is why she hasn't been able to produce hypercompressed ether." Gray stared intently at Bella, recalling what he knew from the past. "I heard Bella Albright was a late bloomer, so that's why." Ariel looped back to Gray's power. "However, Professor Carlos said that when you used hypercompressed ether, it didn't look like you were compressing ether at all. If a method like that actually exists, where you can use hypercompressed ether without compressing it, then she wouldn't have to get transferred to Professor Bradley's lab." Mentioning that name made Bella's complexion sour instantly. Gray froze up. "Professor Bradley? The Professor Bradley you're talking about?" Sheer terror washed across Gray Lee's face as he blurted out in agitation, "Is it Professor Varian Bradley?" Ariel replied, "That's right, looks like you know him." Panic scrambled Gray's thoughts. "Of course I fucking know him, he's notorious." The memories flashing through his mind were grim. Piles of corpses stacked beneath his feet, countless human experiments, God knows how many lives cut short. Entire towns burned to ash by Bradley's experiments, triggering magical disasters that wiped out dozens of innocent people. To Gray, Bradley was nothing short of a serial killer and history's most infamous magical criminal. they still haven't locked him up yet. Ariel looked deeply distressed. If she still can't produce hypercompressed ether by the end of the year, she's getting handed over to his lab for surgery. Fear spiked through Gray Lai, shaking him to his feet. Wait, hold on, that is seriously not okay. Ariel spelled out the grim fate awaiting Bella. Exactly. They slap a nice label on it about boosting magical capacity, but it's just human experimentation. I've seen bodies of victims who died with their eyes still wide open in resentment. It's all kept under wraps, but rumors say plenty of people have died because of him, while others come out completely broken. After a long stretch of silence, Bella finally spoke up, her voice small, dangerous and terrifying as it sounds. If I can't use hypercompressed ether, I'll just get expelled by the end of the year. A fierce wave of disgust toward that sick bastard Bradley colored Ariel's voice. Honestly, I'd rather have you drop out than let that monster lay a hand on you. Gray fell into a deep, heavy contemplation. The magic knowledge I have doesn't even exist in this era yet. If I spill the beans, it's gonna rewrite the course of history. Bella sat trembling, absolute fear gripping her body. The dark depths of Gray's eyes burned with a silent curse. The future he came from was a world annihilated by the Purifier. A world where he was completely useless, where seasoned warriors were slaughtered in the blink of an eye. Was that really a future he wanted to keep? His expression softened. Hell no. If I can change that dark future, things can only get better from here. Setting his teacup down with resolute determination, Gray stated, I get it, I'll teach you. A sphere of dark, ominous magic materialized right out of the palm of his hand. Out in the arena, everyone sat in dead silence, fixing their eyes intently on the board where Gray was breaking down the mechanics of the spell. Gray spoke earnestly, that's all the magic knowledge I've got. As promised, please don't tell a soul I taught you this. Ariel gave her absolute word, locking it in. Naturally, we signed a magic contract after all. Bella added, break the rule and we die. With the contract sealed between both parties, Gray finally relaxed. So, after hearing all that, what do you think? Even as an exceptional professor, Ariel was utterly floored by the sheer volume of knowledge dumped on her. Just the part about OD alone blew my mind, but the magical insights you shared go way beyond that. Bella absorbed it like a sponge, offering her take, concise yet airtight. Honestly, it feels like I just sat through a magic lecture from 100 years in the future. Completely fascinated by the knowledge Gray brought to the table, Bella offered high praise. Just hearing your explanation is enough to push magic history forward by a whole century. Flattered as he was, Gray didn't let it go to his head. Sure, it's a lecture from 10 years in the future for me, but to people in this era, it probably does look 100 years ahead. Ariel still harbored plenty of doubts. There's a lot here I can't process right away. Do you actually expect me to believe everything he just said? Bella placed her complete trust in Gray Lee, figuring that the theory was entirely plausible and didn't contradict any current magical principles. The fastest way to verify it was through a practical test, which was why they had come here. Looking at Gray with hopeful eyes, Bella said, if everything you're saying is true, Gray, then this spell should work. Leaving the paper behind, she stepped forward in accordance with the theory. Raising her wand to trace a magic circle, Bella declared, this spell will unleash my absolute full power. Gray hesitated for a moment before mentally recalling the details. Full power. If I remember correctly, Bella Albright's maximum output is supposedly enough to burn an entire city to ashes. In the blink of an eye, the magic circle expanded exponentially to engulf the surrounding space, recalling how she used to struggle with controlling such massive amounts of mana. Bella still looked completely bewildered. Before Gray could stop her, his body began to fade as he muttered, wait. A colossal surge of magic erupted from the courtyard like a volcanic explosion. Blinding light flooded everywhere, the shockwave of power distorting Gray Lee's face into a look that was both pitiful and comical as he cried out, hold on, wait. Right after that, a towering pillar of fire shot straight up into the sky while Gray hurriedly threw his arms out in front of him to block the overwhelming, scorching wind radiating from Bella Albright. Squinting through the pillar of fire, a deep sense of dread gripped him. This power is entirely too overwhelming. Remembering how the flames had rapidly expanded and nearly reached him just moments ago, he thought, if she hadn't reined in the magic even a fraction of a second earlier, I'd probably be dead right now. But thanks to her control, the flames had curled safely away from him. It genuinely saved his life. Over on the other side, Bella Albright raised her wand high, announcing with joyful enthusiasm, I did it. I actually managed to control it. The flames blazed fiercely yet orderly, swirling around a single corner of the space before spinning and converging into one spot. A massive, translucent dragon, fashioned entirely out of crimson fire, soared gracefully through the air. Bella smiled happily, looking up at the magic she had created. Man, this is so much fun. But suddenly she reined the flames back in, whispering softly with a light tone, however. The very next second, Bella Albright closed her eyes and passed out, her voice fading away into the wind. I'm out of ether. She collapsed face first onto the ground without a single movement. The sight scared Graylee half to death as he rushed over to cradle her head, calling out in a panic, "Bella," while Ariel stood calmly behind him to advise, "Calm down." Reassuring him with a serious tone, Ariel added, "She just fell asleep from exhausting her ether. Let her get some rest." True to her words, Bella Albright's face looked completely peaceful as she slept soundly. Seeing that, Graylee let out a relieved smile. Turning around to inspect the lingering remnants of fire high above, Ariel couldn't hide her astonishment, praising, "Still, it's incredible. I never expected her to generate magic of that scale in such a short amount of time." Suddenly, Bella Albright murmured softly in her sleep, "The impressive part isn't me, it's the theory. I can easily create compressed ether now," prompting Graylee to think helplessly. "That's your own theory, though. Can you really keep talking even when you're already asleep?" Brushing off the girl's antics with a soft, relieved sigh, Ariel declared, "Now that she's successfully generated compressed ether, surgery won't be necessary anymore. I'll personally tell Bradley to cancel the procedure." Reflecting on Bella Albright's earlier display of magic, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. "I'm genuinely glad we avoided that high-risk surgery, but even more so that she didn't lose her mana control." Catching a strange nuance in Ariel's words, Graylee cast a suspicious look her way and questioned, "Her mana control?" To which Ariel firmly confirmed, "That's right." With a cold expression, Ariel explained, "While Bradley's surgery can increase mana output, it trades away control. The exact mechanism remains a secret, but I've heard it's a type of procedure that forcefully shatters human limits." Lifting a hand to touch his chin, a realization clicked inside him. "So that's why the female mage in my past life couldn't control her overwhelming mana. It was because of that surgery." Smiling with satisfaction, Ariel summoned the contract parchment and said, "Anyway, thanks to you, Bella managed to create compressed ether, meaning the conditions of our bet have been fulfilled." Pinching the paper between her fingers to hold it up, Ariel seriously stated, "Now it's my turn to fulfill my end, first of all." Looking down at Graylee's arm, she announced, "I'm going to apply magic to your arm." Immediately after, marvelous blue mist and delicate butterflies materialized from the palm of her hand. Ariel brought her hand close to the back of his hand, casting her magic upon it. Within moments, the entire space was submerged in a blue glow and fluttering butterflies, originating right where their hands intersected. A short while later, Ariel stopped, and the beautiful, strange phenomenon gradually dissipated. Asking nonchalantly, "How does it feel?" Graylee tested his hand by clenching and opening his fist. His eyes widened in absolute shock and disbelief. "I can move it." Wearing a happy smile, Graylee expressed his gratitude. "Thank you so much, Professor." Yet a wave of doubt hit him as he asked, "Wait, even magic recovery potions couldn't fix it, so how?" Prompting Ariel to proudly retort, "Don't compare my nerve restoration magic to ordinary healing potions." Crossing her arms with a stern expression, she asked, "But can it move just like before? Try swinging a sword," to which he agreed without a second thought. "All right." Graylee stepped back to put some distance between them. Drawing his sword, he tested a horizontal slash across the air. Feeling a slightly strange sensation in the motion, he looked down at his sword-wielding arm with suspicion. The very next second, Graylee moved nimbly, executing a series of sharp sword strokes. Frowning in frustration, he fell silent for a moment. Stopping to look at his arm with a troubled expression, Graylee reported, "It doesn't feel quite as flexible as before," which didn't surprise Ariel in the least. Bringing a hand to her forehead with a helpless sigh, she clarified, "I can heal nerves, but my magic can't heal wounds inflicted upon the soul," leaving him to blink in confusion and echo, "My soul?" Giving him a stern look, Ariel affirmed, "That's right, you heard me correctly." Pressing a hand to her chest, she elaborated, "Current magical knowledge hasn't proven the existence of the soul yet, but I believe it's real." Raising a hand to cover one of her eyes, she continued, "After all." When Ariel pulled her hand away, a bizarre, intricate pattern had manifested inside her iris. "I can see it with this eye." Looking inside Graylee, she observed a radiant cluster of light surrounded by converging rays. Even now, your soul is slowly recovering. As long as you don't overexert yourself, it'll heal on its own over time. Staring at his hand in stunned disbelief, Gray muttered, "Not overexerting myself, my body." Looking up to question her, "You mean I shouldn't train too hard?" Only for Ariel to deny it. "No, that's not it. You can still train normally." Resting her chin on her hand with lingering curiosity, she added, "Though I'm dying to know what kind of swordsmanship could possibly inflict damage upon the soul," forcing Gray to offer an awkward, helpless smile without answering. Suddenly, a remark from her left him startled. Then again, swordsmanship that swings using the soul actually does exist. With a mysterious expression, Ariel dropped a name, "Amy White, you know her, right?" Gray Lee's eyes widened in sheer terror. Huh? The face of Amy White from his past life instantly flashed in his mind. Why is she bringing up the Sword Saint here and now? At this point in time, the two of us shouldn't even know each other. Noticing his strange reaction, she asked with a tilted head, "Did I say something wrong? The way you handle a sword feels a lot like you learned from Amy." Tapping her lips thoughtfully, Ariel analyzed, "Though come to think of it, there are subtle differences. Whoever taught you swordsmanship seems even more skilled than Amy." Looking straight at him with absolute certainty, she concluded, "Even though it'll take her a few more years to reach that level," causing Gray Lee to break out into a cold sweat over her sharp intuition. Does she even know about that too? Shrugging off the inquiry with a vague excuse, I learned my swordsmanship at a dojo back in my hometown." He mentally scrambled to divert the conversation away before he accidentally slipped up, rushing to change the subject. "Is it really true that swordsmanship can damage the soul?" Giving him the exact reaction he wanted, Ariel answered confidently, "Not at all, at least not with ordinary swordsmanship." Posing with her hands on her hips, she declared, "Nothing ordinary could ever slice an ogre warlord in half with a single stroke, let alone cut down the surrounding ogres and trees all at once." Her words brought back memories of that exact moment when his slash had wiped out the horde of goblins to avert a crisis. So she had figured it out after all. And because of that, Ariel had scored her victory in the bet. "Naturally, thanks to you, I practically won our wager." Returning to a serious demeanor, she continued, "I inspected the site and the remaining ruins, and it was genuinely impressive. Even the most sophisticated cutting spells couldn't achieve a result like that." Pointing directly at Gray Lee, Ariel cautiously probed, "That mysterious power inside you, you used it, didn't you?" Surprised, he asked back, "You could see it, Professor," to which she gave a firm reply, "Of course I could." A faint, ethereal glow emanated from Ariel's eye, lending her words a mystical weight. "I could see that power leaking out through a chained door." Hearing those words left Gray Lee utterly speechless and frozen in shock. Thinking back to the heavily bound door adorned with intricate patterns, a heavy sinking feeling filled his chest as he echoed, "A chained door." Staring at the woman in front of him, a mixture of awe and absolute shock washed over him. There's no way she could have just guessed that. She actually saw it. Unbothered by his stunned silence, Ariel dropped another bombshell. "To be honest, I've seen a similar type of power before, though I don't think they're identical. They share the exact same presence." Confused, Gray Lee asked, "A similar power? Does that mean someone else possesses the same strength as me?" Solemnly, she confirmed, "That's right, though I'm not even sure if they can be considered human." Then Ariel uttered a name that made Gray's eyes dilate in horror. "The Purifiers. That's what they're called." Reading his expression, she pointedly noted, "So you've heard of them too." The silhouette of a being that looked human yet entirely inhuman flashed through Gray Lee's mind, a suffocating wave of pressure gripping his chest. Why does that name have to pop up right now? Ariel took his reaction as confirmation. "So you already knew about them. Honestly, I didn't think they were common knowledge," while an oblivious Bella Albright remained fast asleep nearby. Reflecting on the academic theories she had mentioned earlier, Ariel mused aloud, "Though I suppose it's no surprise you know about that kind of forward-looking magical theory." Scratching his head awkwardly, Gray Lee didn't dare admit the truth, so that really was future knowledge, even though no one has discovered it yet. Crossing her arms with a serious expression, Ariel pressed, "How much do you know about the Purifiers?" Dropping his hands and avoiding her gaze, he gave a vague reply, "I only know they're an extreme, life-threatening danger to humanity." Remembering the tragic future, a grave determination crept into his voice. "We have to stop him from appearing before it's too late. If we can't, we have to eliminate him at all costs." Resting her chin on her hand in deep thought, Ariel responded, "That might sound a bit extreme, but I agree that he's dangerous. yet Balian Bradley seems determined to push forward with his experiments regardless. Looking at her in confusion, Graylee asked, "Balian, what does the professor have to do with this?" This time, it was Ariel's turn to look puzzled as she asked, "You're asking me that?" Calmly, she dropped a shocking revelation. The purifier is the very entity he's trying to summon. His eyes widened in horror as he repeated the words in absolute disbelief. The purifier was created by a human. I've never heard of such a thing. Bringing a hand to his chin, a suspicious thought struck him. Wait, what about the Academy in my previous timeline? Remembering how the Academy had mobilized so swiftly to the exact location where the purifier emerged, a deeper suspicion took root. It's as if they knew precisely where the purifier was going to appear. Putting the pieces together, his eyes widened in terror. Spinning around abruptly, Graylee thought in utter disbelief, "Don't tell me." Gazing up at the grand, towering building before him, a chilling realization washed over him. Was the Academy involved in the summoning from the very beginning? Turning back to Ariel with intense urgency, he demanded, "That experiment needs to be stopped immediately," to which she seriously agreed. "I agree." Crossing her arms with a helpless expression, Ariel explained, "The trouble is that the head of the experiment is a professor just like me. I don't have the authority to shut down the lab or halt his research. I tried pushing the upper management to cancel it, but they wouldn't listen." Seriously, Graylee asked, "Who exactly is this upper management?" Unfortunately, she shook her head and refused to answer. "Sorry, I don't have the clearance to disclose that. The point is, without orders from above, nobody can force them to stop." Closing his eyes in deep frustration, he thought, "Not even a name for the mastermind. Academy leadership is way more complicated than I thought." Suddenly, an idea flashed through Graylee's mind, his eyes snapping open. What if we treat him like a criminal? Wouldn't that change everything? As far as he knew from the future, the man had conducted human experiments. In his past life, Balian's illegal experiments had claimed tens of thousands of lives, and he even knew where those experiments were being carried out. Without missing a beat, Graylee looked straight at Ariel and proposed, "I know where he's conducting his illegal experiments, if we catch him red-handed at the scene." Before he could finish, she cut him off. "Sorry, but that approach won't work either," prompting him to ask in confusion, "Why not?" While she calmly explained, "Trespassing into a professor's research facility within the Academy without authorization is a serious offense." With a cold expression, Ariel warned, "Without concrete evidence, we'll be the ones thrown in jail. Or are you trying to say you already have proof of his crimes?" Aversely looking away because he couldn't answer, she concluded the topic, "If not, we'll have to put this on hold for now." Clenching his fists in bitter resentment, he realized that even though she knew how dangerous it was, her hands were tied, forcing him to reply through gritted teeth, "I understand." Recognizing his frustration, Ariel changed the subject. "More importantly, let's talk about your power. Do you want to learn how to control it?" Her words struck a chord, causing Graylee to instantly push his thoughts aside and look at her in astonishment. Hurriedly, he asked, "Is that possible?" To which she answered with a smug smile, "There's a professor at the Academy who specializes in dealing with unknown abilities." Glancing at him sideways, Ariel finally dropped the name. "His name is Heathcote Longfellow." Graylee's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Heathcote Longfellow, the very person who trained the Sword Saint. Seriously, she instructed, "I think he'll be interested in you. I'll arrange for you to start private training sessions with him tomorrow." Happily expressing his thanks, "Thank you, Professor." Gray felt an overwhelming wave of relief. "The main reason I came to the Academy was to master this power. To think I'd find a lead so quickly." As the evening sunlight cast a golden glow over the training grounds, it felt like a positive omen for his new life. The next day, a figure dashed through the forest at lightning speed. Trailing closely behind, an exhausted Graylee sweated profusely, muttering under his breath, "I'm getting private lessons from Heathcote Longfellow, but..." Struggling to keep pace with Heathcote Longfellow, he mentally wailed, "Why on earth are we just running?" The two of them were currently navigating the dense woods adjacent to the lecture buildings. While running, the old man suddenly glanced back and barked harshly, "Your focus is scattered, I can feel it. If you have the mental capacity to let your mind wander, pick up the pace and run until your body is completely spent." Maintaining his relentless speed while delivering his lessons strictly, Heathcote shouted, "Listen closely. Only when you burn away every single drop of physical vitality will your soul's power awaken. As long as you have an ounce of physical stamina left, I won't let you touch a sword, understood?" Hastily, Graylee yelled back, "Yes, sir." Running while trying to reassure himself, Heathcote's training must have a purpose. His mind kept drifting back to Balian Bradley, nagging at him with worry. While I'm running in circles out here, Balian is probably continuing his experiments to summon the purifier. Without giving him a second to think, Heathcote Longfellow suddenly accelerated. Gritting his teeth, Gray Lee forced himself to chase after him while doubt continued to plague his mind. Should I really just stay here and do this? A week later, Gray Lee visited Ariel's office where she sat behind her desk and asked with amusement, "A week of training has passed. How's everything going with Heathcote?" Scratching his head awkwardly, he reported, "Well, mostly running. We only touch on sword drills right at the very end, but I do feel a bit stronger." Chuckling, she remarked, "That sounds exactly like him." Suddenly, someone knocked and called out from the doorway, "Pardon me." Handing a letter over, the visitor said, "Professor Ariel, there's a letter for you," to which she gratefully replied, "Oh, thank you." Opening the letter, Ariel began to read. Her eyes suddenly widened in shock. Seeing her reaction, Gray Lee asked with a worried tone, "Is something wrong, Professor?" Taking the letter as she held it up to read, a wave of horror washed over him. This is. The letter read, "Dear Professor Ariel, we received reports that Bella Albright successfully generated compressed ether, meaning she effectively possesses a power similar to it. However, upon inspection, it is clear she has not truly compressed it yet. Therefore, her new ability cannot be officially recognized as compressed ether. The contract remains valid, and the campaign will proceed according to schedule. Balian Bradley." Unable to contain his anger, Gray Lee cursed it out loud. Are they out of their minds? With a grim expression, Ariel stated, "It looks like Bradley is still determined to force her into surgery, even if she might not need it anymore." Looking at her anxiously, he asked, "Can't she just refuse?" Only to receive a helpless reply, "The contract is too binding." Clenching her fists tightly, Ariel ground out each word. "Unless Bradley himself voids it, Bella has no choice but to face expulsion or undergo the surgery." Whispering in disbelief, Gray Lee murmured, "No." Abruptly slamming her hands onto the desk, Ariel declared, "Gray, I need your help." Looking at him with a serious expression, she pleaded, "Tell me where Bradley's laboratory is. If we expose his criminal activities, the contract will be rendered null and void." Gray Lee looked back in stunned silence. Then he couldn't help but let out an uncontrollable grin. Exhaling a breath, Gray Lee couldn't resist throwing it back at Ariel. "Didn't you say it would be dangerous without proof?" Naturally remembering her own words from earlier, Ariel replied calmly, "We'll find the proof. I'm putting my trust in you." Her gaze sharpened as she stared intently at him. "No, maybe I trusted you right from the start. My eyes tell me." Ariel stated her thoughts with total sincerity, that everything you've said this whole time has been the truth. She expressed serenely, "It just took me a little while to admit it." Hearing this, Gray Lee could only look at her and listen in silence. Ariel stepped up beside him and made her request, "Lead the way, Gray." Then, with a solemn expression, she declared, "We're going to expose his crimes together." Following that, the protagonist's expression grew a bit serious as he said, "His laboratory is located in the mountains near Toril Village." After hearing the reply, female Professor Ariel's eyes turned thoughtful before she continued, "Toril Mountains. I distinctly remember he has an academy-approved laboratory up there." Information falling from the teacher's lips shocked Gray even more. He's running illegal experiments right inside an approved lab. In response, the red-haired woman spun around. Where else is more convenient to do illegal work? Even if he stays there for ages, nobody bats an eye. And above all, no professor would ever poke their nose into another professor's lab. However, the moment we find concrete evidence of his crimes, nobody's going to question us for breaking in. Right at that moment, a knock sounded from outside, accompanied by a voice. "It's me, Bella." Hearing that, Ariel called out, "Come in." Stepping into the room with a worried expression, Bella pulled out a letter and said heavily, "Professor, I received this letter." Before she could finish, Ariel gently snatched the letter from the blue-haired girl's hand and reassured her. "Don't worry, I'll handle this." Her intensely serious look left Bella slightly flustered as she asked, "Do you mean, are you deliberately going up against Varian because of me, all by yourself?" Answering the question, the female professor broke into an utterly confident smile. "Just me is enough." Left with no choice, number 3 cast a worried glance toward the protagonist. Catching the hint, Gray chimed in, "Please wait, Professor, I'm going too." Right beside him, the blue-haired girl chimed in without missing a beat. "Me too, this is my problem after all." Turning to look at her two overly eager students, the female professor grabbed her face with a sigh and admonished, "Hold on, he's an academy professor, not to mention a lunatic who has repeatedly carried out dangerous human experiments. If he gets his hands on either of you, heaven knows what he'll do. I can't let you two risk yourselves like this." Gray naturally understood the danger, but he pushed forward anyway. "That's exactly why going alone is even more dangerous. If I use that same power that took down the warlord, I can definitely help pull some weight. Besides, if you vanish, I'll get expelled as a special admission student anyway. Please let us choose our own fate." They stared straight ahead with faces carved from absolute determination. Then, after a brief stirring contest, Professor Ariel caved and allowed them to tag along. "Looks like no matter how much I try to stop you two, you're coming anyway. Fine then, but you have to promise me one condition. No matter what happens, put your own safety first. Understood?" Her eyes carried a fierce, unyielding seriousness as both of them nodded in unison. "Yes, Professor." Just like that, time flew by, and the trio made their way to Bradley's laboratory. Staring up at the massive building looming before them, Number 3 spoke up first. "Is he really running illegal experiments here?" Hearing that, the female professor nodded. "Indeed. Now we just search for evidence, right?" She glanced over inquiringly at Gray, who didn't keep her waiting long. "Right, this is definitely the place." Shifting to Bella's perspective, even at this stage, lingering anxiety gripped her heart. "If you say so, I trust you, but can we really gather evidence without running into trouble?" The question barely left her lips when Professor Ariel burst into a bright laugh. "Varian is attending a magical law council meeting right now, so he's not here. The front entrance is most likely rigged with traps, so we're smashing through the side wall." The red-haired woman's plan made Bella hesitate with a murmur. "Is this really a good idea?" Ariel replied with absolute confidence. "Breaking into an approved lab is already a crime anyway, so what does it matter? If you change your minds, you're free to head back." Hearing those words, Bella's hand instinctively tightened around her staff as she answered with a firm voice. "I'm going." "But are you really sure about this? You're doing all this just for someone like me?" Before the words faded, Gray stepped into counter. "Wrong. Stopping his experiments is for the entire world. Otherwise, countless people will die. No, the whole world will end up sacrificed to him." Gray's intense, high-strung expression caught Bella completely off guard as she blurted out, "What?" To clarify, female Professor Ariel spoke up. "What Gray is saying might sound a bit extreme, but I agree that he has to be stopped. So don't worry too much. We're not putting our lives on the line just for your sake alone, Bella. Now let's move." With that, all three of them dashed forward like a gust of wind. As she ran, the red-haired professor whipped up her magic, launching a barrage of crimson light bolts straight into the concrete wall ahead and triggering a massive explosion. Dust and debris swirled wildly through the air. Staring at the gaping hole blasted into the wall, Gray offered an awkward, sheepish smile while thinking to himself, "Haha, talk about overdoing it." Shaking it off, the trio nimbly slipped inside the laboratory through the breached hole. The moment he laid eyes on the interior, Gray's face darkened. "What the hell is this?" he gasped out. Sprawled out right before the three of them were rows of containment cells still stained with dark, dried streaks of blood. A few victims still lingered inside some of the cells, their bodies mangled and soaked in gore from the experiments. With the illegal setup wide open, hunting for evidence was no longer necessary, as Ariel remarked. "Looks like we don't even need to search for proof anymore." Looking around anxiously in every direction, Bella muttered, "There's way too many here." The female professor nodded in grim agreement. "Just glancing around, I count 14 forbidden arts. That alone is a severe crime, not to mention the illegal human experimentation on top of it." Suddenly, something caught the attention of all three of them. Not far away, a bizarre magic circle drew their focus. "What is that? It looks like some kind of altar." "What should we do?" The original plan was just to grab the evidence and get out, but should we rescue the prisoners? Mage Bella asked with a nervous tone, though her idea was instantly shot down by the protagonist. "We can't stay here too long. If we drag this out, Varian might." Before he could finish, a shocked voice rang out from directly behind them, drawing Gray's attention. "What do you think you're doing?" Emerging from the shadows, a dark figure stepped forward and spoke. "Were you calling for me?" Shifting to Ariel's perspective, she seemed to already know who had arrived, so she bothered with zero pleasantries. "How was your council meeting, Varian?" Realizing the newcomer was Varian, our protagonist frantically whipped out his sword into a combat stance, a wave of bitter agony washing over him as he wondered why the hell the guy was back here. Ignoring his internal panic, Varian offered a casual explanation from across the room. "I sent a body double in my place. I have critical experiments that need tending to here. I just managed to score some fresh new test subjects, and I need to make use of them while they're still fresh. However, it looks like I need to change my plans." Adjusting his glasses as he spoke, an oppressive, terrifying pressure radiated across his entire body, causing the expressions of all three, including Gray, to shift in an instant. Varian's cold, chilling voice continued. Anyway, I'd much prefer test subjects who possess magical potential far exceeding ordinary people. I don't know how you managed to sniff me out, but you haven't told anyone else you were coming here, right? If all of you were to suddenly vanish, nobody would ever suspect a thing." With that, a crafty grin spread across his face, acting as if victory over the trio was already locked in. But female Professor Ariel didn't let him finish as an outraged challenge erupted from her lips. "You bastard, don't tell me you were planning to use us as lab rats." True to her accusation, Varian showed zero intent of denying it as he replied smoothly, "Calm down. Your sacrifice will push the boundaries of magic forward. Therefore, I can't afford to let you walk out of here alive. You'll serve as my finest materials." He flashed another sly, cunning grin. Before he could utter another word, a blazing orb of heat came hurtling straight at him from across the room, causing the man's expression to darken. A cataclysmic explosion instantly ripped through the gloomy hallway, and the one who unleashed the fiery spell was none other than the mage Bella, whose demeanor made it clear she had been itching to exact revenge on Professor Varian. Sadly, the sneak attack barely scratched him. As the smoke and dust cleared, both Ariel and Bella wore flashes of shock on their faces. Over there, Varian stood brushing off dust with absolute calm as if nothing had happened, having snapped up a magic barrier just in time. He didn't even forget to toss out a compliment. "Brilliant, truly brilliant." Ariel's divine eyes never miss a trick, do they? To think a special student like you would harbor such unique talent. Perhaps I should start keeping a closer eye on the other divine eye recruits. Pausing for a beat, he shifted into a mocking tone toward Bella. "I must admit I'm impressed by your little parlor trick, but are you seriously a student trying to assassinate a professor?" Bella shot back with a cold edge. "Still better than getting murdered by one, though I guess I missed my window." Turning back to her perspective, Ariel wanted to keep her students out of harm's way, urging, "We're falling back right now. We've got enough evidence." Hearing that, the blue-haired girl nodded. "The Academy can handle the rest." Naturally, the scumbag Varian wasn't about to let them slip away so easily as an icy voice cut through the air. "Did you honestly think you could walk out of here in one piece?" Channeling his magic, he fired a stream of purplish-black energy straight at Bella at breakneck speed. Luckily, at the absolute nick of time, Professor Ariel lunged forward, throwing up her own defensive barrier to intercept the blast. Standing behind her, Bella gasped in alarm, "Professor." Across the room, Varian watched his attack get blocked while wearing an arrogant smirk. "Useless. This is one of my finest research fruits, the gluttonous flame. It burns away the enemy's defensive magic and converts it into fuel. Theoretically, it's impossible to block. The only downside is the expensive materials required to make it." Just as the malicious professor claimed, Ariel's golden barrier barely held out for a few seconds before spiderwebs of cracks splintered across its surface, shattering into dust. Left with no other choice, Ariel tapped into the power of her divine eye, instantly erecting a cyan barrier directly behind the golden one just as it collapsed, managing to block Varian's follow-up strike in the nick of time. Even so, the second layer of defense didn't last long, as cracks rapidly spiderwebbed across it as well. Seizing this fleeting window, the professor barked out an urgent order. "Bella, take the memory crystal and gray out of here right now. Deliver it to Heathcote. Once he sees it, he'll know what to do." She deftly pressed a small cubic device into Bella's palm as she spoke. But how could Bella ever leave her professor behind to die? Without hesitation, she slammed the butt of her staff down against the floor and cast a hemispherical air dome over all of them. Her reckless move threw the professor into a panic as she screamed, "What the hell are you doing? Run away already." Bella replied with unyielding resolve, "Professor, your barrier is failing. Let me help." Hearing that only made the red-haired woman yell louder in frustration. "Didn't we make a promise before coming here? If things go south, your top priority is your own survival. Varian's magic isn't normal. Standard defense magic can't block it. I'll buy us some time, so." Before the beautiful professor could finish her sentence, her magic barrier completely disintegrated into shards, painting her face with raw anxiety. Yet, for some reason, Bella remained eerily calm. "It's fine." The next second, Varian's dark strike slammed into Bella's barrier, triggering a deafening shockwave inside the dome. Yet the evil professor's attack couldn't push forward an inch further. Bella's steady voice echoed out, "This magic isn't as invincible as you think. It just requires a slightly different anti-magic countermeasure." Across the room, seeing his attack stall drove Varian into a frenzy as he roared, "Impossible. The counter theory for the gluttonous flame is known to me alone. How the hell do you know it? Bella replied with supreme confidence. Someone taught me a new theory recently. With that, pulling this off is a walk in the park. Hearing those words pushed Varian past the brink of sanity. Veins bulging across his face, he howled like a rabid dog. Who was it? Name the traitor, give up now, and I'll grant you a painless death. Bella teased with a faint smirk. You want to know who taught me? That's a secret, but let's just say he's a student from the swordsmanship department. Across the way, the veins on Varian's forehead throbbed violently as he snapped. So you're refusing to answer honestly. Fine, then prepare to be burned alive. Pulling out a pink crystal from his robes, he crushed it directly in the palm of his hand. Amplified by the crystal's power, he unleashed a spell that materialized countless ghastly skulls lunging forward. The skulls twisted and wove together, ultimately forming the shape of a ferocious demonic beast's maw that lunged down and swallowed the group whole in a tide of dark magic. Breaking out in a cold sweat in the back, Gray stammered, "Bella, are you holding up?" Bella answered, "I'm fine, the barrier's still holding." However, her voice wavered slightly, and Varian instantly sniffed out the weakness. "But your mana reserves are running dry, aren't they? At your rate, you've got maybe another minute left at best." Turning to her professor, Bella urged, "Professor, counterattack now, I'll handle the defense." Ariel nodded back, "Got it." Activating her divine eye, she silently scanned the incoming onslaught. Within seconds, she pinpointed a flaw in Varian's attack pattern. "There's a thin spot in the flames right there. I can route my mana straight through the outside of the barrier." Without an ounce of hesitation, she thrust her hand forward, rapidly concentrating her mana, to fire a jagged bolt of lightning straight at Varian. Yet inexplicably, the attack fizzled out and vanished midair before ever reaching its target. Sneering at the sight, Varian mocked, "Trying to strike back, you can't even get close to me." Ariel's expression turned grim as she scrambled for a backup plan. Meanwhile, Gray rapidly calculated the mechanics in his head. If I remember right, Professor Ariel's offensive magic is among the weakest of all the professors, and given the property of these flames, it's absorbing her magic outright. Before our protagonist could dwell on it further, Bella's weak voice cut through. "What do we do now? My energy's almost gone." Watching the girl's trembling frame, Ariel offered a bitter truth. "That's exactly why I told you two to run while you had the chance." Gray stepped forward immediately, reassuring them, "Leave it to me." His words seemed to spark a glimmer of hope for the entire group. Bella asked hurriedly, "Gray, do you have a plan? Your sword can't reach him from here." Gray answered gently, "It'll be fine. I'll definitely pull it off." As for Ariel, she instantly guessed what Gray intended to do and cautioned him, "Are you sure about this? Using that power once again could kill you. Even if you survive, the arm you use might never recover." Hearing this, a faint smile instinctively crept onto the protagonist's face as he replied, "Dying alone is better than all three of us dying together, don't you think so?" Shifting to Varian's perspective, he suddenly spotted a blinding flash of light erupting from deep within his own magic. From his viewpoint, Gray had somehow burst straight out of the flames. Before he could even process what was happening, Varian and his spell had been sliced right down the middle by Gray. His gaze remained completely calm, as if he had just cut through a block of butter. Right after Gray's slash, the mage Bella's expression froze in utter bewilderment. Not just her, even Professor Ariel couldn't conceal her astonishment. Staring at Varian's severed upper and lower body, she murmured in awe, "This is my first time seeing it with my own eyes, but it's completely overwhelming." Before they could recover from the shock, the entire underground prison began to shake violently with a deep rumble. From overhead, cracks started spiderwebbing across the ceiling as rubble rained down continuously. Someone let out a scream as the ceiling began to cave in, though this minor tremor was far from enough to trouble their professor. Instantly stepping forward, Ariel unleashed her magic to halt the collapse, sending a pale pink wave of mana rippling out from the soles of her feet across the surrounding space. Following that, countless beams of light pierced through the falling debris, freezing the chunks of rock suspended midair. Surveying the scene with a sweep of her eyes, Ariel remarked, "Good grief, this far exceeded my expectations." Then, turning back toward the protagonist with a look of concern, she asked, "Are you sure your body is all right?" Meanwhile, our protagonist casually tossed his sword aside. Gazing down at his trembling hand, he answered, "My arm hurts a bit and it's kind of numb, but I can still move it," as Gray quickly picked his sword back up. The red-haired professor nodded with satisfaction upon seeing that her student was still in one piece, saying, "Looks like your training is finally paying off." Gray sheathed his sword and admitted, "Guess so." That said, the protagonist quietly reminded himself internally, "If I had used that power back when I was still in the village, I would have been knocked out for days. When I woke up, I probably wouldn't even be able to move my arm at all. but now it just hurts a little. Isn't that a huge improvement? Turns out all those grueling days of training were truly worth it. Having processed his thoughts, Gray clenched his fist tightly while Professor Ariel watched him in silence without a word. A few seconds later, she stepped closer and said, "Thanks to you, we survived, but I'm sorry for forcing you to use that power." Shaking his head in response, Gray replied, "Please don't worry about it. I was the one who insisted on stopping Varian in the first place." Before he could say another word, the beautiful professor offered him a piece of advice. "Thank you. But if you can, try to avoid using that power for a while, otherwise, the damage might become irreversible." As she spoke, her face filled with deep concern. Meanwhile, Gray couldn't hide his own bewildered expression. Biting his lip, he nodded, "I understand." Overhearing their conversation, the mage Bella curiously chimed in. Excuse me, was that magic just now? I couldn't sense a single drop of ether from it." In truth, trying to explain that power as ordinary magic was simply impossible. Naturally unwilling to let her student pry too deeply into the matter, Professor Ariel cut her off immediately. "Sorry, but I must ask you not to ask any further questions about this, and never speak of what you saw today to anyone." Faced with the professor's grave demeanor, the young mage asked in confusion, "Why?" Without giving much explanation, Ariel laid down a firm ultimatum for her student. "If you can't promise me that, I'll have no choice but to erase your memory." As she uttered those words, the professor began channeling her magic. Growing anxious, the mage quickly caved and agreed. "I get it, let's just make a magical contract." "That's right," Ariel agreed with a nod, instantly conjuring a magical contract that hovered in the air. In no time at all, both of them signed the contract. Once everything was settled, Gray spoke up. "What now? I'm worried about the experiments too, but first I think we should help these people. Looks like they were just put under a sleeping spell," he added, casting his gaze toward the people trapped inside the cells. Professor Ariel didn't object to the idea, though she added, "It's safe here for now, but we should still move them to the Academy's medical wing to ensure their safety." With a snap of her fingers, she flooded the entire detention area in a soft yellow glow. A protective aura enveloped each of their bodies. Explaining her actions, she said, "I've placed a barrier to protect them from external harm. Now that's done, let's investigate deeper inside. Come to think of it, this place is completely insane. Illegal experiments are being conducted everywhere. From what I can see, almost all of them use human cells to catalyze or amplify human magical capabilities. There's no sign of the purifier here though. Could it be at a different facility?" As the professor voiced her speculation, the protagonist fell into deep thought. This really is the place where that catastrophe claimed countless lives in my past timeline. Could merely creating a standard magical catalyst really trigger a disaster of this scale? Mid-thought, a terrifying realization flashed through Gray's mind. Wait, the thing that killed everyone in my previous life was the miasma surging up from underground. Stunned by the thought, the protagonist stopped dead in his tracks, prompting the professor walking ahead to turn around and ask, "What's wrong?" Suspecting that something might be hidden beneath the ground, Gray voiced his theory. Could it be underground? There might be a hidden passage down there. Giving the surroundings a careful once-over, the red-haired woman whispered, "I don't see any hidden pathways." Yet a second later, seeming to notice something, she hurried forward, relying on her divine eye. She began detecting faint traces of magic lingering on the ground, reporting her findings. "It's very faint, but I can sense remnants of short-range teleportation magic here." Gray asked, "Could it be a space that's only accessible via teleportation?" Shaking her head, Ariel elaborated, "Judging by the traces, the teleportation distance is roughly 300 meters straight down. There's definitely something there." Hearing this, Gray stepped forward urgently. 300 meters underground. "Can we get down there?" Not letting him down, the professor replied, "I can cast a teleportation gateway." "Let's give it a try." With another snap of her fingers, she formed a magic circle on the ground, adding, "If there's nothing down there, the portal will just lead us straight into solid rock." The teleportation portal slowly began to open. Stepping through, the group couldn't suppress their gasps of astonishment. Spread out before their eyes were countless square buildings packed tightly together. Surveying the vast expanse of architecture, Ariel gasped in awe. "I never imagined there was such a massive underground space down here." Nearby, relying on her innate talent, Bella sensed something and pointed ahead. "I can feel a massive amount of ether radiating everywhere, especially from that direction." Everyone directed their gaze where she pointed, spotting a building that stood out distinctly from the rest. Using her divine eye once more, the beautiful professor quickly identified the anomaly. "It's not just ether. An entirely different kind of energy, unlike any magic, is leaking from that place, and it's stronger than anything I've ever felt. At that moment, a realization struck the protagonist. Before he could finish his sentence, the red-haired woman nodded. That's right. That is the power of the purifier. Without wasting another second, the three of them hurried toward the mysterious building, emitting the overwhelming energy. Entering inside, they were greeted by several purple glass pillars alongside a black door marked with a six-winged emblem. Eager to shield her students from danger, Professor Ariel stepped forward first. Let's see. The energy is definitely coming from here. Though there's no sign of the purifier yet. As she spoke, she tapped lightly against the door to test it. Behind her, Bella asked nervously, "Are you sure we should be touching that?" In stark contrast to Bella's tension, Ariel calmly replied, "Relax. This door doesn't hold any power. It's just placed here as a symbolic part of the ritual. You know that, right?" Stepping past the door to open it as proof, she added, "This door is completely safe." Inspecting further, she continued, "The power isn't inside the door, it's in the magic array surrounding it." As she said this, her gaze drifted toward the giant glass tubes filled with a pink liquid. Whether someone accidentally triggered something or not, the glass tubes suddenly flared with a violent surge of energy, terrifying Gray into shouting, "What is this? It's not actually going to summon the purifier, is it?" Standing beside him, Bella's face twisted under the heavy pressure. "This mana flow is way too dangerous. We have to stop it right now." Despite their alarm, Ariel remained completely unbothered. "Don't rush in. Based on my calculations, this setup isn't enough to summon the purifier." Right after, under their astonished gazes, countless cracks spread across the space in front of the black door, finally breaking open to reveal a pitch-black void behind it. Gray and Bella felt their hearts leap into their throats as they yelled, "Space is being torn apart." At the same time, the magic array across the floor reached its peak output. Yet a moment later, both Gray and Bella wore puzzled expressions. Because despite the terrifying aura given off by the array, absolutely nothing was happening. Explaining the phenomenon, Professor Ariel enlightened them. These devices aren't meant to summon the purifier, they just punch a tiny tear leading to where it exists, and siphon out the power leaking from it. The energy core used to crystallize that power is most likely human lives. It seems around 10 souls were consumed, though the casting process probably required sacrificing many more. Chances are most of the people captured upstairs served as material for it, she deduced swiftly. This only deepened Bella's confusion. Why would they go to such lengths just to harvest energy? What are they planning to use it for? Shrugging in response, Ariel asked, "Didn't you see the blazing flame Varian used during the fight? That fire-amplifying crystal is precisely what gets produced when this process finishes. In fact, those catalysts aren't limited to the fire attribute alone. If they mass-produce these, who knows what they'll do with that kind of power." As she spoke, she stared at the diamond-shaped object suspended midair, while elsewhere, the spatial tear quickly sealed itself shut. Observing this, Gray spoke up, "Looks like the cracks are disappearing. So Varian wasn't trying to summon the purifier after all." Answering his question while inspecting the containers, the professor replied, "I'm not sure if he didn't want to or couldn't, but it seems these spatial gateway magic devices were pushed to their absolute limit. This is probably all they were capable of doing." Meanwhile, Bella took the opportunity to look around and quickly realized the value of the installed equipment. "I think this setup is insanely valuable. I've never seen spatial teleportation magic this precise and powerful." Ariel fully agreed with her assessment. "Indeed, just like you said, building a system like this would cost a nation's entire treasury, and there are 8 such units here. Only one organization comes to mind." Hearing this, Bella blurted out a guess. "The Discar Empire." The red-haired professor shook her head, shooting down the idea. "No, not them. They might be the largest empire in the world, but their magical research isn't advanced enough to build something like this." The professor's reply left Bella even more curious. "Then who?" Before she could finish, Ariel mused, "It has to be an organization whose research capabilities far surpass even the Empire." Cutting in before she could finish, Gray interjected, "The World Union Academy, right?" Taken aback, Bella turned to look at Gray with a puzzled expression, while the female professor immediately concurred, "Spot on. No other research institute could support this kind of scale and budget." Following her words, a heavy silence fell over the room. A few seconds later, Bella broke the quiet. "So you're saying the Academy is behind this, but the World Union Academy is supposed to protect humanity from threats?" Gently shaking her head at her student's naive thought, the professor replied, "It's natural that you don't want to believe it, but there simply isn't any other organization capable of pulling this off." Anxiously voicing his own concern, the protagonist chimed in, but that doesn't mean the entire academy is our enemy, right? The vast majority of them must still stand for justice. Reassuring himself by quietly recalling the events of his past life, he thought, at least before the regression happened, the Academy's volunteer forces were the ones holding the front lines. Surpassing even the punishment squads, they fought to protect civilians right up until the very end. Having witnessed that future, I refuse to believe the Academy is humanity's enemy. Fortunately, rather than crushing his hopes, the professor didn't dispute it. Just as you said, most people within the Academy are undoubtedly fighting for humanity and would never condone life-sacrificing experiments like this. However, the Academy houses countless researchers and facilities. Very few truly know the whole picture. And whoever backs Varian undoubtedly has immense clout. Varian on his own didn't have the authority to orchestrate all of this. Hearing the professor's explanation, Bella began to grasp the gravity of the situation, asking, "Does that mean we can't fully trust the Academy either?" Ariel stated the bitter truth quietly and calmly. "I've observed the Academy from the inside for decades. It's not an organization you can blindly trust, that much is certain. Most people inside genuinely believe they're doing good for humanity, and even the ones behind these experiments have likely convinced themselves it's for the greater good. The truth gets buried deep in the shadows." Unwilling to waste any more time, Gray got straight to the point. "Is there any way you can track down the mastermind?" Using her divine eye to scan for lingering traces, Ariel answered, "Let's see. There are no communication devices in this facility. Even the creator's magical signatures have been wiped clean from the equipment. The cover-up was so thorough that finding a trail is going to be exceptionally difficult." As she spoke, her gaze drifted toward one side. The very next second, a massive explosion rocked the area right behind Ariel. Explosions erupted everywhere as if the secret research facility were executing a self-destruct sequence, sending the protagonist into a panic. Amidst the crisis, Ariel remained cheerfully observant. HMPH looks like they even installed a self-erasing mechanism, though it didn't trigger the moment Varian died. Could it be set to detonate only when intruders arrive? Refusing to let her get lost in theories, Bella urged frantically, "This isn't the time for guesswork. We have to get out of here right now." Seeing her student's panicked state, Ariel simply chuckled, "Calm down, it's just a localized explosion magic. Professors of the World Union Academy aren't fragile enough to get killed by something like this," she declared with absolute confidence. Ariel activated a defensive barrier spell to shield them from the collapsing room. Warning the other two, she said, "Don't step outside the barrier." Meanwhile, the energy pillars continued to glow brightly. The room was falling apart severely. Chunks of rock rained down from the ceiling. Outside, the surroundings remained desolate and quiet. Suddenly, the group was whisked outside via Ariel's teleportation magic. Taking stock of the situation, she noted, "Looks like the rescued prisoners are safe." Bella let out a breath of relief. "I thought we were goners for sure." While Gray chimed in with lingering anxiety, "Wasn't that way too dangerous?" Professor Ariel calmly replied, "Because there was more luggage than I anticipated. The teleportation spell was slightly delayed, but it was worth it since we managed to secure these." The items she referred to were the energy pillars. Once brought back to the Academy, they wouldn't be able to ignore them anymore. A full moon shone brightly in the night sky. The following morning, at the World Union Academy, inside the headmaster's office, the headmaster announced, "The survivors are currently receiving treatment in the Academy's medical wing." Oradram commended Gray and the others. "We truly owe you all our thanks for stopping Varian's illegal experiments." Picking up a report to review it, he continued, "Now then, regarding those magical engines he had. Each one is worth more than a nation's entire treasury." Ariel looked worried as well. "That's right, and there are 8 of them in total. There's no way Varian could have gathered that kind of firepower all by himself. Where on earth did he get them?" The principal answered grimly, "They were stolen." Staring directly at them, he continued, "They were hijacked mid-transport, and all 78 transport operatives were wiped out." Hearing those words sent a jolt of horror through both Bella and Gray. Ariel's eyes sharpened as she demanded, 78 Academy transport operatives, all dead? Don't tell me. That was the incident from 15 years ago. The principal confirmed, "That's correct. The cargo stolen that year consisted of these very engines." She lowered her voice to probe. "If I recall correctly, the ones responsible for that were..." Naturally knowing the answer all too well, the principal replied, "Blood Flesh. I'm sure you've all heard that name before." Gray and Bella certainly knew who they were, the largest criminal organization in the world, humanity's parasites that crawled out from the shadows no matter how many times they were exterminated. He instinctively glanced sideways at Bella. Gritting her teeth in burning hatred, she muttered, they're also the ones who murdered my parents. Odadram dropped his voice in a solemn tone. Indeed, no matter how many times they're wiped out, they always crawl back. Nobody knows where they hide, and nobody knows who's at the top. It's said that over 70% of all crime-related deaths are caused by them. And it wouldn't be surprising if their members have already infiltrated this academy. The worst part is there's no way to identify them, and even if we did, the academy wouldn't take action. Hearing that sparked outrage in Gray. What the hell, even with criminals right inside the academy. Ariel stepped in to check him. That's just how this academy operates. Anyone with talent is given the chance to grow stronger, regardless of bloodline, race, or gender. The principal confirmed. Exactly, and whether someone is a criminal or not doesn't matter either. Bella found the rule utterly absurd. If there are criminals here, they should be punished. Odadram looked genuinely helpless. I agree with you, but the higher-ups don't see it that way. Bella asked anxiously, aren't you the principal? Odadram offered a bitter reply, I'm just a figurehead. Slamming a file down hard onto the desk, he continued, I might be the face of the academy on paper, but my actual authority is practically non-existent. You want to know who's really running this place? Both Bella and Gray nodded firmly in silence, yet Odadram simply chuckled, then get stronger. The more individual power you prove you have, the deeper you're allowed into the academy, and the more hidden secrets you'll gradually uncover. He added, I can't drop names, but you have a senior upperclassman whose influence is vast enough to dictate the entire direction of this academy. Even that insane policy allowing criminals to enroll was entirely his decision. Gray asked quietly, so if we get stronger than him? The principal confirmed, that's right, maybe you'll actually be able to change this academy. Staring straight into their eyes, he stated, in this place, power is everything. Both Gray and Bella clenched their fists tight. Odadram watched them and thought to himself, well, this is getting interesting. Ariel stood zero chance against Varian. That means one of those two kids pulled it off. Ariel's divine eye is as sharp as ever. I can't wait to see what kind of monster she's molding here. At that moment, Gray had already left the principal's office. Staring down at the curse marks lingering on his hand, he muttered to himself, so that's how the academy's power dynamic works. If I want to take down the purifier or unmask the mastermind behind the scenes, I've got to focus on getting stronger first. Just then, someone walking past bumped right into his shoulder. Startled, Gray apologized out of habit, sorry. But the very next second, a flying kick slammed straight into him. The force of the blow sent him hurtling backward. Luckily, Gray managed to keep his footing. Even so, the impact from that kick packed a serious punch. The troublemaker scoffed at the sight. Tougher than I thought, huh? Gray asked politely, is there a problem? The guy gritted his teeth in pure malice, a problem. The lunatic started barking, strolling around like you own the place. Do you honestly think a reject who got in through a special quota deserves to walk these halls? Gray finally pieced it together. Another elitist prick with a hate boner for special admit students. But this is the first time someone's had the balls to kick me right in the middle of the hallway. He gripped the hilt of the sword at his waist and challenged, you looking for a fight? The guy hesitated for a split second before sneering, I'd love to, but looks like the second special admit failure just showed up. Striding up right behind him was Professor Ariel. The guy immediately backed off, I'm outta here. Mumbling curses under his breath as he walked away, he muttered, damn it. Campus security is too tight around here, couldn't get close enough. Biting his finger until it drew blood, he vowed, I'll send someone else to finish the job soon enough. Deeple muttered to himself, Varian. Over on this side, the professor walked up and asked, what just happened? As Gray offered a greeting, Professor Ariel. He then reported, some student just kicked me, saying a special admit like me has no business wandering around the academy corridors. Assessing the situation, she replied, no weapons drawn, no injuries sustained, meaning I don't exactly have a valid reason to intervene. Then Ariel tilted her head and asked him, so why didn't you chase after him and punch his lights out? Gray stared in disbelief, wait, I'm actually allowed to do that. She waved it off with an indifferent shrug, officially as a professor, I can't condone it, but my eyesight's been pretty terrible lately. If something happens right near me, I probably won't even see it. Shaking it off, Gray decided not to press it. That's way too sketchy, whatever. I don't want to drag myself into any more trouble. Ariel refused to let it go. What a pity. Really? She suddenly asked, let me ask you something. Do students admitted through the divine eye quota really get hated on that much? Gray instinctively covered his arm and replied, people usually just make snide remarks, but this is the first time someone's actually gotten physical. Ariel pressed on, so they've been mocking you. Looking genuinely frustrated on his behalf, she murmured, sorry. if I had a bit more authority. Gray offered a comforting smile. Please don't worry about it. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't even have a foot in this academy's door. Besides, Bella and the rest of us are gonna prove that the Divine Eye program isn't a mistake. After all, your eye for talent is razor-sharp, Professor. Hearing those words left Ariel pausing in quiet reflection for a moment. A weight lifted from her chest as she smiled. Thank you, Gray. Then she pointed a finger straight at his nose, but don't think you're off the hook. Out of all the Divine Eye students, I'm placing my highest expectations on you. Listing off a few names, she continued. Amy White, Leek Muller, Jacob Bloomfield, past special admits all turned out to be top-tier talents, but you're the first person I've met where I truly believe someone can shatter human limits. Facing the professor's towering expectations, Gray thought to himself, comparing me to them is setting the bar impossibly high. He still had a far heavier weight on his mind. No, thinking like that is just showing weakness. The mastermind behind Varian probably hasn't given up on summoning the Purifier yet. Even those legends couldn't stop it. I came back to this timeline purely to make sure I can beat it this time. The fate of this world rests entirely in my hands. Over at the training arena of the World's Union Academy, the instructor announced, today's swordsmanship lesson will focus on live combat. Pair up according to the list posted on the board. Gray thought to himself, live combat, huh? I need to lock in with absolute focus. If I slip up, people are gonna start trashing the Divine Eye students again. At the very least, I gotta prove I'm no weaker than the regular students. He suddenly checked the board and his stomach dropped. Oh man. The pairing list read Gray Lee versus Leonhardt Appias. Gray muttered internally, Leonhardt Appias. Top of the fencing course, isn't he literally the strongest first year? The instructor addressed the class, I've paired students of equivalent overall capability, so feel free to cut loose, treat this like a real battlefield. Internal screams echoed in Gray's head, equivalent capability my ass, why the hell am I getting paired up with the top student when I'm a special admit? Gray ticked off the reasons mentally, and he hates Divine Eye students to boot. He's probably itching to beat the absolute crap out of me after what happened before. He caught movement behind him. Speak of the devil. Leon walked up with a cheerful grin. Looks like we got paired together. I'm so stoked. He thought to himself, getting to fight Gray, the top student of the class, is an absolute honor. I've trained harder than anyone else. Gray, prepare to witness my true swordsmanship. Panic steadily mounted in Gray, this guy. That blindingly bright smile, there's zero doubt about it. He's thrilled he finally has a legal excuse to beat me up. Leon added enthusiastically, I'm so looking forward to this. Down in the arena, the proctor called out, is everyone ready? The command rang through the air, begin. Instantly, pairs of students clashed across the grounds. Leon charged forward, sword drawn, roaring, here I come. Luckily, Gray managed to parry the strike just in time. Leon threw his weight into a heavy swing, sending Gray skidding backward. Seizing the opening instantly, Leon lunged back in. He thrust his sword forward with lethal intent, but Gray barely ducked out of the way. Refusing to stay on the back foot, Gray swung his blade up. Their steel clashed with a resounding ring. Leon offered a compliment mid-fight. You're seriously strong, Gray. It's hard to believe you didn't get in through the regular trap. A flurry of razor-sharp blade strikes followed in rapid succession. Both fighters traded blows on utterly equal footing. Gray thought to himself, I honestly thought I'd get taken down in seconds, but I'm actually holding my own. Still, no matter how hard I push, I can't match his sheer physical strength. He kept his eyes locked on Leon. His swordsmanship is insane. It's textbook perfection, straight out of a manual. It's so standard it's terrifying, even with all my past life experience and master's training. Leon suddenly broke off to reset his stance. Pouring every ounce of power into his next move, Leon charged, thinking, this guy's only lived one lifetime, yet he fights like an absolute monster. Under the watchful eyes of the entire class, Leon and Gray blurred into a storm of clashing sword afterimages. The onlookers gasped in awe, no way, he's actually keeping pace with Leonhardt. Leon grinned like a madman, this is amazing, I could keep going all day. Meanwhile, Gray was gasping for air, I'm completely out of gas. If it weren't for Professor Heathcote's brutal training camp, I'd already be face down on the floor. Glancing over at Leon, he thought, why the hell isn't he even breathing hard? Consumed by panic, he resolved, I'm about to hit my limit, I gotta end this right now. The instructor said treat this like a real fight, right? Treat it like a genuine battlefield. Instantly, Gray's eyes turned ice cold. Ahead of him, Leon wound up for a sweeping slash. Leon brought his sword down with devastating force, but Gray dropped low and slid underneath it, planting a hand on the wooden floor for leverage. Leon gasped in sheer shock. What? Gray swept his leg out from a low crouch, kicking Leon's legs right out from under him. Stumbling off balance before he could even process it, Leon yelled, "What the?" Gray seized the split-second opening, thrusting his sword straight up from the ground. Panic flashed across Leon's face. Wait, does he actually treat this like a life-or-death battlefield? Still, Leon forced his body to swing his sword. Both of their blades came to a dead stop, pressed directly against each other's throats. Locked in mutual checkmate, each maintaining a posture ready to take the other's life. Gray lowered his sword first, holding out a hand. "Call it a draw. Good match." Leon replied, "No, not quite." Leon muttered darkly, "At that exact split second, all I could think about was swinging my sword. Whereas you completely had the opening to run me straight through the heart if you wanted to." Staring hard at Gray, Leon pressed, "That was a wooden practice blade and you still aimed for my throat, am I wrong?" Gray admitted with a wry shrug, "You got me. Even with all these protective charms, aiming for the heart during a sparring match is asking for trouble." Leon didn't make excuses, which means I still lost. Turning to walk away, Leon muttered, "Thanks to you, I finally understand the difference between actual combat and sword practice. A real fight isn't decided by technique alone." Gray tried to salvage some pride. "Well, that was kind of a scummy trick for a fencing class anyway, but still." Leon cut him off. "The instructor told us to treat it like a real battle. In actual combat, there's no such thing as scummy tricks." Pivoting sharply on his heel, Leon raised his sword with an excited grin. "Let's go another round." Facing the blade, Gray groaned in exhaustion. "Again. I only won because I caught him off guard. If we fought straight up, I wouldn't stand a chance. This isn't even about skill anymore. That kid's freakish physical stats make me look like absolute garbage." A loud voice cut in to interrupt them. "Hold on right there." An arrogant student stepped forward and sneered, "Whether it's live combat training or not, this is a fencing class. Nobody said you're allowed to use anything other than a sword." Mocking Gray, he spat, "And how the hell did a special admit reject get paired up with the top student anyway? Don't get full of yourself just because you lucked out with a bit of mana." Gray thought to himself, "I didn't even pick this matchup." To his surprise, Leon immediately stepped in to stake his claim. "The instructor decided I'm the only one worthy of fighting Gray. Back off." The instructor walked over and backed him up. "Just like Leon said, I made the pairings. I paired students with equivalent overall combat power, right?" He affirmed. "Gray is the only one here who can actually push Leon. Good job." Glaring at the troublemaker, the instructor challenged, "If you're not happy about it, try fighting him yourself. Beat Gray and you can be Leon's opponent." Stung by the provocation, the student snapped back angrily, "Fine by me." He continued his tirade, "I beat the proctor to get in here. Don't lump me in with some borderline scraping reject who barely passed, let alone tied." Leon looked at the guy with utter contempt. He's judging Gray by his admission track without having a single clue about his actual strength. Watching him makes me feel like I'm looking at my past self. Trusting Gray implicitly, Leon thought, "This is a great opportunity. His strength is genuinely worthy of respect." Turning his attention back, Leon muttered, "More importantly, you just interrupted my time with Gray." Seeing his expression, Leon quickly looked up. Scowling so hard his handsome face was completely distorted, Leon snarled, "For that alone, you deserve to die." The troublemaker genuinely didn't understand, wondering why on earth the guy was so furious. The professor told Gray, "If you don't like the real combat rules, fine, you're only allowed to use a sword, all right, Gray?" While right behind him stood Leon, radiating pure murderous intent. Gray felt a secret wave of anxiety, thinking, "I honestly have no idea how strong this guy really is. But if he made it into the academy through the regular exams, it's definitely not going to be easy." Evaluating his opponent, Gray thought, "He definitely has better stamina and physical strength than me. Even with my teacher's brutal training, I can't beat years of proper nutrition and physical conditioning." Giving himself a way out, Gray muttered, "I'm not super confident in my skills, but losing doesn't mean getting expelled, right?" The professor chimed in, "This is just a class practice match anyway, so don't hold back against each other." Gray raised his sword, saying, "All right," as his opponent took up a ready stance. Instantly, Leon seized the moment and charged forward. Thrusting his sword aggressively ahead, Leon roared, "Time to show this special admission, drop out his place. Remember your station." In an instant, their swords clashed violently together. Gray was suddenly taken aback. He lightly flicked his blade and sent his opponent flying backward. The troublemaker looked stunned while Gray thought to herself, "He pulls his punches way too much. His strength is nothing special at all." Enraged, Leon gathered momentum and swung his sword again. Gray thought, is he actually holding back? Yet to everyone's surprise, Leon was taken down right on the second strike. He tumbled backward, his head kissing Mother Earth. The professor announced the result, the match is over. Gray walked over and asked worriedly, sorry, are you all right? I was aiming for your sword, but it hit you instead. I figured you'd dodge. Refusing to admit defeat, Leon picked up his sword and stammered, it was just a fluke, you only caught me off guard. Bruised and battered with tears and mucus streaming down his face, he declared, one more round. The onlookers whispered in a buzz, ouch, that looks painful, while the professor sighed helplessly, keep fighting until you're satisfied then. And so Leon swung his sword to attack once more. Under the scorching sun, in the middle of the arena, Gray asked anxiously, are you okay? With his eyes swollen shut, the boy stammered out, I'm fine, said the classroom troublemaker, having been beaten to the point of complete distortion. The professor sighed in despair, all right, that's enough, someone take him to the infirmary. The professor sighed in despair, all right, that's enough, someone take him to the infirmary. Gathering the students together, the professor announced, and with that, this year's representatives will be Gray and Leon. Any objections? Prompting Gray to ask in curiosity, representatives. The professor replied, the two strongest first-year students will face off against the second-year champions in the intergrade match. Pointing right at Gray, he added, the first years have lost 35 consecutive times. With a look of absolute faith, he continued, but maybe this year will be different. Gray asked in stunned disbelief, 35 consecutive losses. He voiced his shock, is the power gap between first and second years really that massive? To which the professor confirmed, that's right, in this academy, a single year's difference creates an immense gulf. Throwing his hands up in resignation, he added, losing is completely normal, people practically expect it by default. Then dangling a carrot, he continued, just putting up a decent fight makes you impressive, and if you actually win, it'll go down in academy history as a miracle. Even just being chosen to compete is an honor already. With those words, the professor gave Gray a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Then walking away, he said, don't stress too much, all right, class dismissed. Gray mentally reviewed the information. Turns out the intergrade match isn't as life or death as I thought. But for a Divine Eye special admission student like me, this is the perfect opportunity to prove I can actually fight. Gray muttered to himself, I've got to train harder. Inside the faculty meeting room, the headmaster announced, next up, the final item on today's faculty meeting agenda is Professor Budra's proposal. The old professor acknowledged, yes. Budra put forward his motion, I propose the expulsion of the Divine Eye special admission student, Amy White. Ariel indignantly protested, why would you make such a proposal? I'm the one in charge of the Divine Eye students. Only for Budra to snap back immediately, and that right there is the problem. He voiced his objection. Amy White failed the third-year promotion exam, yet she's allowed to stay simply because she's a special admission student. Every regular student who fails their exams gets expelled. How is that fair? Defending her students' rights, Professor Ariel replied, like I said before, she's gradually developing combat capabilities on a global scale. It's just that her body's backlash is currently too severe for her to unleash her full power. Otherwise, she would have passed the exam ages ago. The old professor scoffed, oh please not that excuse again. Another professor chimed in with dissatisfaction, just by slapping the label of heavy physical backlash on her, a useless student instantly becomes a sealed genius. How long are you planning to use that mysterious power as an excuse? Refusing to back down, Ariel insisted, I'm telling the truth, she could regain all her power at any moment, maybe even tomorrow. If we pressure her now, she might lose that chance forever. The professor retorted sharply, you've used that exact same excuse before. Growing angry, he pressed on, is your goal really to keep a student who can't meet the standards here forever? Ariel stood her ground, the academy exists to nurture extraordinary talents. Expelling someone with genuine talent just because they don't fit the rigid system defeats the entire purpose. The heavyset professor chimed back in, talent you say. Sneering with contempt, he mocked, the Divine Eye students might have been impressive in the old days, but this current batch is nothing but a bunch of washouts. Listing off names, he scoffed, Amy White, Bella Albright, Jacob Bloomfield. Looks like that divine vision of yours has lost its ability to judge people. While a neighboring professor piled on, Maybe it's time we consider abolishing the Divine Eye special admission category altogether. Ariel gasped in shock. Abolish it? What on earth are you talking about? Budra threatened. The Divine Eye category was established by the Academy's founding council ages ago, and it can be dissolved the exact same way if over half the faculty agrees. You haven't forgotten that, have you? Another professor agreed. To be frank, the current lot of Divine Eyes haven't made any impressionable achievements. Others chimed in with complaints. I hear Bella Albright made some progress, sure, but nothing groundbreaking, and her mana manipulation is pretty questionable too. The barrage left Ariel cornered. This is bad. The professors continued murmuring amongst themselves. The older batch of Divine Eyes were genuinely powerful, but this lot, not a single one of them has the aura of the old days. The gathered faculty collectively piled on the pressure. Ariel felt entirely trapped between a rock and a hard place. There are way more opponents of the Divine Eyes than I thought. At this rate, the program might really get scrapped. Budra taunted further. It's been obsolete for way too long. Isn't it high time we got rid of it? He added a mocking dig at Ariel. Or are you still going to claim your eye for talent is better than all of ours combined? Clenching her fists tightly, she thought, I want to say yes. But catching their prejudiced glares, she knew answering like that would only infuriate them further. Surrounded by a room full of men, she felt heavily suppressed. They already disliked her to begin with. Trying to find allies among the moderate professors who cared about whether the Divine Eye program benefited the Academy, she realized she couldn't say anything that would turn them against her. Her lips pressed tightly together in silence. Budra pushed harder. Cat got your tongue. Well, at least you finally realize your prime has passed. Another echoed. You had a good run with past achievements, but maybe you should take early retirement before you completely ruin your reputation. The sarcastic remarks kept pouring in. If you want to coddle your pet students your own way, why don't you go start a private academy instead? The old men burst into mocking laughter. Good idea. Good luck finding students willing to follow a washed-up Divine Eye instructor. Ariel felt helpless. I can still spot true genius. But these kids just need time. Given enough time, they'll prove everything. I just have to stop them from getting expelled. Resolving herself, she thought, before that happens, by any means necessary. Suddenly, someone brought up Ariel's favored student. Speaking of the Divine Eyes, there's that kid named Gray, right? The professors shifted the topic toward him. I hear he's quite promising among the first years in the swordsmanship department. Really? I heard that too. Apparently he's even participating in this year's intergrade duel. Budra immediately seized the juicy target. Sounds like he has potential, doesn't he? Proposing a condition to Ariel, he challenged, then why not let him prove it in this match? We'll decide the fate of the Divine Eye program based on his results. She cast a glance toward the professor who had tried to bail her out earlier. The man could only shake his head helplessly, deciding to take a desperate gamble. Ariel spoke up. His power isn't suited for simulated matches, if it's a real life or death battle. Before she could finish, she was cut off. More excuses. The opposing professor argued vehemently. If he can't perform in practice, he won't be able to do anything in actual combat either. Every professor here knows that. Frustration boiling over, Ariel snapped. No, you don't understand. His ability isn't ordinary swordplay. The entire meeting room plunged into an abrupt silence. The headmaster intervened to adjourn the meeting. All right, that's enough discussion. This debate isn't going anywhere. Let's end it here. Proposing a compromise, he added, anyway, watching a Divine Eye student perform in the match sounds reasonable enough. We'll observe his performance and decide afterward. Shocked, Ariel tried to object. No, wait, but the headmaster declared, meeting adjourned. The older professors filed out of the room with cynical remarks. Well, now I'm actually looking forward to the match. Should be quite a spectacle. Only one professor lingered behind, looking into the room with worry. It was Ariel, slumped over and huddled in her seat in utter defeat. Clenching her fists tightly, she whispered to herself, I'm sorry, kids. I'm just too weak. She recalled Gray's words, dying alone is better than all three of us dying together. Leave it to me. Filled with deep regret, Ariel thought, I knew your power wasn't meant for simulated duels. Your dominant arm is still in pain and growing numb, yet to push you this far, I know you still need more time. Pressing her lips tightly together, she realized, and I know what I'm asking of you right now is way too much. Yet trembling all over, she whispered, please. Help them, she curled inward tightly. Help those children, those unpolished diamonds with world-class potential. Tears rolled freely down her cheeks as she wept. Please protect their futures. On the day of the intergrade friendly match, the Academy's combat arena shone brilliantly under the lights. The proctor announced, all right, we will now begin the intergrade friendly matches. Introducing our contestants, first-year top student Leonhard Appias, second-year top student Lionel Hartman, first-year challenger Gray Lee. and second-year challenger Diebel Radartle. Gazing at Diebel with nervous apprehension, Gray thought, wait, isn't that the guy who lunged at me in the hallway? Do I really have to fight him? We are about to witness their true capabilities. Every student and professor focused their attention entirely on the arena floor. Standing with his usual sneering expression was old Professor Budra. Leon muttered, why are so many professors here to watch this? Are intergrade matches normally this popular? Hartman replied, no, this is a first. Last year, only 3 professors from the swordsmanship department bothered to show up. Wondering why the turnout was so huge today, Leon suddenly remembered. With a proud smirk he boasted, the professors must be curious about Gray. They definitely have a good eye for talent. Observing Leon's arrogant demeanor, Hartman thought, is this guy always like this? Catching their conversation, old Professor Budra chimed in, just as you guessed, we're here to watch the final curtain call for the Divine Eye Special Admission Program. The surrounding students broke into a loud buzz of gossip upon hearing that. Gray asked in confusion, final curtain call, what's she talking about? Turning his gaze toward Ariel with a smug look, Budra sneered, did nobody bother to tell you? Dropping the bombshell, the old man mocked, the Divine Eye class is getting disbanded. Shocked, Gray gasped, disbanded, Professor, is that true? Meanwhile, Professor Ariel remained silent, thinking if I tell Gray the truth, he'll push himself way too hard. He might even resort to using that power again, and given his current condition, it could kill him. Forced to speak up, Ariel reassured Gray, Budra is just trying to mess with your head. Don't let it get to you, just focus on the fight. Down in the arena, a brief hush fell over the crowd. Gray noticed her hands trembling uncontrollably. Knowing what he had to do, Gray replied, if the professor says so, then all right. Budra scoffed with contempt, whatever you say, go ahead and make a fool of yourself. Turning his sights back on Ariel, he added, when you crash and burn miserably, the other professors will finally realize Ariel's divine eye isn't as sharp as it used to be. Unexpectedly, Gray fired back, I can't let that slide. Taken aback, the old professor paused, what was that? I don't care if you insult me. Gray declared with resolute firmness, but don't you dare look down on Professor Ariel's judgment. His words left her utterly frozen. Budra pressed on relentlessly, what kind of power did her eyes supposedly see in you anyway? Unlike your senile professor, everyone with half a brain knows you're going to get crushed. Growing angry, Gray's voice dropped to a cold register. Fine then, I'll prove you all wrong. Incensed by the retort, Budra snapped, such insolence, before regaining his composure. The referee in the arena ordered, contestants, please step back and join your teammates. Ariel still couldn't shake her anxiety. I appreciate your trust, but what on earth is Gray planning to do? If he were fighting the top-ranked student, his practical swordsmanship might still give him a slim chance. But the opponent he drew is an absolute monster. Diebel Radartle, Bradley surgically rewired his brain to boost his reflexes to superhuman levels, turning him practically into a living weapon. He's the worst possible matchup for Gray's ambush style. Don't tell me, is he actually planning to use that power? At the thought, Ariel unconsciously bit down hard on her lip. Leaning over the viewing platform railing, she called out, Gray. Ariel pleaded in a desperate cry, don't worry about me please, don't push yourself too hard. He looked up in stunned silence for a split second. Then Gray flashed a faint smile. Reassuring her, he called back, I know. The referee, along with all the professors and students, turned their eyes toward the viewing platform. The referee's voice boomed out, the arena has been reinforced with protective magic to prevent fatal injuries. Triggering your opponent's defensive barrier counts as a win. Fight as if this were a real battlefield. Leon muttered to himself, a real battlefield. The match between the top-tier students began. Leon instantly seized the opening and charged forward, shouting, here I come. Hartman took a fired-up stance and replied, great, show me what you've got. A flurry of razor-sharp blade strikes clashed violently between them. Capitalizing on the exchange, Hartman wound up for a heavy strike. He brought his sword down in a ferocious swing, but Leon managed to duck underneath it just in time, planting his hand against the ground for leverage. Leon snapped his leg upward in a vicious kick, though Hartman evaded it cleanly. Leon grumbled with a hint of regret, guess I can't quite fight like Knight Gray yet. Hartman praised him with a hearty laugh, not bad at all. Honestly, you're stronger than I was as a first year. Radiating an overwhelming wave of pressure, Hartman surged forward. Time to pick up the pace. Leaving Leon to sweat nervously, can I even keep up with that? A relentless storm of rapid-fire sword strikes rained down. Hartman relentlessly pressed the attack, hunting Leon down, until he backed him straight into the defensive barrier. Damn it. Hartman's blade closed in a blur, and came to a dead stop resting right against Leon's throat as the referee's voice rang out. Time. The victor of the top student match was decided as Leonel. Lowering their weapons, the two smiled and shook hands. Good match. Thanks, it was a blast. Next up, we'll begin the challenger matches. Will both representatives step forward? Leon offered parting words to Gray. Good luck, Gray replied, thanks. Gray thought to himself, I ran my mouth and set the stakes high, so now I gotta back it up. Before looping back through time, I've fought countless nightmares way more hopeless than this. Compared to those, I can definitely win this. Deeble dragged the tip of his sword along the floor, muttering under his breath as he strode forward. Just a little longer, Professor Bradley. I'll send him straight to the exact same place as you. Straight to hell, a savage, twisted grin spread across his face. As the selection match for the inter-department tournament kicked off, both fighters locked into their combat stances. Dead silence gripped the arena grounds. The instant the referee yelled, begin, the two of them lunged at each other. A wave of shock hit Gray as he instantly realized something was terribly wrong. He was batted backward by Deeble's sheer force. His sword-bearing hand trembled uncontrollably. Damn it. That hit like a truck. Gray stared at the lunatic across from him, analyzing the situation, even though Professor Ariel said his reflexes were artificially amped up. Did his physical arm strength get jacked up too? With this kind of muscle gap, all my tricks are totally useless. How the hell am I supposed to fight this guy? He debated internally. I still have that power, but... Gray recalled Professor Ariel's stern warning. Listen to me, no matter what happens, do not use that power. At worst, it will kill you. He had given her his word back then, understood. She had cautioned him with deep worry. A tournament match is important, but it's not worth risking your life over. Besides, the arena's defensive barrier won't hold against it. If you use it, you might actually kill your opponent. That warning had genuinely terrified Gray. Still, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and charge back in. He resolved, I'm willing to risk my life to protect my special admit status, but committing murder right in the middle of a school tournament is crossing the line. Deeble wound up for another strike. Their flashing blades crashed together with bone-jarring force. Deeble immediately chained into a vicious, lethal follow-up slash. Gray barely managed to parry it in the nick of time, thinking to himself, why do his movements feel weirdly sluggish? With his stats and reflexes, he should have taken me down in a single blow. Gray's eyes narrowed with sharp suspicion. It's not like he lacks technique. He's definitely holding back and pulling his punches. What is he playing at? Right then, he caught sight of a deeply depraved, mocking grin plastered across the guy's face. A chill of pure horror ran down Gray's spine. He was blasted backward by the force. Following up instantly, Deeble's blade lunged forward once more. Aiming straight for Gray's eyes, I can't dodge this. Yet somehow his body moved on instinct, throwing his sword up to intercept it. Gray couldn't wrap his head around it. Why? There's no way I should have reacted in time. He threw his weight into a shove, forcing Deeble back. Slipping away across the floor, Deeble muttered, Was he deliberately pulling his punches on me too? Up on the viewing platform, Ariel was struck by shock. Peering through her divine eye, her eyes widened in alarm. Deep inside Deeble's chest, a massive swirling mana pulsed violently. What on earth is that power? A blinding, dark purple aura coated his entire heart. Ariel's gaze snapped over toward Budra's section. The old man was sneering as usual. These second years really have zero character issues. He clearly could have wrapped this up ages ago, yet he keeps dragging it out. Typical. That divine eye scholarship kid is struggling just to stay alive, yet he refuses to surrender. Doesn't that just prove he doesn't have what it takes? Or maybe he knows the divine eye quota is about to get scrapped, so he's quietly hinting it's time to pull the plug. If we keep dragging this out, the whole special admission program is gonna become a joke. Makes sense. What a model student, always thinking of the academy. A wave of malicious murmurs flooded the stands, all aimed squarely at Gray. Suddenly, Ariel screamed at the top of her lungs, "Stop the match right now, halt it immediately, this is dangerous." That ugly old bat Budra put on an innocent act. Dangerous? What could possibly be dangerous about a simulated sparring match? Another crony chimed in to back him up. Guess you didn't know, Professor. The arena is sealed by a high-output protective barrier that automatically intercepts any lethal strike. So students can fight flat out without holding back, unless you have some other agenda for trying to call off the match. Down below in the arena, Gray was still desperately fighting for his life. Up on the balcony, Ariel shot back. Of course I know about the protective barrier, but it's not going to be enough to save Gray. The exact next second, a violent mana explosion erupted right inside the arena. Pure panic gripped Ariel's chest. Deeble had fully unlocked his heretical cultist power. Raising his sword high with dark momentum, he brought it down in a devastating arc straight toward Gray. Gray stood frozen in sheer awe at the destructive display. The entire viewing stands violently shuddered from the sheer impact of that single slash. Gray stared down in sheer horror. Where the blade had swept across the floor, it left behind a massive, yawning crater. It had literally sliced right through the Academy's protective barrier. It shattered old Budra's fragile, bloated sense of pride right along with it. Ariel panicked. "The barrier, I told you so." Snapping her hands forward to cast a spell, she cursed, "Damn you, Bradley. To think you smuggled that monstrosity right into the Academy." But her spell bounced harmlessly off the reinforced barrier shell. Ariel's voice cracked with terror. "The balcony barrier is too strong. I can't land a binding spell through it." She screamed out in desperation. "It's an emergency. Override the barrier and cancel the tournament right now. This stopped being a swordsmanship match a long time ago." Yet the useless bureaucrat sitting beside her turned pale as death. "Damn it all." Ariel shrieked toward the arena floor. "Run, Gray. Trying to halt the match from the outside's gonna take too damn long." Gray caught fragments of a voice shouting, "Run." But before he could blink, he had to dive out of the way of Deeble's lethal follow-up strike. "If I turn my back for even a single second, I'm dead meat." The entire student body watched in stunned terror, frozen in absolute shock. Up on the balcony, a veteran instructor gritted his teeth. "It takes at least 30 seconds for a professor's spell to punch through from here. Too slow. Looks like I have no choice." Betting everything on the kid, he thought. It's still a bit early for him, but pouring every ounce of faith into his voice, he urged, "You gotta pull this off, Gray." The instructor roared instructions across the grounds. "Gray, treat your entire body like a sword. Don't just swing the blade, propel your entire body forward using that strength." Dodging frantically by the skin of his teeth, Gray thought, "Think of my body as a sword. What the hell kind of advice is that mid-fight?" Still, if the instructor says so, I gotta try. Gray planted his feet and resolved, "No, I will pull it off." He centered his breathing. "I am a singular blade. Lock in, put everything into it." Deeble's razor-sharp blade lunged in for the kill, closing the distance in a heartbeat. It slammed hard against the reinforced barrier edge. Standing right behind Deeble was Gray mid-swing. Deeble's eyes went wide with sheer terror as he whipped his head around. Having finally grasped the true meaning of the lesson, Gray thought, has this guy always been this sluggish? No, he tightened his grip around the hilt of his sword, pouring explosive force into his counterswing to repay Deeble for all the hell he just put him through. Gray realized, I'm the one who's getting faster. Gray was this close to blowing Deeple away. Deeple still had a protective barrier wrapped around his body, but Gray kept launching a frantic assault, trying to break through it at all costs. Finally, the guy managed to pull it off. A massive, explosive blow sent Deeple crashing straight down to the ground, piercing right through the wall and creating a giant crater. Professor Budra's jaw dropped as he watched the defense shatter, while another professor asked in sheer shock, "What kind of crazy fight is this?" Meanwhile, Professor Heathcote asked anxiously if the student was okay. The match coordinator hurriedly called for the emergency medical team. Deeple slowly crawled out of the rubble, but everyone could feel it. Something was deeply, horribly wrong. A dark, grotesque aura was radiating from his body. Deeple's face no longer looked human at all, resembling a full-blown monster instead. Everyone was completely stunned to see he was still totally unharmed, prompting Professor Ariel to immediately warn Gray, "It's not over yet, stay on your guard." Gray gave a nod of acknowledgement but was still caught off guard. When Deeple lunged forward with a pitch-black surge of energy, he barely managed to dodge by a hair's breadth. That terrifying power blew the ground wide open. Professor Budra yelled out in a panic, "What the hell?" While Professor Ariel checked to see if the barrier had been deactivated, the other professors replied that it would take another 10 seconds. Gray tried dodging attack after attack, keeping a close, careful eye on Deeple while fighting back. He swung his sword, sending a continuous barrage of black wind blades flying outward. In the blink of an eye, Deeple closed the distance. Gray blocked the sword strike, but judging from that horrifying speed and power, he realized one thing. Deeple was definitely no longer human. Then again, Gray wasn't exactly normal either. He shoved the blade away with a heavy swipe. Yet despite taking continuous hits, Deeple remained completely unfazed. Gray missed a beat and took a direct hit, blood spurting from his mouth. Professor Ariel was overwhelmed with anxiety. Gray knew full well that if he didn't counterattack immediately, he was done for. He hungered for even more power. That thought completely consumed him. Gray's eyes shifted, and with a single lightning-fast motion, he sliced clean through both of Deeple's arms. Deeple's agonizing scream echoed across the entire arena. Blood splattered everywhere. Deeple dropped to his knees as black mist billowed from the fresh wounds. The professor's jaws dropped, and the entire arena plunged into a dead, shocked silence. Right at that moment, the final barrier was finally taken down. All the professors immediately leaped down onto the field, with Professor Ariel taking the lead. They quickly bound Deeple tightly. Gray was panting heavily, completely exhausted. Suddenly, a sharp pain coursed through his entire body, and blood spewed from multiple wounds. He collapsed face first onto the ground, his whole body trembling as Professor Ariel rushed over to heal him instantly, continuously pouring magic into him while anxiously asking if he was okay. 3 other professors ran over to assist, and she ordered them to cast healing spells on Gray right away. By this point, Gray was nearly unconscious. Ariel stared intently at his breathing. A moment later, she let out a huge sigh of relief, but just as she raised her head, she jumped in surprise at a dark shadow blocking her vision. Gray had already stood right back up, completely healthy, and smiled to thank her. Everyone was utterly shocked by how fast he had recovered, with another professor even double-checking to see if he was actually okay. Gray asked Professor Ariel how his condition looked. She used her divine eye to observe him, then couldn't believe her own eyes. After using such a terrifying amount of power, Gray's soul was practically untouched. When Gray asked about his physical body, she explained that the healing magic had taken care of everything, so he wouldn't feel any more pain. Professor Heathcote stepped closer and said the plan had worked, successfully minimizing the backlash just as he had calculated. But Professor Ariel wasn't happy at all, looking downright furious instead, nodding that without the healing magic, Gray could have died. Heathcote explained that they had kept the backlash right at the threshold where healing magic could save him, so it was fine for now. He added that he eventually wanted Gray to endure the backlash entirely on his own, but that would take more time, earning him a fierce glare from Ariel, while Gray finally realized that all those insane training sessions had simply been preparation for this exact moment. Everything had gone way off script. Some professors busied themselves clearing away the broken barriers, while the medical team hoisted Deepball onto an emergency stretcher. Professor Ariel asked who won the match. The coordinator explained that Deepball's protective layer had triggered automatically due to Gray's attack, making the freshman representative, Gray, the winner of the selection match. The students broke into a unanimous cheer. Nobody could believe that a fresh rookie had managed to take down a second-year representative, let alone a student from the Divine class. Professor Heathcote announced the Divine Eye student has finally broken the freshman's 35-match losing streak. But he also admitted that after a match like this, winning and losing didn't even matter anymore, and nobody could ever claim Ariel's Divine Eye was wrong again. Alexandra had to concede as well. After witnessing that battle, they had no other choice but to admit Ariel was right, and nobody dared support the proposal to abolish the special Divine Eye class anymore. One professor even remarked that they should be ashamed for ever thinking about expelling such a talented student. Gray was busy chatting with the other professors, while Professor Ariel clenched her fists tightly to keep her emotions in check. She was flooded with a mix of immense relief and profound gratitude toward him. Another professor suggested that those who had pushed hardest to dissolve the Divine Eye class should take a good look at their own responsibility. All eyes turned toward Professor Budra and his 2 accomplices. They sat there in dead silence, sweating bullets. Budra stammered out a lame excuse about having other preparations to attend to and bolted, his lackey minions scrambling right after him. The remaining professors burst into laughter, watching them run away. An older professor commented, "The old saying, never mess with a divine eye, still holds completely true to this day." The person standing next to him added, "Compared to back in the day, Professor Ariel has gotten way softer." Times had changed, and Gray couldn't help but wonder what on earth had happened to her in the past. Once all the commotion finally died down, Headmaster Alexandro approached Gray with a dead serious expression. Gray instantly put his guard up. The headmaster stated that during the match, the second-year representative Deepball had clearly been forced to inject some kind of abnormal power into his body, and the academy would launch a full investigation, adding that it was entirely unacceptable for a simulated match to become life-threatening to the students. On behalf of the academy, the headmaster apologized to Gray for failing to detect the anomaly beforehand. Gray told him not to worry, since it all turned out fine in the end. But Alexandro continued. After Deepball lost control, Gray had unleashed something as well. Gray jolted, instantly tensing up. The headmaster knew it wasn't ordinary magic, but a much stranger power that even modern magic theory couldn't analyze. He wanted to know what it really was. Gray didn't know how to answer, unable to reveal his regression, especially since the mastermind behind the liquidator was still hiding in the shadows. He simply replied that he wasn't really sure either. Alexandro looked skeptical. Gray added that Professor Ariel was the one who had first noticed, and explained it to him. Ariel knew damn well that was a lie. Ever since Gray had taken down the ogre warlord, he had been using that power naturally, and she mentally wondered what he was scheming. Deep down, Gray just hoped she would cooperate, knowing he needed her to retain her position of authority if he wanted to stop the liquidator. Ariel caught on, deeply impressed that Gray had anticipated everything ahead of time, thinking he didn't act like someone living through things for the first time. Realizing how much he trusted her, she decided to step in and cover for him. She chimed into the conversation, telling the headmaster that he was right. Gray's power couldn't be analyzed through standard magic theory, but with her divine eye, she could see it clearly. She explained that after observing him, she had asked Professor Heathcote, who had a strong affinity for this type of power, to assist Gray, which was why he managed to control it to this extent today. She mentioned she was still researching how to harness this power more effectively, and requested that the headmaster grant her full authority over everything related to Gray's abilities. After witnessing that match, the headmaster couldn't possibly refuse. He stated that Gray and the entire Special Divine Eye group would be under her command, and told her to let him know if the academy needed to provide any support. Both of them were surprised by the offer, and Ariel thanked him. Gray and Professor Ariel exchanged a knowing smile. Afterward, the headmaster headed down to the special underground medical wing to check on Deeple's condition, inviting Ariel to come along since her eyes were needed. She gladly accepted. Back in the office, Ariel took a sip of tea and informed Gray. According to the analysis, the power used on Deeple was almost an exact match to the liquidator. She was certain that the crystals from that research facility had been utilized. Gray asked what happened to Deeple. Ariel answered with a hint of sorrow. He was dead. Gray started to ask if it was because of him, but she cut him off. No, the moment that power activated, Deeple was no longer himself anymore. He probably died the second that power was grafted into him. And it was clear the target was Gray, retaliation for killing V and Bradley. Gray's expression darkened. He also realized that if Deeple was tampered with after Variad's death, it was very likely the work of a third party. Ariel also sensed that a much bigger fish was lurking behind the scenes, and vowed to keep digging into the connection, even if it took a while. Her intuition told her this was tied to the deeper, darker layers of the academy. Gray gave a nod, telling her to let him know if she needed any help. Ariel expressed her sincere thanks. She also realized that Gray had learned how to use his power without damaging his soul. Gray admitted as much, though this time the physical backlash hit his body much harder than before. Her silence left Gray feeling a bit flustered. Ariel smiled and announced, Professor Heathcote thought it was time to bump Gray's training up to the next phase, causing Gray to ask excitedly if that was true. Ariel broke into a radiant smile and replied, "That's right, this time you're going to learn how to control that power way better than you can right now." The scene opened up under the vast open sky. A suit of armor stood tall and imposing, with the solitary swordsman Gray right at the center. Surrounding him were numerous stationary iron-armored training mannequins. Professor Heathcote stood not far away, his voice laced with worry. This training method is extremely dangerous and painful. If you're willing to put in a bit more time, there are still much safer options. He asked one more time, "Are you sure about this?" To which Gray simply replied, "Yes." The training began. Gray closed his eyes, plunging into deep focus. He pictured himself as a single, sharpened blade. He recalled that terrifying moment from back then. Black mist enveloped the blade, gradually transforming into a blazing red energy that spread across his entire body. Ready, Gray lashed out with a single slash of his sword. The crimson energy tore through the iron-armored mannequins, shattering them to pieces. Red blade arcs swept across the arena, debris flying everywhere as Gray dashed forward like a storm, slashing wildly from all directions and tearing the mannequins to shreds without mercy. When the frenzy finally subsided, Gray burst out from the center, leaving a completely devastated battlefield in his wake. The observing professors were left utterly astounded by his terrifying speed, caught between pure disbelief and silent admiration. Professor Heathcote narrowed his brow. Gray continued rushing toward the other side of the training ground. But the moment he started his motion, blood burst from multiple wounds across his body. He glanced behind him, swung his sword to slash away the remaining armor, and then staggered, crashing face first onto the ground. His body lay slumped and unable to get back up. The professors in white robes immediately activated healing magic. Blue mist enveloped Gray. He lost consciousness for a moment, but just a short while later, his wounds were healed, and he slowly stood back up, thanking everyone. Professor Heathcote nodded in satisfaction. "Great progress. You managed to keep it going much longer than last time." Gray admitted, "I didn't realize it while I was focusing. But now it's clear, using this power hurts like hell." Professor Heathcote stepped closer, his voice deep. "Pain and suffering are signs that you're pushing past your own limits. Even so, today's training was truly excessive. Whether you continue or not is entirely up to you." Gray replied with determination, "I've made up my mind." He immediately dropped into a fighting stance, preparing to go through with it once more. Suddenly a voice rang out, "Stop right there." It was Professor Ariel. She warned, "Training like this is only allowed once a day." Gray argued back, "My body has been healed, so my soul won't suffer any damage." Ariel shook her head. "Healing magic can handle surface wounds. But if you keep subjecting yourself to trauma before you've stabilized, your muscle memory and sword feel will become severely warped." She believed Gray understood this better than anyone. Gray vaguely remembered his hands from his past life, the life where he was bullied and his swordsmanship never progressed due to lingering injuries from childhood. Professor Heathcote let out a sigh of relief. "Good thing she got here in time. Even I would hesitate if I had to repeat this kind of training multiple times a day." He dropped a heavy piece of armor onto the ground, the loud thud proving its terrifying weight. Gray nodded. "I understand." A professor in a white robe asked with curiosity, "Since you're already this strong, why are you in such a rush to get even stronger?" Professor Ariel sighed. "It's my fault." She explained that because she had dragged Gray into the conflict with Professor Varian, the people pulling the strings now viewed Gray as an enemy. The incident with Deep Bull was just the beginning. There were forces operating in the shadows of the academy, possibly even the criminal syndicate Bloodrinker that had once stolen the magical catalyst for Varian. Even if we lock Gray away in a heavily guarded place, there's no guarantee we can protect him completely. Therefore, the only way to survive is to become stronger. She looked at Gray with a guilty expression. Gray smiled. "No need to apologize. Stopping the liquidator experiment was my own choice. I'm going to see this through to the end, no matter what happens." Ariel praised, "You really are an exceptional student. The least I can do is help you unlock the absolute most out of that power." Her words brought a smile to Professor Heathcote's face. "You already have a plan, don't you?" Ariel nodded. "That's right." She asked, "Did you forget the fastest and safest way for a swordsman to become stronger?" Heathcote looked at Gray, who was standing there looking blankly, and then nodded. "Change your sword, that's the quickest solution." Gray was surprised, "But the sword issued by the Academy is a high-end customized weapon, right?" Ariel explained, "That sword is good enough for a freshman, but with your current strength, it just can't handle it." She pointed toward the empty space. "Ordinary weapons simply can't bear that kind of force. So I'm going to take you to my personal armory." Professor Heathcote was startled. "You're planning to give him one of those? He's still just a student." Ariel remained calm. "It's fine." She inserted a key into the empty air and gave it a twist. Light flared up, forming the shape of a doorway. While she was saying Gray had earned it, Gray stood frozen in shock. A spatial rift opened up right before his eyes. Ariel smiled and turned to him. "Walk with me." Gray was the last one to step inside. His eyes widened in utter astonishment. Everywhere he looked, piles of gold, silver, and priceless treasures were stacked high, glittering brilliantly under the light. They walked down the corridor toward the sword section. The two professors continued ahead, while Gray stood frozen in place, his jaw hanging open from sheer awe. Finally, they reached the sword section to find a blade that suited him. Gray was immediately overwhelmed by the sheer, massive collection of weapons before his eyes. He blurted out, "No matter which way I look, every single sword here looks extremely dangerous." Professor Heathcote answered proudly, "There isn't a sword collection in the entire world as vast and high quality as this one." Professor Ariel knew very well how difficult it was to choose a sword out of hundreds. Ideally, they would let Gray test every single blade at full power, but given the nature of his strength, they could only test one per day. Ultimately, she decided to narrow down the scope and test a few at a time. She started with the sharpest blade currently available. Gray gave it a test hold and remarked, "Way too heavy." Ariel nodded. "True, but it cuts exceptionally well." She brought out a log of wood for Gray to try it on. He got into position, shifted his center of gravity into his fist, raised the sword high and slashed down hard. A booming crash echoed out as the floor split apart. A clean, immensely powerful stroke cleaved the wooden log straight in half. Gray stared at it in awe and amazement. Ariel commented, "This sword is extremely powerful, but it's a bit too heavy, so it's not suited for actual close combat." Heathcote agreed, adding, "No matter how sharp it is, it's useless if you can't hit your target. However, against massive, sturdy, and slow enemies like divine beasts or architectural structures, this sword would be incredibly useful." Ariel also mentioned she would give Gray a magical storage pouch so he wouldn't have to carry it around, avoiding any hassle when stashing it away. Gray realized this wasn't the kind of sword you could just casually lend to someone else. Ariel laughed, "Better to give it to someone who knows how to use it than let it sit there collecting dust." I want to see it wielded by someone worthy. She asked him when facing Vian, the mastermind behind Liquidator, are you sure you won't regret not having this sword? The question made Gray freeze up. He recalled his desperate past life when he believed that no matter how hard he trained beyond anyone else, his existence wouldn't change a thing. His expression hardened, and he bowed his head in sincere gratitude for the sword loan. Heathcote advised, don't go showing off this sword to others unless you actually plan to use it. Gray asked in surprise why that was. Heathcote explained its market value is at least 10 billion or no less than 10,000 gold coins. Gray's eyes widened, his lower jaw nearly dropping to the floor in shock. He hurriedly told Ariel that he couldn't accept such an expensive item, but she calmly replied, I don't accept returns. She made it clear she wasn't lending it, she was giving it to him outright. She knew that if it were just a loan, Gray would hesitate and wouldn't dare use his full strength. At first, Gray thought she was joking, but Ariel insisted she was completely serious. If it only takes 10 billion to protect my divine eye class, I'd gladly pay it without any regrets. This sword is just a belated reward for what you've done. Gray was about to argue back, but Ariel cut him off. Do you really think my divine eye class is only worth 10 billion? Gray startled, hastily replying, no, ma'am. He thanked her once more and promised to take good care of it. Her response brought a satisfied smile to Ariel's face. Afterwards, she began searching for a more ordinary sword, something Gray could use in everyday battles. Gray admitted, I never expected your armory to be this impressive. Heathcote answered with confidence, of course, there's no one in this world with eyes as sharp as Ariel's divine eye. With it, she can make as much money as she wants. Ariel called Heathcote over and asked which sword he thought would suit Gray best. He looked around once and pointed at a specific blade. Gray asked for permission to test it, and Ariel agreed. He swung once, then swung again, linking his sword arc seamlessly with his footwork. The sword was very well forged, but he felt something was still off. He wondered if it was just because he wasn't used to it yet. Heathcote immediately realized it didn't fit. He chose another blade. This one had been crafted for experiments, but he felt it might be a better match. Gray froze the exact moment he laid eyes on it. The sword had a pristine silver blade with blue patterns running down its length, radiating a calm yet chillingly sharp aura. Elegant, but clearly immensely powerful. Gray asked what kind of sword it was. Heathcote told him to pick it up and try it. Gray was surprised by how unexpectedly light it was, but it lacked a cutting edge. Heathcote explained it was designed to test new technology, not for actual combat. You could think of it as unsharpened steel but with extreme durability. In my opinion, it suits you very well. Gray asked, you mean because of my strength I don't need a sword with a sharp edge? Heathcote nodded. That's right. I doubt even the strongest swords can withstand your power. And if you keep getting stronger, even the swords in this vault will ultimately only end up slowing you down. If the future points to a day where you no longer need a blade to fight, then holding a sword like this in your hand is probably the perfect choice. Heathcote tested a strike himself against the metal training log. The log was dented all over. Gray dropped his jaw while Ariel wasn't very impressed. She knew he was just showing off. Personally, she still thought Gray should use a real sword, but she didn't oppose trying out multiple options. She asked Gray if he wanted to try other weapons, even offering to lead him to areas outside of swords. Even so, with the massive number of swords before him, Gray just wanted to try them all. A particular sword with a red blade especially caught his eye. It looked much lighter and stronger than the first one. He said he wanted to try that one and stepped forward. But halfway there, another sword made him stop in his tracks. He sensed a familiar feeling radiating from it. Gray asked Ariel about that particular sword. She recounted, left behind by a former student after graduation. Not a famous legendary blade, but very well forged. Gray asked for permission to test it. The sword rested in his hand with incredible naturalness, as if it had been born just for him. He stood before the training mannequin. With an almost negligible movement, he slashed right through it in half. Both professors were left stunned. Gray was equally astonished. The sword suited him to a frightening degree. It felt as though he had been training with it since the day he was born. Ariel asked if he liked it. Gray nodded yes. I've never owned a sword this easy to use in my entire life. She wanted to test it further to see if it truly was compatible with his power. Gray hesitated, worried that this belonged to a former student and he might end up breaking it. Ariel reassured him, it's fine. I'm sure this sword would rather be used than sit around collecting dust. That convinced him. Gray curiously asked for the name of the student who forged the sword. Ariel replied, Metallum Norm. Gray froze. Metallum Norm, the greatest magical swordsmith in the world. The sword he was holding right now was forged by the man himself. They moved to the training yard for serious testing. To measure its strength and durability, Ariel wanted Gray to push the sword to its limit. They started with the sword featuring the blue patterns. They picked the weirdest blade first to see how it interacted with Gray's strength. Gray stood in the middle of the training ground, surrounded by the mannequins. He began channeling his power. A red aura enveloped his body, but suddenly it fizzled out. He stood there stunned. He tried again. The sword slowly began to glow with a crimson light. He focused, trying to become one with the blade as he poured his power into it. But once more the energy dispersed. A flash of panic crossed Gray's face as he realized his power completely refused to activate. Ariel walked over and asked if he felt any physical differences, to which he replied he didn't. She suspected the sword was the culprit. Without forcing it, she brushed the blade aside and prepared to try another one, guessing that this particular sword simply wasn't compatible with Gray's power. If that was the case, the best option was to test the most ordinary-looking sword of the lot. She pulled one out from her magical storage pouch, the very blade forged by Metallum Norm. Gray stood proudly, the sword resting at his side, surrounded by the silent training mannequins beneath the vast open sky. He concentrated on a single thought: I am the sword. A faint aura gradually radiated from his body. Gray smiled happily. He had finally activated it. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his head. While there's still time. Gray snapped his head around in surprise, but no one was there. The voice continued, when the time comes. From a distance, Professor Heathcote told Ariel, with this sword, activating his power won't be a problem. Gray decided to begin, taking a single step forward, and swung his blade upward in a clean arc as crimson energy flashed, tearing through the heavy suit of armor ahead of him. He realized his output was just as powerful as before, but the sword moved with an unbelievable, effortless smoothness. He shifted his attention to the next mannequin. The sword flashed once more, slicing the iron-armored dummy cleanly in half as Gray's body felt lighter than ever, filling the air with crimson blade arcs and scattering shattered armor debris all around him. Gray moved like a ghost, cleaving through each mannequin as he dashed past, the red energy cutting straight through everything in its path. The nearby healers stared in wide-eyed astonishment, clearly sensing that Gray was completely different from before. His speed was so blinding that everyone could only see streaks of red light flashing across the training ground. To Gray, it felt like he was flying. The sound of heavy armor crashing to the ground echoed everywhere. He turned toward his next target, only to stop dead in his tracks because there were no mannequins left. The number of targets was the same as last time, when he had only managed to destroy half of them. This time, he had wiped them out completely. Professor Ariel stood frozen in place while everyone else wore expressions of sheer horror, worry, and tension, prompting Ariel to blurt out, "How is Gray still standing?" Gray blinked in bewilderment before realizing something was terribly wrong. A deep slash ran all the way down his chest and across his abdomen. Ariel panicked and screamed, "Drop your sword right now." Gray let go of the hilt out of sheer reflex. A tidal wave of pain crashed over him, and he collapsed hard onto his knees. Ariel and Heathcote rushed over, barking orders for the healers to cast recovery spells immediately. Before they could reach him, Gray tried to force himself back up, but collapsed right back down. His strength was completely tapped out. Heathcote caught him, his voice laced with worry. "Don't push yourself too hard," as Gray muttered a quiet apology. Losing that much blood meant exhaustion was inevitable even with healing magic, leading Ariel to advise him to get some rest. Heathcote chimed in that Gray had broken past a limit he couldn't reach before, calling it a good sign. Ariel agreed but warned, "Moving around without even realizing your own injuries is extremely dangerous," to which Heathcote nodded and added, "In actual combat without a healer by your side, a mistake like that can be fatal." Ariel picked up the sword. Despite going through that violent storm, the blade didn't have a single scratch on it, making it an incredible piece of craftsmanship. She activated her divine eye to inspect it closely. The sword seemed to glow, though she wasn't entirely sure. Something bizarre was reflected on the blade's surface, startling her so badly that she jerked her head away in fright. Her abnormal reaction caused everyone to ask in unison, "What's wrong?" Before Ariel could answer, boom, the entire academy exploded. Everyone stood frozen in shock. Debris came flying toward them. A massive explosion tore through one of the towers, sending crimson energy ripping through everything as smoke and rubble blasted outward. Students panicked and scattered in a frenzy as chunks of debris rained down from the sky like hail. All instructors were ordered to deploy emergency magic barriers, with top priority given to protecting lives. Gray stared in horrified disbelief, trying to process what had just happened. Heathcote realized the blast originated from the hazardous materials storage area. He was certain it wasn't an accident, this was a deliberate attack. Right after the explosion, he caught faint traces of teleportation magic, making it utterly baffling that anyone would dare launch a direct strike on the Academy's headquarters. The healers protested, pointing out that the armory was heavily warded against teleportation magic and possessed high blast resistance. Ariel said coldly, "There's liquidator energy mixed in the smoke." She guessed that the special crystals from the underground lab were used to breach the school's anti-teleportation outer walls. Gray's face turned pale as cold sweat dripped down his neck, struck by a horrifying thought. The culprits behind the explosion were very likely Varian's accomplices. They actually had the guts to strike the Academy directly. As the red energy continued to tear the tower apart, students screamed and fled in panic amidst a rain of falling debris. Following an emergency investigation, it was confirmed that several items had been stolen from the armory. Although details were kept under wraps, everyone knew this wasn't a place outsiders could easily break into and blow up. The fact that the perpetrators destroyed the teleportation inhibitors and made a clean getaway led to only one conclusion. Ariel stated flatly, it was an inside job. Gray found it hard to believe, while she bluntly added that the Academy could no longer be trusted. Deep down, she even admitted that it probably had been that way for a long time. There was another possibility. If the Academy had already fallen into enemy hands, they could use their authority to take anything from the vault without facing any resistance, making the explosion nothing more than a cover-up for their true objective. Gray deduced that the culprits definitely didn't have a legitimate way to get what they wanted, which forced them to blow up the vault. Ariel agreed, nodding that while she had no idea what the upper management was thinking, she suspected the perpetrators were Bloodrinker, those wretched scumbags who had infiltrated the Academy once before. Gray vividly remembered that they were the ones who had murdered Bella's parents. Ariel warned Gray, "You might be targeted as well, especially since you're the one who killed Varian. Stay on your guard, especially when you're outside the Academy grounds." Gray nodded, "I understand." Afterward, Gray returned to his classroom. The atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. Some students were practically losing their minds, muttering to themselves. Gray asked his seatmate what was going on, and the desk mate looked at him in shock. "Didn't you get the notice about the outdoor marching drill?" Gray vaguely remembered seeing something along those lines. His desk mate explained, 16 hours of marching every day, plus camping out in areas swarming with low-level monsters under professorial supervision. Lasting a whole week, accompanied by supplementary combat training. The desk mate panicked, "How are you still so calm? Marching for 16 straight hours, you aren't even guaranteed enough sleep." Over half of the first-year students drop out every year because of this. Gray was genuinely surprised. In actual combat, soldiers never know when the enemy will attack. At least this drill has a fixed schedule. To me, that's practically a luxury. He recalled his training days with the Liquidator Extermination Squad. No time limits, being dropped into the mountains without warning and marching through monster-infested forests for weeks. People had nearly died from sudden ambushes during training. Compared to that, a drill escorted by professors was nothing to be afraid of. His desk mate was left speechless, realizing that even such hellish training couldn't faze Gray. Gray just offered a wry smile, though seeing everyone's terrified expressions left him with a lingering hunch that something dangerous was lurking beneath the surface. He knew better than anyone, he couldn't afford to let his guard down. The day of the annual first-year marching drill finally arrived, with Professor Heathcote issuing a blunt warning. "It's going to be brutal. Most of those who fail won't make it to their second year. Endure it if you don't want your academy life to end right here." They were teleported to a scenic island. Gray instantly recognized it as the fringe of the winter continent, recalling from his memories that the place was virtually uninhabited, and silently wondered why. The march began. They crossed vast plains, and then headed into the forest. The professor led them onto a narrow, overgrown dirt path, prompting a hesitant student to ask, "Are we going the wrong way?" Heathcote replied calmly, "I know," sending a wave of confusion through the group as he explained, "If we took the main road, it wouldn't be called a march." The looks on everyone's faces said it all, showing just how terrified they were. Yet they had no choice but to keep moving. A student whined, "How much further do we have to walk?" Heathcote answered coldly, "We've only been going for 8 hours. We aren't even halfway through the day yet." Panic spread quickly as the students' faces turned pale, their eyes grew lifeless, and cold sweat poured down their skin, unable to believe they were already this exhausted after just half a day. Heathcote reassured them, "Just keep going, your bodies will adapt. The hardest part is just the beginning, and soon you'll be walking without even thinking about it." Everyone knew he was lying. Amidst the terrifying atmosphere, one person stood out. Leon Hart, the top-ranked swordsman who didn't look tired in the least. But what caught his attention wasn't anyone else, it was Gray. From the very beginning, Gray hadn't slowed down by even a single step. A female student groaned in fatigue, and suddenly a monster spider leaped out from a tree. Before it could touch her, a dagger flashed through the air, pinning the monster straight into the tree trunk. The one who intervened was naturally the male lead. She hurriedly thanked Gray, who warned her, "Stay on your guard. Some of the insects around here are poisonous." Leonhardt narrowed his eyes, noticing that Gray wasn't just walking, but constantly scanning his surroundings, ready to react to any sudden ambush. Marching continuously for 8 hours while maintaining that level of vigilance, Leonhardt couldn't help but wonder what kind of insane training it took to reach this level. As for Gray, his stamina was holding steady thanks to the hellish training from his past life. Simply getting a decent night's sleep made this drill feel way more comfortable compared to the hell he endured back then. But what worried him most wasn't the march. Professor Ariel's warning still echoed in his head, especially now that he was outside the academy walls. This drill pushed them out into wide-open areas with minimal security, and worse yet, the academy always knew their exact coordinates. His hand instinctively clenched into a fist. Gray silently prayed that nothing would happen. The professor ordered all the students to take a break. Everyone was utterly exhausted, their faces haggard and their legs trembling. Right at that moment, the bearded professor stepped forward and announced, "We will now conduct a cooking training exercise." The students looked at each other, and then burst into joyful cheers as visions of a lavish feast filled everyone's minds. They were finally going to get to eat and rest. But for Gray alone, the way the professor phrased it gave him goosebumps, filling him with a bad premonition. The professor smirked and asked, "Why on earth did you guys think this was break time?" He explained coldly, "During an actual march, if you want to eat, you have to hunt and cook your food yourselves. Nobody's going to bring you a packed lunch." The entire group of students instantly froze, turning as pale as ghosts. The professor divided everyone into teams, trying to balance their overall strength as best as possible, while all their faces remained filled with exhaustion and despair. He continued, "Each team will receive a cooking kit and prepare their own meals." He posted the roster and handed out the supplies. Team C, leader is Leon, members are Plus, Regis, and Bias. Team D, leader is Gray, members are Basque, Rumia, and Venus. Gray thought to himself, "Can I really be a good leader?" He worried that no one would want to listen to a special divine eye slot guy who had never taken the regular entrance exams. Suddenly, someone spoke up, "We're in your group." Gray startled, a pink-haired guy reached out to shake his hand with a bright smile. "Great to meet you." The girl beside him smiled brightly while the last guy remained calm, looking completely uninterested. Gray was surprised that their attitude was much more relaxed than he had expected. He thought they would complain about having to take orders from someone who didn't pass the standard exam. He asked, "Are you guys really okay with me being the leader?" The calm guy raised an eyebrow. "What are you talking about?" he continued. After witnessing the clash between the years, nobody in their right mind would want a different leader. The girl nodded in agreement. "Gray is clearly the most trustworthy person." They grabbed their gear and immediately asked, "What do you want us to do?" Gray was taken aback by the complete 180-degree change in attitude. The match with Deepbull had clearly left a massive impression. He clenched his determination tighter. He realized, this academy is a place that worships raw power. Suddenly, a student called out to the professor, "Sir, there's no food in our supplies. There's only a pot and a lighter." The professor smirked. "During actual field campaigns, you might not even have a pot. Having a pot is already a luxury." Every single student lost all the color in their face. Leonhardt stepped forward and politely said, "In modern campaigns, logistical support backed by magic storage pouches is standard. It's hard to imagine a long march without carrying provisions." The professor nodded, acknowledging that Leonhardt was right, but that only applied when a march was planned out beforehand. In an emergency situation right in the middle of a battle, or if the logistics officer was eliminated, having to march for days without preparation was entirely possible. He emphasized, magic storage pouches are extremely rare. Unless you belong to a large-scale unit, you still have to carry your own baggage on your back like you're doing right now. He stared straight into everyone's eyes, his expression suddenly turning dark. At that time, would you want to just die without being able to do a thing? A heavy atmosphere settled over them. Leonhardt bowed his head in apology. Gray had already confirmed beforehand that magic storage pouches really were exceptionally rare. He had once received one while thinking it was just a high-end sword bag. The professor suddenly changed his tone, cheerfully announcing good news. "This forest is full of monsters. Throughout the journey so far we used magic to ward them off, but now I'm lifting it. That means you guys don't need to worry about finding food anymore. Good luck. He snapped his fingers, and the monster-repelling magic shattered like glass. The students panicked, looking around wildly. The pink-haired guy turned to Gray, his voice trembling. Leader, what should we do now? Gray answered calmly, the only way is to hunt monsters. He had been paying attention the entire journey. From the footprints and monster droppings he observed, this forest mainly harbored small to medium-sized monsters. Using swords would be enough to handle them. Everyone immediately tensed up upon realizing they were about to fight. The girl in the group worried, finding monsters in a forest this big must be really hard. Gray smiled slightly, if they eat meat, then it's actually easy. We just need to take a stroll and they'll smell us out and rush right over. The pink-haired guy clearly didn't like the idea of acting as bait. But Gray pointed out if we stay still in one place, we'll have to fight other groups for food. It's better to head deeper into the forest. He added, if you really don't want to fight monsters, we can catch bugs or snakes to eat instead. Bugs are a bit hard to swallow, but snakes cooked the right way are delicious. When there are no monsters in the forest, survival skills like this are crucial. The girl freaked out, her face draining of color. No way, I'd rather go hunt monsters. The calm guy nodded, just follow the leader's decision. The pink-haired guy also said, I trust you. They started moving, scanning the tree trunks as they walked, checking the remaining traces left on the ground. Suddenly, Gray sensed something approaching. He warned the others, but they were still blankly dazed. The sound of rustling came from the bushes. The pink-haired guy's face turned pale white. A gigantic monster bear suddenly burst out from the bushes. The whole group panicked upon realizing Bask was the one standing closest to the monster bear. Bask froze the exact moment he saw the real monster. It was way faster than he had expected. As the bear lunged forward, Bask ducked and dodged by a hair's breadth. His body reacted automatically. After all, he had passed the academy entrance exam and endured hellish training. He wasn't just anybody. Bask swung his sword hard at the bear, clearly displaying the combat skills taught at the World Alliance Academy. Blood gushed from the wound. Bask breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he could completely handle this. But that relief didn't last long. The monster bear suddenly lunged forward, its jaws clamping straight down toward his head. Right at that moment, Gray sliced off one of the bear's front legs completely. Bask stared in utter astonishment as Gray appeared right beside him. Gray landed lightly, his sword already plunged deep into the bear's neck. The bear still tried to thrash its remaining paw toward Gray. Sharp claws came slashing forward, but Gray had seen through it beforehand. At the very last moment, he swung his sword in a clean arc, chopping the bear's head right off. The heavy head dropped to the ground and rolled away. Bask's sword slipped from his hand, clattering against the ground beside him. The other three members stood frozen, their jaws hanging open. Gray calmly sheathed his sword, shook his hand slightly and muttered, "This monster's bones are really hard." Then he reached out to pull Bask up, his voice steady. "Are you okay?" Bask nodded, shaking as he thanked him. "Thank you for saving my life." Gray gently reminded him, monsters can still move even when they suffer a fatal wound. Don't just focus on killing it. Dodging attacks is always the top priority. Bask gave a wry smile. "I just learned that lesson the hard way." The whole group realized an important truth. Fighting monsters is completely different from sparring against ordinary people. When the sun went down, the pot of water finally boiled. Bask chewed a piece of bear meat and praised. "Bear meat is actually really good," Gray explained. "Monster meat tastes vastly different depending on the species. Some species taste amazing, others taste horrible, and some are even poisonous. Whenever you go on an expedition, you should research the monsters in that area beforehand." He further advised, if you have to forage in an unfamiliar place, it's best to hunt wild boar-type monsters. They're less toxic and the meat is quite decent. The girl in the group marveled. "Gray knows so much. Did you study survival skills too, not just swordsmanship?" Gray just gave a faint smile. "I only studied it a little bit." But deep down inside, he didn't want to recall the experiences that had taught him those lessons. Even so, he remained modest. "Actually, I don't know that much." Bask immediately objected. "No, that's not true. Absolutely not." Suddenly, another group of students approached. They shyly asked if Gray's group had any leftover food to spare. Their hunt had ended in miserable failure. Gray turned to ask his teammates for their opinion. They had more than enough food to feed the whole class. He was about to hand the food over to them. Those faces were looking at him with utter gratitude. When the professor suddenly appeared and cut in, "Transferring food between groups is strictly forbidden. If you want to eat, go hunt for it yourselves." The students lost all color in their faces, only managing to murmur a weak "yes, sir," and walked away dragging their feet in utter disappointment. Gray and his group silently watched them go, feeling a twinge of sympathy. The next day they continued their march. When the sun set, the professor ordered a halt. Tonight they would camp right here and start the field camping exercise. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief knowing they could finally rest. Gray's teammates were also exhausted, but they comforted themselves that at least they had eaten their fill, which put their group ahead of most others. However, since the training was still ongoing, they worried they would have to hunt for food again. Luckily, the professor announced, "Tonight, dry rations and personal tents have been prepared for everyone. The groups remain the same as during the cooking training." He instructed them to grab their supplies, pitch their tents, and build a campfire at their designated locations. Then he added an important detail: there will be surprise nighttime raids. Each group must arrange their own watch shifts. Any method is acceptable as long as it repels the attack. Hearing that the spots were fixed, one student muttered, "We have to go even further out again." Another whispered, "If the tents are close to other groups, we might be able to slack off on watch duty." The professor said calmly, "I heard all of that." He explained, "The tents are placed far apart on purpose, so no one can rely on other groups." He officially declared the exercise started and reminded them, "The slower you prepare, the less sleep you get." Hearing that, the students hurriedly set up camp. That night, Gray asked his group how many people should be on each watch shift. One suggested, "One person is enough." The girl in the group admitted, "I want to sleep as much as possible." Basque agreed, "If we put 2 people per shift, everyone only gets half a night of sleep. That sounds miserable." Gray nodded in agreement to have 1 person per shift. Basque asked how to arrange the order. The first and last shifts were usually the most comfortable, while the middle shift was the worst because sleep kept getting constantly interrupted. Gray proactively volunteered for the second shift. He asked who wanted the third shift. Basque quickly accepted, "I'll take it since you saved me earlier." Gray thanked him. The watch order was decided. He reminded them, "When your shift ends, wake up the next person before going to sleep." Rumia took the first shift. She sat by the campfire, her expression already deeply drowsy. Inside the tent, Gray was fast asleep. His face was completely relaxed. At the same time, outside their tent, a dark figure holding a sharp blade quietly approached their camp. The strange noise made Gray snap awake instantly. If it were a monster, the sound would be much louder and more chaotic. So he knew for sure this was a human, and someone who didn't want to be detected. He quietly cracked open a small slit in the tent flap and looked outside. Rumia was still sitting quietly by the campfire. She was completely oblivious. For a moment, Gray even thought he had misheard. But then the faint noise rang out again. Confirmed, someone was sneaking close. If it was right now, Gray's first thought was that it could be a professor coming to check on the night watch. But he still didn't dare lower his guard for even a second. Professor Ariel's warning still echoed. "After defeating Vian, you might become a target. Once you leave the academy, you must be extremely careful." The thought it could be an assassin flashed through his mind. To be safe, Gray decided to treat the intruder as an assassin and act accordingly. After all, ranged attacks could happen, so staying quietly inside the tent wasn't a smart choice. He quietly crawled out of the tent and slipped into the bushes. Tonight was a full moon, and the whole forest was as bright as day. This made it easier to spot enemies, but it also made hiding much harder. Gray moved extremely carefully. This situation reminded him of his training with the Divine Bow Masters back then. Back then, the trainer had pointed out that the way Gray normally walked, pushing off with his back heel, made way too much noise. To move silently, you had to place your foot down pinky toe first, then gradually roll toward the big toe with the heel touching the ground last, even if you stepped on a dry branch or leaves making a sound. As long as you didn't create an unnatural, steady rhythm like human footsteps, it would blend into the natural sounds of the wind and forest wildlife, making it hard to detect. During training, they even practiced walking barefoot through mountains and forests, with the goal of blending in completely with nature. Right now, the footsteps of a stranger rang out nearby. That person was holding a sword. Suddenly, the man sensed something and stopped. But when he turned his head, there was nobody there. The very next moment, Gray appeared right behind him, with his sword pointing straight at his throat. "Don't move, answer my question. If you make any sudden moves, I'll kill you right now." Gray asked coldly, "What's your name? Which faction do you belong to?" Then he froze in shock. The person standing right in front of him was none other than the professor. The professor looked equally astonished upon seeing Gray. Gray asked immediately, "Is the surprise raid part of the exercise?" The professor replied, "I just came to check if your group was taking night watch seriously." He admitted, "I honestly never expected a freshman to be able to sneak up behind me without being noticed, and then hold a sword to my throat." He raised his hands in surrender, giving a wry smile. "At this point, I don't even know who is teaching whom." Gray still didn't fully trust him. There was a chance this was just someone disguised as a professor to make him lower his guard. but if they genuinely wanted to kill him, the intruder definitely would have brought a much more dangerous weapon. He kept his cold gaze. The professor gently pushed the blade away from his neck. Gray finally decided to trust him. Both of them suddenly turned their heads in the exact same direction upon hearing a noise. Rumia stood there gripping her sword, her eyes wide with extreme astonishment as she looked at both Gray and the professor. She asked, "What are you two doing?" The professor explained that he had come to inspect the team's night watch, but Gray had detected him before he even managed to get close. He praised them, saying, "Your team's vigilance is flawless. I've never seen a group of first-years set up camp and handle watch duty with such precision." Rumia looked dumbfounded since Gray was supposed to be sleeping. The professor asked, "Isn't it past Gray's shift?" While Gray countered with a question of his own, "Did you step on a branch or something while approaching?" The professor nodded, to which Gray replied, "That sound felt distinctly human." The professor couldn't believe it, exclaiming, "You noticed a sound that tiny even while asleep?" Gray just gave a light smile and said, "It was probably just a coincidence. I wasn't fully asleep yet." An awkward silence fell over the group. Suddenly, the professor burst into loud laughter. He remarked that Gray kept surprising him, first during the simulated match and now with his reaction to the faintest sound, leading him to wonder if the academy even had anything left to teach Gray. He stared intently at Gray before making an announcement. "Starting from now, Gray is banned from participating in night watch training," adding that if Gray did everything by himself, the other students wouldn't learn a thing. Gray anxiously pointed out that doing so would mess up the watch schedule. The professor replied, "From 1:00 a.m. to 3:00 a.m., your team won't be subjected to simulated raids. I'll just count Gray as on watch and give your team a perfect score for night duty, no conditions attached." He jotted it down in his notebook, and after snapping it shut, he told them to keep up the watch minus Gray and turned to leave. As he walked away, the professor kept wondering to himself how Gray could have snuck up behind him without letting out even a single trace of aura. For a fleeting second, he even suspected that Gray might have once belonged to an elite covert assassination unit. But given Gray's age, that was completely impossible, though the level of skill Gray had just displayed was undeniable. The professor couldn't help but think, just who on earth is Gray? The group of students continued their march in a half-conscious, zombie-like state. Everyone was utterly exhausted because the sudden surprise raid the night before had left nobody able to get any real sleep. Except for Gray, who remained wide awake without a single sign of drowsiness. Suddenly, a student tripped over a tree root and crashed hard to the ground. As the march wore on, more and more people began to reach their breaking point. They dragged their feet forward until the sun finally set. With dusk approaching, the professor decided to call it a day and have them set up camp. Hearing this, one student cheered in joy, "Are we finally getting a break, Professor?" While another muttered, "Stopping this early probably means another round of crazy training." The professor laughed heartily and said, "Relax, today's training is officially over. The tents are already set up for you. Feel free to rest up until dinner is ready." The exhausted cluster of students bolted toward the tents like tired zombies. Beneath the full moon, they sank into a deep slumber inside their tents. Gray, however, felt a sense of doubt, thinking that being allowed to rest this easily felt way too suspicious. A nearby student agreed, predicting, "Tomorrow is definitely going to be pure hell." Leon Hart turned to look at Gray with a calm voice and said, "You'll be fine," making Gray feel slightly uncomfortable as Leon kept his gaze locked on him. Suddenly, everyone was called to gather because the food was ready. The meal had been prepared by Professor Heathcote himself. The dining table was packed to the brim with mouth-watering dishes, making every single student drool at the sight. The other professors brought out extra pots and encouraged everyone to eat their fill and go for second or third helpings. The professor praised them, "You've survived 2 days of harsh training. Make sure to rest well tonight and shake off all that fatigue. This is your only chance." The professor's smile carried an ominous, eerie undertone. Time quickly advanced to the following day, when the professor's voice rang out again, announcing that from this point on, they would begin hazard zone traversal training in the Gastia Mountains. Led by the professors, the group continued pushing deeper into the forest. One student let out a sigh of relief. "I was terrified when I first saw the mountains, but at this pace, I think I can handle it," to which his companion replied, "Good thing we got a proper rest last night. It really works wonders." The professor remarked that no one had given up so far, which fit the caliber of those who had passed the entrance exam. But he reminded them the real training starts now, noting that about 2 kilometers ahead, they would enter the territory of the water monitors. The professor warned, "These monsters are way stronger than the creatures you hunted for food the other day. Most of you would be killed without even getting a chance to fight back." The terrified students panicked and asked what kind of training they were supposed to do against monsters that strong. The professor answered, "You have to walk straight through this area without getting detected. This is Tier 2 stealth movement training after all." Fortunately, during the dry season, water monitors moved very little as they conserved their stamina, meaning as long as no loud noises were made, they wouldn't pay any attention. But the dry season also left them terribly thirsty, and the students' blood happened to be an option, prompting the warning, "If you get spotted, consider yourselves dead for sure." He instructed strictly, "Move carefully and avoid making any noise." Moving in absolute silence reminded Gray of the monster hunting training he used to do with Lord Divine Bow back then. The professor who had encountered Gray during the night watch recognized him, knowing full well that Gray already had plenty of monster hunting experience. Still, he reminded him, "Even if it feels easy to you, don't let your guard down." He glanced over at the other students, who were struggling just as hard as every other year. Another professor barked loudly, "You're moving way too slow. Let me remind you again, as long as you don't make loud noises, you'll be fine. Keep up the pace, or else you'll end up camping right here in the water monitor territory." The students kept marching despite being utterly terrified. Gray realized the professors hadn't actually provided specific instructions on how to pull it off, feeling that this kind of training should have been taught in a safe environment before heading out into the field. Suddenly, a noise echoed out, but the professor told everyone to stay calm, saying that level of noise was still acceptable and repeating, "Just don't make any loud sounds." They continued walking. After a while, the professor announced, "Absolute silence from now on. Use hand signals if you need to communicate. Anyone who makes a loud noise or talks will have points deducted from their evaluation." The group marched on in absolute silence while Gray kept scanning his surroundings. A student thought to himself, "They keep saying no noise, but this is just a normal mountain walk and the pace is even slower than yesterday. This should be easy." Besides, there were no monsters in sight, leading him to think the academy wouldn't dare use a place with instant kill monsters for training, and that the professors were just trying to scare them into practicing stealth, deciding to play along to avoid losing points. Suddenly, he stepped right on a loose rock. The rock rolled, causing him to stumble and fall while making a loud noise. He instantly regretted it, knowing he was definitely going to get points deducted, yet he still believed real monsters wouldn't actually show up. But he was dead wrong, as a terrifying roar echoed through the air. The professors instantly shifted into combat stances. The students fell into a state of extreme panic. Gray drew his sword in the blink of an eye, while the student who had fallen remained frozen stiff in place. He slowly turned his head to look behind him and was struck by paralyzing terror. A massive water monitor came charging forward like a storm. The student panicked completely, frozen solid, and utterly unable to move an inch. Fortunately, Professor Heathcote appeared like a flash of lightning, driving his sword straight through the monster's head in a single thrust. The students let out a collective sigh of relief upon seeing the professor. The ground beneath the water monitor's feet cracked wide open. Heathcote pulled his sword free, but in the span of a single breath, another water monitor came growling and lunged straight at the crowd. Leon Hart immediately gave chase, swinging his sword down with massive force. But to his utter shock, his blade didn't leave even a single scratch. The monster charged right toward Leon Hart. He was completely caught off guard. Right in the nick of time, Professor Heathcote rushed in to save him. He roared at all the students, "This isn't something you can fight. Fall back immediately, the professors will handle it." The students realized in horror that even the professors were only managing to leave shallow wounds on the beast's body. They panicked and wondered, can these creatures even be killed? Suddenly, another water monitor let out a miserable screech and collapsed, defeated by a single slash. Everyone stood frozen in shock. A professor explained, toward the end of the dry season, water monitors suffer from severe dehydration. Just losing a little bit of bodily fluid is enough to kill them instantly. A trembling student asked, "What if we ran into them during the rainy season?" The professor let out a heavy sigh. "If you don't want to end up as water monitor food, never ever come to places like this during the rainy season. That's why this march is only scheduled after confirming there's no rain," adding, "The only reason we're able to talk right now is because the water monitors in this area were recently cleared out. Otherwise, we'd all be dead." The group resumed their march. The students climbed the mountain in a state of extreme exhaustion. After stabbing yet another monster to death, Professor Heathcote announced, "The mountain climb is over." He praised everyone for doing their absolute best. The students were completely wiped out, and even Leon Hart was panting heavily, prompting someone to ask if he was tired. Leon Hart replied, "Physically I'm fine, but mentally I'm exhausted. Having to stay completely silent the whole way made things way harder. Professor Heathcote nodded. For anyone not used to it, it's definitely tough. That's precisely why we train. He mentioned that they had been spotted by water monitors 4 times so far, which was actually a pretty smooth result compared to previous years. He asked if anyone had any questions before they continued, because once they left the monster territory, talking would no longer be allowed. Gray spoke up. There's one thing I'm still wondering about. The professor told him to ask, and Gray pointed into the distance. I noticed the clouds over there are gradually growing larger, and they're moving against the wind relative to our position. The rest of the students had no idea what he meant. Professor Heathcote praised him. You've got sharp eyes. He asked Professor Rent if clouds could form during this season, to which Rent shook his head. No way. Rent also agreed that the cloud formation was growing abnormally large. Heathcote made an immediate decision. Training is cancelled. Everyone fall back right now. We need to get out of the water monitor territory as fast as possible. Another professor objected, sneering. Are you stopping training just because of a tiny cloud? Heathcote said sternly, seeing clouds during this season is already abnormal. The students' safety is far more important than continuing training. A female professor chimed in. Professor Wormel has led this exploration training for years. We should trust his judgment. Heathcote tried to argue further, but Wormel advised, if you're worried about the cloud, we can just pick up the marching pace a bit. It's also a good training opportunity. He ordered all the students, stick close to me, act like your lives are on the line. Based on your training results so far, I trust you can keep up. He gave a strict warning, no falling behind. We don't have time to fight water monitors. No matter what happens, absolutely do not make any loud noises. That night, the rain started pouring down while the students continued marching through the storm. Professor Heathcote clearly sensed that something was deeply abnormal, nodding that rain in this season was strange enough. Plus, the ambient moisture in this region shouldn't have been enough to form such a massive cloud. He suspected this rain was artificial. Professor Wormel commented, it's raining pretty hard. Wonder why it's raining at this time of year. Gray softly called out to him in a very low voice, but Wormel responded loudly. Gray immediately felt a wave of unease. Was it really safe to speak up loudly in a place like this? Right as the professor realized his mistake, a gigantic water monitor was standing right behind his back. The water monitor lizard roared and lunged straight into the crowd like a nightmare. Professor Wormel tried to turn back to handle it, but the monster had rushed in way too close. He dodged the razor-sharp claws, and then counterattacked with a slash of his sword. The water monitor lizard's arm was cleanly severed, but the wound only drove it into an even greater frenzy. It whipped its tail around in a ferocious sweep. Wormel braced himself to take the hit, but at the very last moment, he gritted his teeth and drove his sword into its tail, halting the attack. Even so, the terrifying strength of the tail whip still hurled him backward. Wormel crashed hard into a tree trunk, a loud blast echoing out as the tree shattered into pieces. The students panicked, deeply worried about him. Wormel struggled to stand back up even as his body trembled. Gray thought to himself, a professor's reflexes should normally be fast enough to dodge a hit like that. Why is he hurt this badly? He suspected Wormel had focused too much on counterattacking and left an opening. The students were horrified by the terrifying speed of the water monitor lizards. They were way faster than what they had been told. Even though they had been warned beforehand, seeing it with their own eyes made it clear. When they aren't dried out, they move at a terrifyingly fast speed. Professor Heathcote yelled at the top of his lungs to the other professors, "Stay calm." They all charged at the monster together. The water monitor lizard roared and lunged back in response. Blood began to flow from shallow wounds. One professor snuck around behind it, but the monster's tail whipped backward, blowing that person away. The professor slammed heavily onto the ground. The water monitor lizard immediately bolted straight forward, intending to finish him off. But right at that moment, a figure moved faster than the eye could follow. Professor Heathcote. In the blink of an eye, he chopped the monster into tiny pieces. The other professors breathed sighs of relief, having only killed it by sheer luck. But not a single one of them escaped the battle without getting hurt. One professor sighed, "We can't keep training like this anymore." Professor Wormel pulled his sword out of the monster's carcass. His voice heavy and grim, "Cancel the exercise." He turned to the female professor. "Cast the emergency teleportation spell right now." He assumed she had already prepared it, but the female professor shook her head. "I've been trying to cast it this whole time, but the magic won't activate." Wormel asked urgently, "Can anyone else cast it?" Another professor replied, "I tried, but it's being blocked too." Clearly, the teleportation magic was completely sealed off. Wormel suddenly realized, not just teleportation, this rain is part of it too. Someone had deliberately targeted this expedition, and the chances of that were very high. Wormel asked, what should we do now? Another professor answered, crossing the water monitor lizard territory in this rain is practically suicide. The only way is to set up camp here and pray the rain stops. Heathcote shook his head. I suspect this rain is artificial. Will it actually stop? The female professor chimed in, staying put is safer than continuing to fight the water monitor lizards in our current condition anyway. We only managed to avoid casualties in the last fight through pure luck. Don't you understand that? Heathcote nodded. I know, but when it rains, water monitor lizards become much more active. There's no guarantee our position won't be attacked again. He sighed, if only there were a way to push through. Gray called out to him. Heathcote was slightly startled but listened anyway. Gray said, as long as I have healing magic, I can still fight. Is there a way to break through the encirclement? Heathcote knew very well that with Gray's strength, they had a high chance of breaking through the water monitor lizard territory, but he worried whether Gray's body could handle it. Gray pointed out a harsh truth. Even if we stay put, no rescue party is coming. It's better to try breaking through than sit here and wait to die. Even with healing magic, Gray would have to use his red power multiple times in a single day. Heathcote asked seriously, do you fully understand the consequences? Professor Ariel had issued a stern warning. Under no circumstances should you let him do that. Gray replied calmly, consider it good practice. When we get back to the academy, there will be plenty of great healers waiting. Heathcote emphasized, if it were just wounds that healing magic could easily handle, Ariel wouldn't have warned you this seriously. Do you really understand? Gray looked straight into his eyes. Do you have any other way to bring the students back safely? The students stood there, their eyes filled with hope as they looked toward Gray. Heathcote tried to argue back, but Gray cut him off. Are you really planning to let everyone die here just to protect me? Heathcote froze. He recalled what Professor Ariel had said. Gray is willing to sacrifice himself if necessary. That was Gray's greatest strength, and also what worried her the most. She had begged him not to let Gray do something irreversible. Now he had to make a difficult choice. Looking at the terrified eyes of the students, Heathcote finally bowed his head in apology to Gray. Please lend us your strength. Gray prepared to reply, but Professor Wormel abruptly interrupted. Don't make decisions on your own. He snapped harshly, even though Gray performed well in the fight, and trusting everyone's lives to a single student is a huge joke. Heathcote firmly explained, with Gray's strength, he can handle a water monitor lizard all by himself. I can vouch for that since I've witnessed it many times during training. That's why I want to bet on Gray's strength. Professor Wormel still fiercely objected. He ordered Professor Galluck use communication magic to send a request for rescue to the academy headquarters immediately. He believed calling for rescue was safer than risking a self-breakout. Professor Galluck answered, I've already sent the rescue request. Even though the communication magic was heavily jammed, the message definitely went through. Professor Wormel was satisfied with his quick processing speed. Then he turned to Professor Heathcote, his voice full of intent. Moving alone only increases the danger. Are you really planning to put the students in harm's way? The students looked at Heathcote with deeply anxious eyes. Heathcote glanced at the dead water monitor lizard carcass and asked bluntly, how many times do you think we'll be attacked by water monitor lizards before rescue arrives? Wormel replied, I don't know, but staying put in a safe zone is still safer than wandering outside. Heathcote tried to argue, but Wormel barked quietly, keep your voice down, noise might make other monsters sniff us out. Heathcote frowned. In the end, the whole group had no choice but to stand still and wait in the pouring rain. The students grew more and more anxious. The professors maintained high alert. Gray also attentively watched his surroundings. Meanwhile, Professor Wormel leisurely leaned against a tree trunk to rest. Suddenly, boom, a horrifying sound echoed across the forest, panicking everyone. Professor Heathcote immediately dropped into a fighting stance as the pack of monsters approached. Gray whispered, we're ready anytime. Heathcote nodded. If things go south, you make your move. Gray gave a serious nod in response. The professors rushed forward to intercept the water monitor lizard. They surrounded it from multiple directions, slashing continuously. One professor was hit by the tail and tumbled to the ground. Instantly, two other swords lunged forward, stabbing hard into the monster. It let out a miserable screech and collapsed. The professor who had just been injured bragged, we handled that fine, but the healing professor treating him shook his head, not really. Other water monitor lizards heard the fighting and are rushing over. Wait, checking sequence continuity for 839-840. Let's look at source text for 839-840. 839. Jaosuvi letter 1e b letter 1e cb thuong kong kokong. Chung tax letter 1e d letter 1e d5n ma. Enung jaosu ch letter 1e ef. A thuong choong ta letter 1e fc d stroke letter 1e a7u. Kong ph letter 1e a3 ev letter 1e a dy dao. 840. NH letter 1 EFNG con TH letter 1 E7 YK letter 1 EF3 da kok da NG TH letter 1 EA5 YTI letter 1 EBF NG don Nhao Vadeng Lao T letter 1 EDBI. All good. Gray still stood waiting for orders, his hand gripping the sword hilt tightly. He noticed Leon Hart and several other students had also drawn their swords ready. Professor Heathcote said in a grave voice, "Protecting the students is our responsibility. Watch closely how the professors of the World Alliance Academy fight." His expression turned dead serious. The professors took action in unison. Leon Hart was astonished by their strength. Even while facing two monsters at the same time, they handled it perfectly. Only now did he truly understand the real caliber of the professors. Heathcote ordered, "Focus on eliminating them one by one, cut down the numbers first." He lunged straight forward. The water monitor lizard swung its claws at him, but suddenly someone sneaked up behind it, and before the lizard could realize and react in time, a sword pierced straight through its chest. The students cheered upon seeing the successful strike. One down. Now there was only a single water monitor lizard left. Leon Hart quickly checked everyone's condition. The professors were barely seriously injured. He thought they could completely wrap this up. Heathcote and another professor rushed up at the same time. But while they were moving forward, two sneaky figures approached from behind, intending to stab them in the back. One of those two was none other than Professor Wormel. But right at that moment, the sword-wielding arms of Wormel and his accomplice were suddenly chopped clean off. The one who made the move was the protagonist. He said coldly, "I knew it." The bespectacled professor screamed like a stuck pig. Professor Wormel also held in agony after losing an arm. The professor standing next to Heathcote spun around sharply, glaring at the two kneeling and groaning figures on the ground. He immediately turned back to focus on the remaining water monitor lizard. Heathcote smiled, turning to Gray, "Thank you." Then he and the nearby professor coordinated to pin down the monster. A moment later, the final water monitor lizard was finally taken down. At that point, everyone turned to demand an explanation from Professor Wormel. Heathcote stared intensely at the two of them, his voice ice cold. "What on earth were you two planning to do?" Gray also stood there, staring with a cold gaze, waiting for the answer. Professor Wormel protested that he was only trying to fight the water monitor lizard, and Gray suddenly chopped off his arm. The bespectacled Professor Wormel's accomplice shrieked for the criminal to be arrested immediately, but the professor who had fought alongside Heathcote cut in, his voice dripping with contempt. Pathetic. He pointed out that most people here had already realized these two were planning to kill everyone, nodding that the swordsmanship class students weren't stupid enough to miss something so obvious. He asked the students, "Am I right?" and all of them nodded in unison. The bespectacled professor was instantly driven into a corner. Professor Heathcote explained with cold detachment, "Assassination and kidnapping plots against Academy members are hardly rare. Our organization has plenty of enemies and quite a few high-value targets." Basically, Professor Wormel intended to mask his attack in the chaos with the water monitor lizard, kill a professor, and then, once the guards left, murder or kidnap the students for some sinister purpose. The students panicked upon hearing the plot laid bare. Professor Heathcote continued, "We survived thanks to Gray. He thinks incredibly fast." Gray asked in surprise, "What are you talking about? You realized right from the start that those two wanted to kill us." Heathcote nodded, "I figured it out to some extent too." Professor Wormel couldn't believe it. How did you figure it out?" He thought to himself that his plan had been exposed. Realizing he had just accidentally confessed, he quickly clamped his hand over his mouth while Professor Heathcote clarified, "I didn't know anything in advance." Gray said calmly, "Just observing someone's movements and eyes is enough to tell." Professor Wormel's movements were completely unlike those of someone trying to protect students or colleagues, and at first, I just thought he was incompetent. But once the rain started, his movements became extremely abnormal. For instance, he intentionally took hits that he clearly could have dodged. Professor Wormel clicked his tongue in annoyance. Professor Heathcote asked Gray with concern, "Is your body all right?" Gray replied, "I only used my power for a split second, so the damage isn't bad, just feels like severe muscle soreness," prompting Heathcote to breathe a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness." Professor Wormel let out a loud, crazed laugh. Heathcote asked, "Have you finally lost your mind?" Wormel grinned savagely, "You still don't understand anything, and now it's too late." Gray asked coldly, "What are you getting at?" Wormel gestured around them, "Just look at our current situation. We're trapped deep in water monitor territory, caught in a downpour, while a powerful teleportation blocking barrier cuts off all escape routes and reinforcements can't possibly make it in time. So even if you've seen through the plan, it's already too late. He laughed heartily. Everyone here is going to die, and the students plunged into utter panic. Wormel sneered, our real goal isn't to kill you. If you're willing to come with us, you'll understand. That's why we prepared a way out. Professor Heathcote listened in silence, but Wormel continued. There's one condition. I want Professor Wrent, Professor Heathcote, and Gray Lee to stab themselves in the heart right here. We can't afford to drag along anyone who might mess up the plan. If those three comply, the rest of you will be spared. The expressions on Gray's and Professor Heathcote's faces turned pitch black. Wormel mocked, hesitating, are you? Turns out your own lives are pretty precious to you after all. In the blink of an eye, Gray vanished from Heathcote's side. He appeared behind a professor who was about to launch a sneak attack, pressing the blade straight against the man's neck. Don't move, leaving everyone awestruck by his terrifying speed. Professor Wormel sneered, you think taking a hostage will do you any good? That's Professor Galak. Gray was well aware that the man possessed teleportation magic. Smuggling teleportation and communication jamming devices into the academy undetected was exceptionally difficult. But if the professor in charge of magic was on their side, neutralizing communications and teleportation would be a breeze. Gray gently dragged the blade across Professor Galak's neck, drawing a trickle of blood. Professor Heathcote remarked, Gray is far sharper than an average student. Galak begged Heathcote to save him, but abruptly, another sword was pointed straight at his eye. Heathcote commanded coldly, activate the teleportation magic right now. Send every single student and professor here down to the foot of the mountain. If you refuse, I'll gouge out one of your eyes. If you still refuse, I'll take the other eye and then I'll slice off your fingers one by one, centimeter by centimeter. Gray added a warning, don't send us anywhere else and don't leave anyone behind. Make a single suspicious move and I'll take your head. Professor Wormel screamed at Galak, don't activate the teleportation magic. Galak remained motionless, refusing to budge, leaving Heathcote with no other choice. He lunged forward, guess we have no choice then. Galak let out a shrill cry of panic. He hunched over, slammed both hands onto the ground, and activated the teleportation magic. A massive magic circle materialized beneath everyone's feet. Back at the academy, a brilliant golden beam of light suddenly flashed. All the students and professors were instantly teleported back. The professors at the academy rushed out in a panic, demanding to know what had happened. They were dumbfounded to see the entire first-year swordsmanship expedition team, prompting one professor to ask, what's going on? Professor Heathcote explained in a grave tone, during our training in the water monitor territory, we ran into an extremely dangerous anomaly and declared a state of emergency. He revealed that the cause was an assassination plot orchestrated by faculty members within the expedition, specifically 2 magic professors accompanying Professor Wormel. The students all chimed in to testify that this was the absolute truth. Leonhardt added, the whole team was almost wiped out, but Gray and Professor Heathcote saw through the scheme and saved all of us. The young professor was in total disbelief, completely at a loss for how to handle the situation, until the older professor barked an order. Everyone stay right where you are. He then asked if anyone was severely injured and needed emergency medical treatment, scanning the crowd to find that everyone seemed relatively okay. Next, handcuffs were brought out. Everyone had to be temporarily cuffed to prevent any hidden insiders from covering their tracks or escaping. Then came the interrogation phase, where every single person's record was thoroughly vetted. Gray gave his testimony first, followed by the rest of the students being questioned one by one. Even the professors had to go through the exact same protocol. The final person to give testimony was Professor Wormel. Once the questioning wrapped up, the students and Professor Heathcote waited. The judge ordered silence. Headmaster Alexandro led the disciplinary panel, preparing to hand down the disciplinary verdict regarding the assassination and kidnapping plot against the first-year swordsmanship expedition team. He announced, this incident was orchestrated by Professor Wormel, the leader of the expedition and the mastermind, while Professor Balin, the deputy leader, acted as an accomplice. They also received support from 2 magic professors in charge of emergency rescue, Professor Galak and Professor Wrent. Inside the enclosed simulated environment they created, they attempted to murder and kidnap the students. He continued, Professor Wormel, Balin, and Wrent continuously carried out their criminal plot throughout the event with 0 mitigating factors. Therefore, under Academy law, these three are sentenced to death. Furthermore, to investigate potential connections and accomplices, the interrogators have been granted unlimited authority in questioning and torture. Once this process is complete, the death sentences will be carried out. Headmaster Alexandro warned chillingly, they won't be dying an easy death. The faculty members were terrified out of their minds, and Professor Wormel begged for his life. A heavy, oppressive atmosphere blanketed the room as Alexandro's terrifying aura poured forth. Wormel panicked and tried to bolt, but someone grabbed him by the head and slammed him hard against the ground. Professor Rent let out a startled shriek at the sight of his condition. Alexandro was so furious that veins bulged on his face as he ordered the guards, "Take them away." The guards obeyed. Professor Galek had also committed grave crimes, but at the very last moment, he had betrayed the plan and helped the students escape. That alone was enough to commute his sentence. Therefore, after his interrogation, he would live out his days as a prisoner of war, prompting Galek to reply with a tremble, "Understood." Leonhardt wore a clear look of disappointment that he wasn't executed, but Heathcote explained, he still helped save the students at the last second. Sometimes, to minimize losses, we spare a life if the other party cooperates, though surviving might not necessarily be the better fate. Gray and Professor Heathcote walked together, and Heathcote sighed, "You had to go through something like this right after enrolling." Gray replied, "I'm starting to get used to getting dragged into incidents. But I never expected so many criminals to be hiding among the Academy's faculty," prompting Heathcote to agree. "It's hard to believe this is the greatest educational institution in the world." Gray admitted, "It's completely different from what I imagined before coming here." Heathcote said, "I figured as much. Some people say the World Alliance Academy isn't really an educational facility at all. They claim it's a filtering ground. Students are already strong when they're gathered here, and those who graduate with honors only do so because they were strong from the start, while the professors aren't even all that formidable." He asked Gray what he thought. Gray admitted that he had harbored similar doubts himself. Heathcote could only offer an apology. Gray added, "But there's one thing I'm certain of. I've gotten a lot stronger than I was back in the village. I'm stronger than ever before." He said, "Maybe we shouldn't trust the Academy as an organization, but I believe there are still trustworthy teachers here, and I think that's enough." Heathcote sighed, "You don't sound like a student at all." Even so, he reminded him, the Academy's training is going to get truly brutal from here on out. Everything you've been through so far was just a light warm-up. Placing a hand on Gray's shoulder, he said with a serious tone, "From now on, you're going to get a whole lot stronger." Gray smiled and answered, "That's the plan." A few days later, a professor praised all the students for their performance during the previous field march training. He acknowledged that while many unusual situations had occurred, with that march, they had officially completed the basic physical training phase. From now on, they would step into the next stage. Before explaining the new curriculum, he showed them the benchmark they needed to reach. Professor Rent stepped up to the spot and swung his sword, sending metal scraps flying in all directions. He explained, "This steel pillar is 145 millimeters in diameter. If you can slice cleanly through it in a single stroke, you qualify for promotion to your second year," adding, "If you can't do it by the end of the term, you'll be expelled." The entire student body panicked, and he further revealed that roughly half the students failed to cut it and were expelled every year. A student asked with a shaky voice, "What happens if we get expelled?" And Professor Rent replied, "The number of graduates from the World Alliance Academy is already tiny, so you don't need to worry too much. Depending on which year you get expelled, your path forward will differ. If you're expelled as a first year, you're usually transferred to a regular academy back in your hometown, where you'll constantly skip grades because you end up as top of the class." He mapped out the hierarchy. The weakest students of the World Alliance Academy are already top-tier elites compared to other academies. If you choose to work instead of transferring, you usually join the Royal Guards as elite swordsmen. A student asked in astonishment, "Just getting expelled is enough to get into the Royal Guards?" Professor Rent chuckled. "From the moment you're accepted into the World Alliance Academy, you're no longer considered ordinary people in the eyes of the world. Compared to the monsters here, you might feel weak, but out there, you're still top-tier talent." Though adding, "Naturally, practical combat experience is still a must." Gray thought to himself that the gap between the academy and the outside world was terrifying, just like what his master Arya had told him. Professor Rent advised, instead of worrying about getting expelled, focus on cutting through that steel pillar. The students remained skeptical about whether anyone could actually chop through such a thing. He handed a sword to a student and told him to give it a try. The student assumed a stance, swung the sword with all his might, but the recoil threw him off balance, forcing him to drop the blade. As he screamed in agony, "Ah!" both of his hands were shaking violently. Professor Wrench shook his head. I figured he wouldn't be able to cut it, but dropping the sword is unacceptable. A swordsman must always hold tightly to his blade, even in death. Gray asked, is there a restriction on the sword we can use? Thinking that if he used the sword Professor Ariel gave him, he could slice it clean in one stroke. Professor Wrench replied, you're only allowed to use the standard issue Academy sword. Even so, I believe Gray probably could have done it already. Gray pondered if he used his red power, he could finish it immediately. But if this was a requirement for promotion, he should try to achieve it without relying on it. He started thinking about combining that technique with his own abilities and reaching the level of the Liquidator. Images of the massacre the Liquidator had caused flashed through his mind, making him even more determined to grow stronger. Professor Wrench cleared away everyone's doubts. You're wondering if it's even possible to chop through that thing with a sword, or if you need inhuman strength like Gray's just to make it to the second year. Actually, that's not the case. He asked, have you ever wondered why professors and second-year students are so much stronger than you? Even though our physical stats don't differ all that much, the gap in power is overwhelming. He revealed the reason is the transmission of life force, channeling the life force that every human possesses into the sword. Gray had heard about this in his past life. Life force, or Odo, was used to refine supercompressed ether. He realized the World Alliance Academy had developed a swordsmanship system utilizing life force. Were they about to be taught how to use it? Professor Wrench continued, modern times don't require understanding complex theory. The life-draining demon sword will automatically draw out your life force and channel it into the blade. Once you get used to that sensation, you'll be able to channel your life force into an ordinary sword. He asked who wants to try first. Every student thought there was no way they were going to hold a sword with such a terrifying name. Everyone waited for someone else to go first to see the results. Gray thought the name sounded pretty suspicious, but he wanted to get stronger. He raised his hand, but someone else raised theirs at the exact same time. It was Leon Hart. Leon Hart was frustrated because he hadn't been able to do anything during the fight with the water monitor lizard. And even though he was called the top swordsman, at this rate, he would never catch up to Gray. Professor Wrench knew Gray could handle it easily, but that wouldn't serve as a good reference for everyone else. So he called Leon Hart up to try first. He handed the sword to him. Leon Hart took the sword and felt something being drained straight out of his body. Professor Wrench warned, don't hold it for too long. The moment you grab it, you need to throw a slash right away, then sheath it and let go. Leon Hart took a step forward and swung with all his might. He managed to cut halfway through the steel pillar. It wasn't a clean cut, but the power he had just unleashed was astonishing, and he couldn't believe that kind of slash had come from him. Suddenly, he felt something strange inside his body. Leon Hart collapsed face down onto the ground. Everyone was thrown into deep shock as the students rushed over to Leon Hart's side. Professor Wrench reassured them, don't panic, this happens to everyone at first, so just let Leon Hart rest since running out of stamina is only temporary, and he'll be back on his feet after a short break. He praised he didn't let go of the sword, truly deserving of being the top swordsman. Since everyone was already gathered, he asked Gray, do you want to give it a try? And Gray nodded, saying yes. The surrounding students couldn't believe it because they had just seen Leon Hart collapse, yet Gray didn't hesitate at all, leading one student to whisper, not only is his skill on another level, but his willpower is too. Gray drew the sword and slipped into a combat stance. He could clearly feel his life force being drained away, so he knew he couldn't hold it for long, but he was ready. He delivered a ferocious slash with terrifying force, but still failed to cut completely through. He realized this was entirely different from swinging a regular sword, feeling as though all the blood in his body was freezing solid, and now he truly understood what having one's life force drained actually meant. He sheathed the sword. Professor Wrench gasped in astonishment. This is the first time I've seen a freshman not drop to their knees after trying it, before adding, the quality is certainly on another level. Gray silently thought that he had held up much better than expected, and he had the harsh training of Professor Heathcote to thank for it, figuring that constantly getting beaten to a pulp had gotten his body used to taking damage. Professor Wrench asked, can you try one more slash? And Gray nodded, giving it another go. But this time he couldn't do a thing. His vision started to blur as his consciousness steadily drifted away, leaving him with only the hope that he could manage to sheath the sword in time. He managed to pull it off before collapsing, prompting Professor Wrench to offer a wry smile and say, I was only half joking, I didn't expect you to actually try it, though he finally understood why Gray was so absurdly strong for his age. They laid Gray and Leon Hart side by side, and while waiting for the two of them to recover, Professor Wrench spoke to the rest of the class. Swordplay that utilizes life force is immensely powerful, to the point where even someone holding the sword for the very first time can damage a steel pillar to that extent. Yet, no matter how powerful the technique is, the only formal institution that teaches it is the World Union Academy, and no national academy teaches it, nor have local fencing dojos ever even heard of it. He asked, "Do you kids know why?" One student guessed, "If you abuse your life force too much, do you die?" But Professor Wrench shook his head and replied, "Nobody dies from this sword because once you run out of energy to swing it, the sword automatically stops draining your life force." The students still looked worried. Leon Hart regained consciousness and mumbled, "Is it because the sword is too rare?" Professor Wrench nodded. "It is indeed a rare sword, but that's not the main reason, as there are about 30 of them in the academy and similar ones exist outside. But back in the old days, people used them for training, which led to countless deaths. Adding, that's why they stopped using them outside the academy." Gray chimed in, "Even though the sword stops draining your life force when you can't swing it anymore on a real battlefield, the enemy will still kill us." He continued, "If you want to use this power in actual combat, the crucial thing is being able to keep moving after you swing. And almost nobody outside the academy can pull that off." Professor Wrench praised, "That is the absolute perfect answer." He added, "Being able to activate it once means nothing because you've only truly mastered this power when you can use life-draining swordplay as naturally as breathing, and if you can't do that, you aren't using the power. The power is using you. That's why countless swordsmen have lost their lives." The students grew anxious upon realizing they were about to train with something so dangerous, asking if second-year students could use it. That precisely explained why they had to learn how to use this power like second nature. They would be using these very swords in their next training session. And they were even allowed to practice outside of class as long as they didn't pass out or show up late to other subjects. A very considerate rule indeed. The class came to an end. Gray realized he had to find a way to use this power normally, because if he passed out after a single use, he would become completely useless. And the exact same thing applied to his red power. Every time he used it, it left him utterly exhausted and sometimes even required a healer. So he at least wanted to master one of the two. He quietly thought that coming to the World Union Academy was the right choice, as there was no better place to get stronger. He started to wonder what would happen if he combined his life force skill with his red power. A little while later, target dummies had already been set up at training ground number 2. Someone noticed that the steel pillar was covered in slash marks, yet still hadn't completely fallen over, and all of it had been caused by Gray. Gray had figured out the pattern. He needed to rest for 3 minutes after every single slash so his life force recovery speed could keep up with the rate at which it was being drained, making it an extremely inefficient training method. But he felt like he was finally starting to understand it. He intended to try using a regular sword because if he kept going without resting, he would just collapse again, though he didn't want to lose the fresh sensation still lingering in his body. Right as he was about to draw his sword, someone stopped him, shouting, "Wait," prompting a surprised Gray to ask what was wrong. The other person replied that Professor Ariel wanted to be present for the very first time Gray used his life force sword on his own, so he had to wait while they went to fetch her. Gray nodded, "I understand." But knowing how busy she was, he asked, "Is it really necessary to bother her with this?" The other person laughed. "She predicted you'd get the hang of it today, so she cleared her schedule in advance." Gray understood it was definitely thanks to her divine eye. A short while later, Professor Ariel appeared and apologized for keeping him waiting, and noticing she had brought someone else along with her, Gray asked, "Who is this?" Ariel explained, "I brought her along to heal you in case something unexpected happens, since you've already built up a lot of fatigue." Gray nodded, "If anything happens, I'll count on her," and eager to get his feel back, he asked, "Can I try one life force slash to warm up?" Ariel smiled, "Go ahead, I'll keep an eye on you." Gray thanked her and stepped in front of the target pillar. He delivered a powerful slash. It didn't cut all the way through, but he had managed to recapture the feeling, thinking, "I just need to replicate this sensation with a regular sword." Ariel watched every single one of his movements intently. Gray got into position, imagining the life force being drawn out from deep within his body, trying to recall that sensation, and picturing it like a stream of energy flowing straight from his heart. Suddenly, red energy enveloped his arm. That wasn't life force, making him think to himself, "Is this another power hidden inside me?" His life force and his red power were blending together, and something deep inside him was craving even more. So much so that he dropped to one knee. The power in his hand grew increasingly intense, and his life force was being sucked out completely out of control, leaving him unable to hold it back. Professor Ariel immediately ordered her assistant, "Do your job before the power spreads." Blood splattered everywhere as Gray's arm was cleanly severed with a slash. The red energy slowly faded into the air until it completely vanished. Ariel had anticipated that something like this might happen because special powers are notoriously difficult to harmonize with life force, and even past Divine Eye students had faced immense difficulties trying to fuse them. The woman in the white cloak removed her hood, revealing a pair of elf ears. It was Rafa Elixir, a professor specializing in healing magic. She treated Gray while saying that power just now was far too abnormal. She stopped the bleeding and then cast a special healing spell called Forced Regeneration. Bones began to sprout from his shoulder, followed by muscle tissue, and finally his entire arm was completely reconstructed. Professor Ariel was deeply impressed. Rafa smiled, "Good thing I listened to you," and switched to healing. She added, "He'll wake up in a few hours, so call me if anything unusual happens," and Ariel thanked her. Late into the night, Gray slowly opened his eyes. He was in a dark room and asked, "Where is this?" Someone noticed he had woken up. Professor Ariel was sitting right beside him, asking, "Do you remember what happened?" Gray replied, "When I tried to activate the life force sword, the power in my arm spun out of control and my life force was being drained away like crazy. And then the assistant cut off my arm to stop it, after which I don't remember anything else." He panicked upon discovering that his arm had grown back completely intact. Ariel remarked, "Your memory is still fully intact, and to be honest, that worries me." Gray asked why, but Ariel simply shoved an apple straight into his mouth. He mumbled, "Did you know this was going to happen?" Ariel nodded, "Not this exact situation, but something similar has happened before." Gray looked surprised. Ariel revealed, "That was when Amy White, the Sword Saint, tried using life force, which is why I wanted to be here when you tried it." Gray couldn't believe that even the Sword Saint had gone through this. Curious, Gray asked, "So what happened to Amy White back then?" Professor Ariel sighed and recounted, "Amy couldn't handle the mixed power and her arm literally exploded." Gray was left speechless. Ariel continued, "Fortunately, she didn't have to chop her arm off, but the psychological shock was severe, and to this day Amy still hesitates whenever she uses life force." Gray asked, "Does that mean Amy is able to use it now?" Ariel nodded. "It took a tremendous amount of effort, and they used a type of contract magic to seal her power, allowing Amy to train while the contract gradually loosened until she was finally able to use life force independently without the contract." Gray gasped in astonishment. Contract magic can even do that? Before asking if he could use the same method. Ariel shook her head. "No, contract magic isn't suited to seal your abnormal power. Because even Amy's power pushed the contract to its absolute limit and it only held out for 3 minutes, whereas with your power, you'd be lucky to last half a second." Disappointment clearly showed on Gray's face at the realization he couldn't use that method. Ariel apologized, "I haven't found a clear way for you to use life force yet, as your power is too irregular with no precedents or reference techniques to rely on." Gray asked, "Does that mean I can't use life force at all?" And Ariel shook her head. "Not quite, because once you train enough you'll be able to use it, much like the life-draining demon sword where you have to condition yourself until you only drain the right amount of life force, though I have no idea how you're supposed to train to reach that level. If you try to use life force without control, it will just blow up like it did just now. And if you keep losing control every single time, you won't even be able to practice." Gray calmly suggested, "Every time I lose control, you can just chop my arm off and heal it back, so if we can arrange for a healer, I think I can train without holding back." Ariel was stunned by his insane idea. She said, "I can arrange for a healer, but first I have to ask if you're really sure about this, because you can completely choose not to use life force. Since your own power is already stronger than the sword anyway, and using just that is enough to qualify you for promotion to your second year." Gray shook his head with unwavering determination. "My goal isn't just to make it to the second year, so if there's even the slightest chance to get stronger, I'm going to take it." Ariel had already predicted that answer, so she arranged for a healer and assigned someone to be in charge of chopping off his arm. Gray's plan was to repeatedly swing the life-draining demon sword to train his sense of draining life force, relying on a healer and someone willing to sever his arm whenever necessary. Ariel understood and said she would instruct the supervisor to chop off his arm immediately if anything went wrong. She reminded him, "Regenerating an arm might take until the next day, but at least you won't lose your life. And while this training goes far beyond anything I could ever imagine, I'll be rooting for you." Gray thanked her. The next day, the other students started complaining loudly. "This training is absolute garbage." They felt like they were starting to get a tiny grasp of it, but using a sword that only worked for a few sporadic strikes was terribly inefficient. After 30 minutes had passed, they decided to stop, knowing that pushing any further would wreck their bodies. But then they noticed that Gray was still keeping up his training, and he hadn't collapsed yet. Everyone whispered among themselves, his stamina is on a completely different level from ours. They even muttered about having seen Gray at the training grounds earlier that morning, prompting one student to disbelievingly ask, has he been practicing with the life-draining demon's sword from this morning until now? Everyone paused to think about it before concluding. You must have seen things wrong. Gray probably just started a little earlier than the rest of us. We were totally wiped out after 30 minutes, so if Gray had been training since morning, he'd be dead by now. A very scientific conclusion. But even so, our main character kept right on going. Gray staggered. Everyone watched as he fell. Gray thought to himself, if I keep swinging the life-draining demon's sword forever, I'll finally get the hang of the feeling. But he still hadn't learned a thing. He muttered under his breath, this isn't even the method the professor taught, it's just a messy, self-taught workout. He wondered if he would ever truly learn how to draw out just his life force. Images of the liquidator flashed through his mind. He realized this wasn't the time to doubt himself. He resolved to keep going until he succeeded. He closed his eyes to focus and drew his sword. Then he took a step forward and slashed hard at the metal pillar. Thwip, the blade sliced cleanly through. This was the very first time he had completely chopped through a brand new pillar. He was still mapping out his plan, but when he looked down at his hands, he realized he had just used an ordinary sword. Gray muttered in slight disbelief, could something be wrong? Then he narrowed his eyes and fixed his gaze straight ahead. He unleashed another strike and easily sliced clean through the pillar in front of him. The cut was exceptionally neat, but Gray didn't stop yet. He swung his sword again to unleash another attack, and this one sliced through the pillar just as easily. Its two severed pieces dropped straight to the ground. As for Gray himself, he collapsed onto the floor from sheer exhaustion. His hollow eyes stared straight ahead, and then he let out a goofy laugh. Haha, that was easier than I thought. Instead of getting bogged down trying to chase the feeling, he just needed to repeat it over and over until he could swing the sword instinctively. At that thought, Gray pushed himself back up and reminded himself, but we're not done yet. I need to practice launching sword aura attacks until it becomes a fundamental skill, rather than some hidden trump card I only pull out when necessary. With this much effort, I can definitely do it, he declared with utter confidence. A short distance away, the two remaining students saw Gray acting all bubbly and turned to look at each other, wondering. His slash looked a little different from how the professor did it, right? It feels kind of strange, but Gray doesn't even seem to realize it. They reminisced about the moment the protagonist had just pulled off that attack. Time flew by until evening. At that moment, the dining table was laid out with an array of mouth-watering dishes. The protagonist was devouring everything like a starving demon, not even caring if the food tasted good. He just needed to stuff his belly first. His eating habits left everyone around him stunned. For real, is he actually recovering from that? How can someone eat that much? On the side, Leon nodded in admiration. As expected of Gray, he's completely mastered the technique of channeling chi into the sword. Hearing that, a student nearby curiously asked, "What do you mean?" prompting Leon to explain. That technique consumes a massive amount of physical energy and requires intense concentration. The fact that he can eat this much is absolute proof that he's activated his sword chi countless times. No sooner had he finished speaking than the excited voice of a female student rang out nearby. Does that mean if he uses that demonic sword a lot, he won't get fat no matter how much he eats? Her eyes sparkled like stars as she said it, while Leon only offered a slightly flustered reply. Yeah, basically, something like that. But training with sword chi is way more exhausting than regular physical workouts. At the same time, right after Gray finished eating, an announcement suddenly blared out, a notification from Professor Ariel. First-year swordsmanship student Gray Lee, please report to Professor Ariel's office. Finding himself suddenly called out made the protagonist feel a bit odd. It's rare for someone to page me over the school PA system like this. Did something happen? Without overthinking it, he hurried over to Professor Ariel's office. As soon as she saw him arrive, she nodded. You're here, good. I called you here because of a very urgent matter. It's about this year's training program. As she spoke, she tossed a notification paper to the protagonist. Written on it was, fastest swordsmanship student Gray Lee, you have been selected to participate in the special elite training program of the prestigious Bookish One. Schedules and detailed information will be announced 42 hours before the start. Always remain on standby and keep your fighting spirit sharp at all times. May you survive and surpass yourself. Anonymous Professor, the reader. After reading it, Gray didn't look worried in the least. In fact, he excitedly asked, having a sharp fighting spirit at all times means this training is basically real combat, right? If that's the case. Before he could finish his sentence, the female professor snapped, that's just training in name only. They're going to throw the top students right onto the razor's edge of life and death without any backup. You'll actually have to fight for real. What a sick joke." She spoke with a hint of dissatisfaction, and then continued, "There have been cases where they teleported participants straight into criminal dens overflowing with mobsters and never brought them back, causing those students to lose their lives." Hearing this, Gray felt a jolt of panic. Thrown into a criminal den, doesn't that mean students are going to die? Ariel shrugged and replied casually, "Definitely. In fact, fewer than half of the students who join this training program make it back alive. There are even years where not a single person survives. It's just that the pressure finally reached the ears of the higher-ups, so this training has been suspended for the past 10 years. But I never expected you to end up as a target for it." Sitting across from her, Gray started feeling anxious. Fewer than half survive, and they still call this training? He asked in confusion, causing Ariel to slam her hand on the desk in frustration. "I refuse to call it training either. So I have a proposal. Let's turn it down this time. Normally, once you're selected, you can't refuse, but as an exceptional special admission student of the Divine Eye, I can use my authority to block this." In response to her offer, Gray suddenly balked. "Please wait a moment, Professor." He took a breath and took his time to think it through carefully. "I know this is a dangerous training program, but if a program that dangerous still exists, isn't it because it actually delivers results?" Thinking that, he looked straight at Ariel and asked, "Can I get stronger if I overcome it?" Prompting Ariel to shake her head and advise him to drop it. "You'd better not try." Gray pressed on, "Don't you think I can survive? If you think I'm going to throw my life away in this training, then I'll quit." Hearing him say that, a hint of sorrow flickered in Ariel's eyes. "It's not that I think you won't survive the training. And it's not just because I realize that. A first-year student with strength like yours has practically never existed in the past. Even so, you could say there were times in the past when predictions turned out wrong. Elites have died in past training sessions." Gray was startled. "Is that true? What happened?" Ariel explained to him. "A while ago, probably about 400 years ago, 2 students with the Divine Eye special admission were chosen to take part in this training. They belonged to the swordsmanship department just like you, and they were both students who stood far above ordinary rookies." Hearing that much, Gray's eyes widened in shock. He thought inwardly with dismay, 400 years ago, just how old is this woman anyway? Unaware of his internal thoughts, Ariel's melancholic voice continued. "I thought they'd be fine and sent them into this training without a second thought, but the result was tragic. One of them died and we couldn't even recover the body. The other managed to survive, but back then, everyone was helpless against the arm he lost." Hearing this, Gray felt a wave of sympathy. Losing an arm, that obviously wrecks a swordsman's future. "My own arm stopped working during the tournament arc. I can't imagine what it would be like to live the rest of my life like that." Across from him, Ariel continued. "Normally that's true, but he was different. Have you ever heard of the one-armed swordsman Wajuro Duran?" Hearing that name, Gray felt like he had heard it before. Wajuro Duran. He was an extremely famous swordsman from the old days, right? Ariel nodded and went on. "That's right. At the time, he was one of the strongest people in the world, and he was the one who survived that ordeal. I wonder how strong he would have been if he still had both arms. Do you realize just how dangerous this training is now? I don't want that to happen to you. I can't let your talent go to waste." As she said this, her eyes couldn't hide her worry for her student. After a few seconds of silence, Gray replied, "I understand this training is dangerous. I didn't even intend to join it at first. But there's one thing bothering me. According to the legends I know, rumors say Duran grew overwhelmingly strong after losing his arm. Isn't the real reason he got that strong actually because of this special training?" Gray casually suggested that if the real reason he could become stronger was because of that special training, the red-haired professor froze and sweat began to bead on her face. Gray realized he had guessed right, while the professor cursed under her breath, regretting that she had ever brought up Duran being the survivor. She warned him that Starseer was a notorious professor who had driven countless students to their deaths. Participating in his training was no different than putting yourself on Professor Varian's operating table for body-modifying surgery. Gray remembered Bella Albright, the strongest mage in the world before he turned back time, who who was also a product of those very surgeries. Just looking at the results, Varian's experiments really had created the most overpowered entity on the planet. If there was a safer way to get stronger, that would be great, but Gray was willing to risk his life if it helped him attain absolute power. He clenched his fist, thinking to himself that the price wasn't even that bad. The young man flashed a confident smile, asserting that he would definitely make it back alive. The professor looked at Gray with deep concern, but right at that moment, a noise from outside interrupted their conversation. A courier appeared carrying a notice from Central Command addressed directly to him. Taking the mysterious black envelope, Gray thanked the person and muttered to himself about the bigwigs running this academy. The red-haired professor opened the letter to read it, confessing that she didn't even know what those people looked like and wasn't even sure if they were human. Her eyes flashed with shock upon seeing that this was a special directive regarding Gray's training. The contents of the letter stated that Central Command had anticipated the professor would try to stop it, so they sent this addendum to apply pressure. The letter offered two choices: regular training or a life-and-death kind where 80% would die, but the survivor would become stronger than all the rest combined. Using his authority, Starseer had upgraded this training to a high-level directive, stripping the red-haired professor of any right to interfere. Starseer himself declared that he had high hopes for Gray's growth for the sake of this world's future. The red-haired professor was dumbfounded. She had never seen Central Command issue a special directive like this for a freshman before. Her eyes filled with suspicion, unable to understand why Starseer was so determined to drive Gray to his death. Seeing her freeze up, Gray asked if something was wrong. She sorrowfully apologized, saying that now the only way for him to avoid this death trap of a training was to drop out. Gray held the directive, his expression eerily calm. The professor gripped the hem of her clothes, admitting that while this was the best academy in the world, it was also the place that crushed the most talents. Looking out at the magnificent academy buildings, she questioned whether accepting Gray through the Divine Eye quota had been a mistake after all. With Gray's talent, she believed he could easily succeed anywhere outside these walls. She even promised to use her connections to find him a good teacher if he agreed to quit right now. But in response to her worry, Gray just looked straight into her eyes and asserted that he wouldn't drop out. He declared that if he collapsed before this training, he wouldn't even have the right to exist in the harsh world outside. The red-haired professor sat slumped over her desk, sighing because she knew damn well how stubborn Gray was. Realizing she couldn't persuade him, she decided to share some positive news to encourage him. Even though Starseer's training was extremely dangerous, the truth was that most of the strongest people in previous generations were survivors of it. Gray gave a wry smile, telling her she should have mentioned that right from the start. She glanced at him, thinking that if she had said it sooner, he would have jumped right in without hesitating for a single second. The professor turned her face away, confessing that she had really wanted to stop him, but now it was impossible. She let out a soft sigh, trying to hide her lingering anxiety. Flashing a slight smile, she offered a single message: "Make sure you survive and come back." Gray confidently replied that that was the plan. The list of students participating in the special training program included Gray Lee, Leonhardt Appias, Lionel Hartman, and Pons Bard. In the conference room, a mysterious hooded figure appeared, announcing that Starseer wouldn't be meeting the students directly and would convey his will through them. The representative's enigmatic smile rang out, signaling the start of a journey paved in blood and tears. The mission this time was to raid a human trafficking base belonging to the Blood Drinker organization. The representative stated that supply routes had been intercepted by other units, so the place was currently experiencing a stock shortage. Therefore, the targets weren't ordinary civilians but actual criminals, posing no risk of civilian casualties. Pons, Bard, and Lionel listened with tense expressions. The representative coldly continued, "Naturally, they'll charge at you with all their murderous intent." Gray and Leonhardt stood in silence, accepting the reality that they had to wipe out every last enemy. After wrapping up the briefing, he asked if anyone had any questions. The atmosphere in the meeting room grew thick enough to cut. Lionel frowned and asked if this felt more like a real military mission than a student training exercise. The representative replied that while they could have given this job to professional soldiers, real combat opportunities for killing like this were rare and immensely valuable. He mocked that even regular soldiers would struggle to survive if just 4 of them were dropped into a war zone like this. An ultimate survival math problem. Pons Bard raised a trembling hand to ask if any professors would tag along to ensure their safety. The The answer was no. The core of this training was facing death without any guarantees, so no safety measures would be provided. Pointing at the defensive necklace Pons was wearing, he coldly stated that all such supportive items were also strictly forbidden. He added one more painful jab: don't expect to rely on professors, because by their third year, many students were already stronger than those researchers and teachers. Hearing this, Gray broke out in a cold sweat and mumbled to ask if it was really true that a student could be stronger than a professor, looking slightly shocked. Leonhardt sneered, telling him that with Gray's current strength, he could completely take down a professor all by himself if he wanted to, a bold assertion of his formidable power. Gray's eyes suddenly turned sharp as he thought about that prospect, with a massacre waiting ahead. With no one else asking any more questions, the representative retreated into the shadows, his star-marked eyes gleaming beneath his hood. He announced that they would be transferred to the operation zone in 2 hours, marking the beginning of a deadly countdown. Everyone had only 2 hours to plan and prepare, while Gray's blazing red eyes shone in the dark and an intense murderous intent enveloped him, getting him ready for the upcoming hunt. A hand lightly tapped against the pile of tactical documents scattered across the table. Pons Bard picked up a blueprint and announced that it was data regarding their destination, while Leon, standing nearby, couldn't help feeling anxious upon seeing that they were about to jump straight into the middle of the enemy's lair. Gray Lee stared intently at the map, wondering why this criminal gang's base completely lacked an anti-teleportation barrier, while Starseer still sat quietly in the back. Starseer explained that the place was originally protected by an extremely powerful force field. She stated that the Academy had found a vulnerability and destroyed that barrier from afar, but it would be re-established in 10 hours. Lionel, Leon, and Gray clearly heard the requirement. They had to flatten this base within that brief window of time. Pons Bard looked at the file, sweat beading on his forehead as he realized the enemy must have caught wind of this raid. Starseer nonchalantly asserted that destroying the barrier was practically a declaration of war, and the enemy forces were currently frantically hunting down the intruders. She wore a meaningful smile, asking the group of students whether this wasn't an incredible training exercise. Pons Bard could only hesitate, not daring to talk back to the terrifying professor. Lionel suggested that the group thoroughly discuss tactics beforehand to increase their chances of survival. He touched his chest, believing that everyone first needed to confirm each other's abilities. Leon and Gray nodded in agreement, because although they knew each other through sparring matches, they still weren't entirely clear on Pons Bard's full capabilities. But Pons Bard just coldly stared at the paperwork, saying that a single glance was enough for him to tell where their levels stood. Lionel's jaw dropped at the senior's somewhat arrogant attitude. Pons Bard turned his back, declaring himself the strongest person here and looking down on the abilities of all 3 underclassmen. A chart appeared showing that Lionel was slightly ahead of the other 2, but Pons asserted that the gap was negligible compared to him. Lionel started to get hot-headed at the senior's overconfidence. Gray Lee looked at Pons with an unfriendly gaze, silently thinking that if he was the bottom of the 3rd years, his grades probably weren't much to speak of either. Pons Bard turned back around, holding a pencil and challenging all 3 of them to go ahead and attack him whenever they wanted. The blue light from the gem on Pons Bard's neck flickered softly. He wedged the pencil between his fingers, preparing to receive the attack. Unable to stand the provocation, Lionel stepped forward and accepted the challenge. Lionel let out a roar, drew his sword, and charged into the attack with all his might. A powerful slash came down, creating a shockwave that radiated throughout the room. But Lionel's smile vanished when he saw his sword blocked effortlessly, and Pons Bard casually remarked that the attack was far too weak. Pons Bard's eyes remained calm, without a single trace of fluctuation. With just a flash counterattack, a burst of energy blasted Lionel flying away. Lionel fell back onto the floor, in pain and dumbfounded by the opponent's overwhelming power. Starseer stood in the shadows, smiling with faint satisfaction as she watched the display of dominance. Pons Bard stood straight, asserting that even the weakest 3rd year like him would never lose to a bunch of 2nd years. Gray Lee broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that the gap between the grade levels was truly a bottomless abyss. Pons Bard twirled the pencil in his hand, adding that his previous remark only applied to ordinary swordplay. He looked straight at Gray Lee and admitted that if Gray went all out, he himself would be the one knocked out instantly. Gray Lee was astonished that the secret of his power had been seen through by the senior. An image flashed back to when Gray broke the freshman's losing streak, and Pond's bard reminded him that feat was still deeply etched in everyone's minds. Gray Lee's red eyes flickered slightly at the opponent's words. Pond's bard warned that such power came with massive backlash, so it was best not to rely on it too much. Gray Lee admitted that if he unleashed his full force, his body would be so exhausted that he wouldn't be able to keep fighting right after. Pond's bard advised him to use it only in absolute emergencies, just to prepare for the worst-case scenarios. After Gray agreed, the group began to move, with Lionel walking in the rear, his legs still trembling with fear. The tactical maps were left behind on the table, with only 30 minutes left before the teleportation began. Pond's bard gathered the group, announcing that they had a rough grasp of the enemy's movement directions. He pointed to an area on the map, claiming that it was the hottest spot, so he would personally take charge of it. Lionel glanced over the other 3 directions, seeing that the number of enemy troops was roughly equal, so he suggested just picking randomly to save time. But Pond's bard brushed it off, saying he would assign positions based on everyone's individual fighting styles. He pointed to a troop detachment and assigned that direction to Lionel. Next, he pointed to another position and asked Leonhardt to handle that area. Though still slightly hesitant, Lionel agreed to follow the senior's arrangement, and Leonhardt also gave a soft nod of agreement. But then Leonhardt suddenly noticed something strange in this force distribution plan. He pointed to the remaining path on the map, realizing that Gray Lee had been pushed into an extremely isolated route. Leonhardt's eyes turned sharp as he questioned whether there was an ulterior motive behind sending Gray into such a dangerous area. Pond's bard calmly explained that the terrain there suited Gray's fighting style very well. His eyes narrowed calculatingly behind his long bangs. Leonhardt was not convinced by that reason, asserting that he had seen through the senior's true intentions. He emphasized that there were exceptionally dangerous criminals in that area, and Pons was deliberately pushing Gray into the riskiest spot. Pons' bard let out a heavy sigh, knowing he couldn't hide it any longer. He admitted that this training zone actually harbored a criminal classified as specially dangerous. Leonhardt worriedly stated that if that were true, even if all 3 of them joined forces, they wouldn't have a single chance of winning. Pons' bard nodded in confirmation, affirming that the only person with the capability to deal with such people was Gray Lee. A blazing red murderous intent surged in Gray Lee's eyes as he accepted the heavy responsibility of facing the Reaper. Gray Lee muttered to himself about specially designated criminals, a name that alone reeked of danger. He knew well that in this world there were individuals wielding monstrous strength capable of wiping out 1,000 elite soldiers with their bare hands. But what would happen if such earth-shattering power were used for dark purposes? The answer was those specially dangerous criminals, the kind of people even justice had to tread carefully around. Back in the meeting room, the group was discussing the mission's difficulty, nodding that even the professors in charge of the first and second years might not be able to handle these guys. Gray knew full well that if they just charged in for a frontal clash, their chances of winning were practically zero. Pons' bard also spoke up, having heard that there was never an easy victory in these training sessions, especially when trying to preserve Gray's strength. Pons bluntly opposed the current plan, finding it too risky without any certainty. But Leon had a different perspective, arguing that dividing forces when facing a strong enemy was a fundamental mistake. Pons sighed, seemingly losing patience when his teammate didn't understand his point. He asked Leon if Gray was fighting a monster criminal. What was Leon even there for, planning to be dead weight and die a useless death? Pons dropped a harsh conclusion: let monsters fight monsters and humans can handle the human part. Leon shot back immediately, reminding him that Gray's power had a massive recoil, and using it would leave him completely defenseless. Leon looked at Gray, wondering if they couldn't do anything more to help, and whether the group was just going to stand by and watch their teammate exhaust himself. Pons rebutted, arguing that Leon was underestimating the blood drunkards when the enemy was numerous, and their side only had 4 souls. Pointing straight at the map, he emphasized that bunching up would get them surrounded instantly, so spreading out to cause chaos was the best approach. Lionel also agreed with splitting up, but he remained worried about the risk of being ambushed from behind if only 2 people backed each other up. With the debate over 2-person teams still unresolved, Leon apologized for his harshness. Amidst that, Gray Lee coldly declared that he hadn't bothered listening to anyone's opinions this whole time. He wanted them to understand that the gap in skill between the grade levels wasn't just a number, but a whole chasm. That gap was clearly reflected in both actual combat capability and tactical thinking things the other members seemed to lack. Gray looked away as if he already had his own plan in mind for the upcoming battle. A notification sounded, leaving only 10 minutes until the teleportation spell began, making this the time for a final check of everything. He knew there was no time left to convince anyone else, and internal conflict right now was the worst possible thing that could happen. Gray walked away, leaving behind a concise "understood," which left the others staring in tense silence. Lionel relented, figuring that since Gray had made up his mind, he had nothing left to argue about. The cold, full moon outside the window signaled that a night of slaughter was about to begin. Leon was still somewhat worried, asking once more if Gray was really okay with this plan. Gray closed his eyes and gave a faint smile, as if everything had been calculated long ago. He suddenly asked Leon about the medical supply room in the mission area, a question that left Leon quite confused. Gray explained that he needed a few recovery potions to return to the front lines right after using that oversized power. He clenched his fist with determination, entrusting this important task to his teammate. Leon's eyes shone brightly as he swore that even if it cost him his life, he would deliver the medicine to the right place. Elsewhere, the sound of a mop scrubbing across a blood-stained floor was spine-chilling. Two guards were grumbling while cleaning, finding the job annoying and boring. One of them comforted himself that guarding the hallway like this was still way better than dealing with the horrible stench in the goods storage. He just wanted the slaves to clean up instead, even though he knew there weren't many new arrivals left to torture. Those who couldn't be sold were taken away for experiments, since feeding them was a waste of resources. The guard looked up and complained that the surviving slaves always tried to run away, which was a real pain. But his teammates sneered viciously, considering catching and torturing them to be fun, and even wanting to skin them to vent his frustration. Their cruelty was skin-crawling, but right at that moment, a hand clenched tightly, preparing to put an end to those disgusting words. The guard smirked beastly, believing that brutality was the exact reason they existed in this lair. The two of them remained absorbed in their morbid pastimes, without realizing disaster was standing right behind them. Suddenly, a strange sound tore through the quiet atmosphere, making the stone hallway unusually suffocating. The two guards startled and looked around, a chill beginning to run down their spines. A sharp sword arc flashed in the dark, so fast that no ordinary pair of eyes could keep up. Before he could understand what was happening, the guard's head parted from his neck, and blood splattered all over the damp stone wall. Pons Bard stood behind, witnessing the entire tragic scene unfold in a split second. His eyes widened in shock at the teammates' decisive and terrifyingly cold nature. Leonhardt also struck immediately, delivering a powerful slash to take down the remaining guard before he could call for help. He looked at the corpse under his feet with disdain, thinking these blood drunkards were truly disgusting scum. Leonhardt and Lionel affirmed that since there were no innocent civilians here, the group could carry out the purge without holding back. Gray Lee stepped forward with overwhelming murderous intent, ordering the slaughter of anyone who dared to move and stand in their way. A finishing sword stroke was driven straight down to make sure the enemy had no chance of survival. Lionel sheathed his sword, reminding the group to start moving according to what was discussed before departure. He nodded with determination, ready to face any challenges in the dark. Gray replied briefly in his signature cold tone, his glowing red eyes revealing a clear will to annihilate the enemy. Leon took a deep breath to regain his focus before plunging deeper into the enemy's lair. Gray Lee took the lead, rushing forward rapidly as the operation officially commenced, promising a bloody night of cleansing. Gray Lee dashed swiftly down the corridor, not wasting a single second. His glowing red eyes hunted fiercely for the target's whereabouts. In another corner, the guards had caught wind of an intruder. They shouted, thinking Gray was too arrogant to sneak into this lair alone. One seemed confident, demanding to take him out to relieve some pressure. He grinned evilly, thrilled at having fresh prey to vent his stress on after all this waiting. This guy charged forward like a madman, the dagger in his hand ready to take a life. He laughed maniacally, thinking he was about to stab the person standing before him. But in the blink of an eye, Gray swept past him, leaving a long trail of blood splashing out. That guy's body collapsed onto the floor, leaving his comrades standing behind in complete silence. The whole bunch panicked, unable to keep up with the speed of that slash. Gray, however, was disappointed. finding these guys so weak that he suspected they were setting a trap for him. The leader of the troop roared, beginning to realize the severity of the situation. He led another squad rushing forward, determined not to let the intruder escape. From behind, the crowd saw Gray's figure gradually fatting deeper into the base. The headband-wearing blonde guy was still nonchalant, figuring that with just Gray alone, there was nothing to fear. A soldier tried to charge forward to claim credit, but before he could finish speaking, he was targeted. His head flew off his neck instantly, proving that Gray's speed was truly on another level. Gray stood amidst the ruins, the sword in his hand still dripping blood after a light swing. The commander's face began to turn pale as he recognized the familiar uniform on him. Without giving them a moment to breathe, Gray unleashed sharp sword arcs, wiping out an entire squad of blocking soldiers. A cold gaze flashed by, accompanied by a few more lives dropping to the floor. The leader trembled as he confirmed that it really was him. He screamed orders for the grunts to stop, knowing that rushing in piecemeal was a one-way ticket to an early grave. The blonde guy remained clueless, failing to understand why his big boss was freaking out so badly. But the commander was already sweating bullets, all too aware of how terrifying the person in front of them was. Despite the warning, another blockhead recklessly leaped at Gray from behind. Gray barely glanced his way, and that single look sealed the fool's death sentence. A decisive sword stroke finished off the unfortunate soul, as Gray's identity as a student of the World Alliance Academy began to show. The blonde guy remained stubborn, figuring the opponent was just a swordsman with a single sword. He believed that simply surrounding him with numbers would take him down somehow. The bunch of thugs all charged in together again at their boss's command. Suddenly, brilliant blue magic rays unexpectedly intervened in the battle. The magic user appeared, blasting the grunts away to handle him personally. Gray glided through the magic projectiles, internally evaluating the difference in this kind of power. He recalled the magic theory he had learned with the red-haired professor, a secret not everyone knew. Taking advantage of the opponent chanting spells, Gray followed up with a fatal slash on the nearby lackeys. Miserable screams echoed through the dark hallway. Gray mused that these guys were genuinely weak, yet their eyes held a fierce determination. The crazed faces of the enemy emerged as they risked everything to take his life at any cost. Gray pivoted to parry amidst the encirclement, every single movement exceptionally precise and cold. His glowing red eyes showed that he wouldn't show mercy to anyone blocking his path today. Gray realized these guys were already far too used to killing. From the way they moved, he knew even the weakest person in his class had enough power to take down 10 of them at once. Why are they this weak, though? Gray thought as he sliced clean through a soldier's head. A lightning-fast sword slash tore through the air, sending blood splashing everywhere. His glowing red eyes remained cold and completely unchanged. Gray stood amidst the corpses, facing a fresh squad of mercenaries rushing over in a panic. He closed his eyes, beginning to ponder deeper about the enemy's actual strength. Memories of the academy surfaced, where every student had to push through brutal exams. Naturally, comparing those students to these criminals was a total mismatch. He continued swinging his sword, every stroke decisive and carrying widespread destruction. The only worrisome issue right now was that the specially designated criminal still hadn't shown up. Gray stopped in front of a soldier sitting slouched on the floor, shaking like a leaf. The terrified soldier screamed, claiming he had a proposal to negotiate. Gray looked at him with dead eyes, having zero interest in whatever he was about to say. But then he figured he might just squeeze some information out about that SDC criminal. The soldier coaxed him to join the Blood Drunkards as a senior bouncer with lucrative perks. Gray repeated the title in confusion, as this was the first time he had ever heard of such a position. The soldier started babbling, insisting it was the sweetest gig in the organization. He explained that Gray wouldn't have to do anything unless someone ridiculously strong showed up to handle. The perks of the position were even rumored to beat out the base leaders. Looking at his combat prowess, the soldier guessed Gray must be a second-year student at the academy. He grinned sinisterly, promising to treat him to all kinds of fine wine and women. "Forget that damn academy and switch to our side, it's way more fun here," he invited. Gray tightened his grip on the sword hilt, silently wishing his current strength was enough to settle everything. The soldier kept preaching, advising him not to set his sights on overly distant goals. He ranted about the sick underworld pleasures ordinary people never knew about. Gray coldly asked in return, "And what if I refuse?" Sweating bullets, the soldier admitted Gray could easily slaughter them all, but he would ultimately get wiped out too. Because the current senior bouncer was a former third-year student whose power far exceeded even the professor's. He chuckled triumphantly, waiting for his reaction. "So do you choose to enjoy yourself or kill me and get finished off by him?" he delivered his final choice. An enigmatic smirk crossed the face of someone holding all the cards. Gray Lee stood coldly opposite the kneeling red-haired soldier who offered two choices: submit to the blood drunkards to save his skin, or die right here by his hands. For Gray, it was an overly simple question to answer, and he didn't hesitate for even a second. He resolutely stepped forward, preparing to end this meaningless dialogue. His glowing red eyes radiated brutal killing intent as Gray drew his sword, declaring he would send both this soldier and that guy to an early grave. The red-haired soldier froze, cold sweat pouring down as he realized he had just awakened a monster. A sword arc ripped through the air, moving so fast the naked eye couldn't track it. The soldier's head parted from his neck in the blink of an eye, ending the life of someone arrogant enough to make such a proposal. Blood erupted violently as Gray stood quietly amidst the puddle of blood, without batting an eye. His expression remained calm and chilling as he stared straight ahead. Gray strode through the underground hallway littered with mercenary corpses, convinced the target he was looking for was hiding right inside this lair. He reanalyzed the dead guy's words. He used the singular him instead of them, meaning there was only a single target. Despite getting useful info, Gray started regretting agreeing to split up the team. If a powerful enemy attacked right while he was suffering the backlash of his skill, the situation would turn extremely dangerous, so he needed to regroup with the others quickly. In another corner of the base, an iron grip was crushing the neck of a pitiful soldier. Pons Bard lifted the grunt into the air, pinning him tight against the cold stone wall. With sharp eyes, he casually asked if the guy was ready to spill the truth. The demand was simple. What was the name of the special criminal hiding out here? Sobbing miserably with a blood-covered face, the soldier stammered out the name Medu Bradley. Professor Bradley's daughter, Pons repeated in doubt without loosening his grip. Pressing to see if anyone else was with her, the soldier swore on his life she was all alone. Seeing the pathetic state he was in, Pons knew he wasn't lying, which also meant he had run his course of usefulness. Ignoring the final pleas for mercy, Pons's blade was ready to strike. A decisive thrust pierced straight through the chest, pinning the soldier to the wall, confirming that only one special criminal was here just as he guessed. Blood dripped steadily from the sword as Pons felt secretly pleased with his decision to split up. In his view, the biggest mistake in group combat was having to drag along dead weight. He coldly withdrew his blade, leaving the corpse to slump onto the floor. He reasoned that if Gray lost his combat capability facing criminals, the rest of the team would waste a ton of effort just protecting him. A calculating smile appeared on Pons's face. If Gray got killed, the team's loss would be limited to him alone. The optimal calculation as he calmly awaited the outcome from the other side. He stabbed the corpse one more time to ensure no surprises happened. How convenient. Pons wondered if Medu Bradley would show up where Gray was, but based on the layout, he could figure out where the enemy would concentrate forces. Suddenly, Pons's eyes sharpened as he sensed something unusual. A massive wave of magic power rushed at him, prompting Pons to leap sideways to dodge. A terrifying explosion erupted right where he had been standing, sending debris flying. Pons landed and slid back a distance, readying his sword in a combat stance. Emerging from the shadows, a pair of slender legs in luxury high heels stepped out slowly. Well, you managed to dodge," a sarcastic voice echoed. Pons couldn't help but gasp in shock upon realizing the presence before him. Medu Bradley revealed herself with an authoritative air, holding a staff radiating a mysterious purple energy as he never expected to bump into her here. She casually brushed her hair back, wondering how her secret hideout got leaked to these people. Her pale purple lips curved up into a dangerous smile. Staring coldly at Pons with purple eyes, Medu Bradley resolved to eliminate anyone who dared spill her identity. Pons Bard arrogantly declared he had wiped out her subordinates, prompting Medu Bradley to reply with a challenging question. Looking at the base map, Gray Lee realized every path leading to vital areas had to pass through Sector D-15, the bottleneck they were guarding. Medu Bradley sighed softly, shocked that even the internal map leaked out, confirming her checkpoint was indeed Sector D-15. Confident that her moves felt anticipated, she opted for an unexpected path, seemingly staying one step ahead of her rival this time. Gray Lee clicked his tongue in annoyance facing this unexpected hurdle, realizing the enemy wasn't as simple as he thought. Medu Bradley, a modified entity created by Professor Bradley herself, possessed magic power that couldn't be underestimated. Famous as the strongest among third-year magic students, Gray understood he was at a disadvantage as the lowest-ranked freshman. Medu looked at Gray with utter contempt, sneering that he didn't look strong at all. She coldly dropped a finishing remark, unwilling to waste time on someone she deemed weak. A colossal purple-black fire spell erupted, targeting Gray Lee directly as dense killing intent choked the hallway. Pon's Bard stood frozen watching the churning magic energy above him, feeling immense pressure crushing down. In the nick of time, Gray Lee's eyes sharpened, concentrating hard to spot the opponent's opening. A deep blue magic blast flared fiercely, tearing through the darkness and repelling Medu's purple fire spell while dust and debris flew everywhere. The two opposing energies collided terrifyingly, creating blinding sparks across the space. Pushed back by the sheer force, Gray Lee managed to unleash a slash to neutralize the area of effect attack, knowing the real battle was only just beginning. As the smoke cleared, Gray Lee stood tall with his sword in hand, leaving Medu Bradley surprised to see her attack nullified so easily. She realized Gray channeled his life force into the blade to dispel the magic, a technique so skillful it made her question if it differed from magic at all. Medu thought if Gray attended the Magic Academy, he'd understand the disparity since a swordsman always had limits. Pon's Bard spoke up coldly, asserting that once swordsmanship reached a certain realm, it was no different from magic, proven by the blue lightning enveloping his body. He shot forward like lightning at a speed beyond Medu's imagination, kicking off a swift counterattack. Medu Bradley couldn't sit still hearing that, firmly believing magic was the ultimate power far surpassing cheap sword tricks. She pulled out a mysterious purple potion, preparing to use special materials to boost her power as a terrifying aura engulfed her. Rows of purple magic hands rose from thin air, cornering pawns from all sides in a terrifying, grotesque scene. Pon's Bard swung a powerful arc to smash the ghostly trap, though the phantom hands seemed endless, proving her a tough opponent. Medu Bradley expressed satisfaction watching her magic work, reveling in the feeling of power. The giant hands slithered through the air, looking gruesome yet holding a dark, destructive beauty she called art. Pon's Bard froze in shock, realizing something was wrong with his body as he had fallen into her trap. His blade got tightly grabbed and nullified by the magic hands, cold sweat beating on the young man's forehead. A giant hand from Medu's magic reached out, snatching pawns like a tiny prey as she laughed gleefully at his helplessness. Wrapped tightly in purple energy and lifted into the air, Pons felt Medu's power slowly crushing his life out. He gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain as her magic ravaged his body from within, letting out a pained groan. A massive magic explosion swallowed Pons' Bard whole, his screams echoing through the ruined base as Medu's power proved terrifying. After the blast, Pons lay motionless on the floor wrapped in black smoke, as she successfully eliminated another obstacle. Medu Bradley looked at the empty vial, clicking her tongue in regret over spending precious materials on someone like Pons, but she had other plans. A cruel smile touched her lips, figuring she could easily create new material from the warm corpse, treating human lives merely as tools. Stepping scornfully on the body, she gazed ahead triumphantly, wondering who the next unlucky victim would be, Gray Lee or someone else, as the chapter closed in a suffocating, gloomy atmosphere. Gray Lee stood quietly in the corpse-littered hallway, the sounds of the recent battle lingering, though it felt vastly different from what he knew. That was undoubtedly high-level magic, a power on a completely different tier, letting him know he faced something horrifying. Suddenly, an enemy ambushed from above, but Gray stood motionless as if seeing right through it. In a single breath, Gray's slash split the attacker in two, sending blood splashing and remains dropping onto the cold stone floor. Gray looked down at the blood-stained sword, knowing Ruinal likely couldn't survive facing that kind of power. Though avoiding explosive backlash, losing a piece like Ruinal was a massive loss, making things worse than Gray expected. If only he used that power sooner to protect teammates, upcoming fights might have been easier, as Gray let out a breath with glowing red eyes full of calculation. It was a regrettable loss of combat force that could have been avoided, as Gray blamed himself for hesitating in that life-or-death moment. Even knowing the future, he felt unable to convince them of what lay ahead since those guys were too conservative to change. Gray reminisced about the previous meeting where everyone argued about tactics without knowing the tragedy awaiting them. Back in the present, grunt screams rang from down the hall, having spotted his location and calling for reinforcements. One panicking soldier urged comrades to retreat, fully aware that rushing in alone meant death. Conversely, the blue-haired soldier beside him grew greedy, dreaming of a promotion to senior bouncer if he took Gray's head. But fear soon choked them, with one shrieking in terror upon realizing the person in front of them wasn't human, but a true monster. Gray observed the enemy, who grew cautious and stopped stepping out carelessly, making him wonder what they waited for. Perhaps they awaited the one who beat Senior Pounce, as Gray smirked, readying for another purge. He rushed forward like a black lightning bolt, thinking you're too close as he aimed for the grunt's blind spots. A bunch of guards lying in ambush popped out simultaneously, roaring with killing intent and trusting numbers would overwhelm Gray. Battle cries echoed, "Got him, die," as they poured everything into the coordinated strike. Gray immediately recognized the organized ambush as green magic rays tore through space toward him. Amidst the chaos, Gray moved with exact precision, swinging his sword to cut down all encirclement attempts in a flash. An arm flew off with a miserable shriek, as Gray's slashes were fast and brutal, giving enemies no room to counter. The commander roared, demanding grunts hold ground and keep firing spells. Hopping firepower would crush Gray's agility. Gray lowered his body, sliding across the floor like a phantom, while the magic bolts could only strike the empty space he had just left behind. The soldiers still tried to encourage each other with their numbers, shouting, "With our numerical advantage, we'll definitely crush this swordsman." But Gray's gaze brought only cold death as he saw right through their illusory confidence, and "Kill him" was the final cry many of them managed to utter. Gray lunged straight into the middle of the crowd, swinging his sword to create deadly cutting arcs as the soldiers scattered in complete disarray, devoid of any coordination against his overwhelming power. Gray realized the disjointed nature of his opponent's attacks, viewing them as nothing more than hopeless puppets dancing blindly. If this was all the skill his opponents had, Gray knew the outcome was already sealed, while blood dripped from his blade to mark the end of anyone standing in his way. No matter how many there were, numbers meant nothing against flawless swordsmanship, and Gray pierced through their defensive line like a hot knife through butter. The only real issue now was the whereabouts of Senior Bouncer, as Gray feared she might be blending in with these small fry soldiers to bide her time for a decisive strike. He needed to clear out these soldiers quickly before she revealed herself, executing each slash with careful and decisive precision. Gray glided among the corpses with feather-light footsteps that carried a suffocating pressure, knowing he couldn't afford to let his guard down for even a single second. But he needed to act fast, his sword glowing with a deep crimson aura as it prepared for a larger-scale massacre. Finally, the hallway plunged into a dead silence, with dozens of corpses sprawled across pools of blood beneath Gray's feet as he single-handedly wiped out an entire ambush squad. Gray wiped the sweat from his brow, knowing that while the small fry were dealt with, the vague presence of Senior Bouncer was still grinding away at his nerves. "Looks like I'm a bit late," a female voice echoed from behind, and Medu Bradley strolled out while smoothing back her hair as if she were out for a casual walk. She smiled as she admitted her initial plan was to blend in with the soldiers to take him down, but things hadn't gone the way she expected since Gray cleaned house way too fast. Gray held his breath, recognizing that this kind of aura and overwhelming pressure could only belong to someone truly powerful, leaving no doubt that the person before him was the target he had been searching for. Gray's eyes locked firmly onto Senior Bouncer, noting that while Medu Bradley looked charming and lazy, an immeasurable danger lurked beneath the surface. Yet Gray sensed something very strange, as his intuition whispered that a certain artifice was hidden beneath this form. Her presence was too faint, or rather felt almost artificial, prompting Gray to ask himself in shock, is she actually human? Medu Bradley casually stated that she didn't care about the deaths of her subordinates, though she wished they had died after accomplishing something a bit more useful. She looked at Gray with a meaningful smile, as if trying to probe his reaction to her brutality. Gray flatly rejected the blood drunkard's offer, asserting that he would never want to team up with someone as cold-blooded as her. Standing opposite each other in the gloomy hallway, Medu felt confident she would get a nod of agreement from the genius before her since she looked down on the trash surrounding them. She even promised to persuade her superiors so Gray could directly become a Senior Bouncer, offering a powerful invitation and the promise of a completely different status. Gray observed his opponent, nodding she was standing in a completely unguarded posture, and wondered if this was a trap inviting him to charge right in. Given his speed, Gray believed he could end this before the enemy could even react, delivering a decisive blow to lighten the burden on his steadily exhausting body. Logically speaking, going all out in a single moment to finish her off right now was the correct answer, with his sword reflecting his bloodthirsty red eyes. But deep down, Gray's combat instinct was screaming something entirely different, warning him she was definitely not an opponent easily defeated in a straightforward clash. Gray's eyes narrowed suspiciously as he tried to analyze the artificiality radiating from this woman's presence. The intuition from his past life was screaming at him never to touch this woman, enveloping his mind in an unprecedented, ominous premonition. Gray stood motionless, his hand tightening around the sword hilt as he fought a fierce battle between logical calculation and timeless survival instinct. Meadow Bradley smirked, figuring Gray had realized the gap in strength and didn't dare make a move, and once again dangled an invitation for him to join. Gray remained silent with his lips tightly pressed in tension, the pressure from senior bouncer weighing down on every inch of his skin. "Fine about that offer," Gray uttered ambiguously while his hand moved slightly, preparing for the most unexpected action possible. Without a word of warning, Gray launched a lightning-fast attack that tore through the air, sending deep crimson rays hurtling straight toward the target. A blade stabbed directly into the center of Meadow Bradley's forehead with terrifying accuracy, burying deep into her skull. Meadow stood frozen with the blade still stuck in her forehead, yet not a single drop of blood flowed out as a chilling stillness blanketed the hallway. Cracks began to spread from where the blade pierced her forehead, suggesting Meadow's body wasn't made of ordinary flesh and bone. Right before Gray's eyes, Meadow's body shattered into pieces like a smashed ceramic statue, while the blade fell out alongside it. Gray stared in shock at the fragments floating in midair, noticing one of her eyes still glaring straight at him from a fallen piece. Out of nowhere, pitch-black shadow hands reached out from inside the shattered body, grabbed the blade, and pulled the pieces back together. A surge of dark purple mana enveloped the fragments, beginning a grotesque and terrifying process of body reconstruction. Meadow's head gradually formed out of pitch-black smoke, a sight that completely defied every rule of logic Gray had ever known. Within seconds, Meadow Bradley returned to her normal appearance as if she had never been injured at all, with wisps of black smoke still lingering around her like a protective layer. Gray wondered if she had truly returned to normal, realizing his earlier caution was completely justified. "No, this is." Gray let out a soft murmur while keeping his eyes locked on the mysterious enemy, trying to keep his breathing steady. Meadow looked at him with amused interest, remarking that he was an extremely cautious fellow and beginning to realize Gray wasn't an ordinary swordsman. Keeping their distance in the spacious hallway, the atmosphere grew heavier and more oppressive than ever. "But I've figured it out," she said. Meadow stared straight at Gray with glowing purple eyes full of malice, asserting that he possessed a power capable of actually killing her. A blade thrusting straight through the forehead. This was the mental image Gray Lay was analyzing regarding his enemy's death. With his current strength, Gray knew he couldn't win against his opponent through a standard frontal clash. Meadow Bradley smiled cunningly, guessing Gray was hiding some kind of trump card. Otherwise, he would have risked a counterattack right then and there. She went on to deduce that Gray choosing to observe was proof he wasn't worried about missing a chance to ambush, asking, "Am I right?" Gray Lee looked at her with a cold gaze, silently thinking that people who use fakes are genuinely annoying. Memories surfaced reminding Gray that this power allowed him to fight opponents above his level. A terrifying slash that sent blood splattering. He felt certain he could end the match in a single blow before the enemy could retaliate. But considering the recoil, that power was basically a suicide attack, bringing back memories of Gray collapsing with a blood-soaked chest. Returning to reality, Meadow Bradley stood proudly among the corpses, and Gray told himself that if he had been fooled by the earlier bait, it would have been all over. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek as he realized this was the toughest opponent he had ever faced. Gray scanned the dark room, figuring that if the enemy deliberately used bait, she was a seasoned veteran, and wondered if he should smash both at once to see which was real. Meadow Bradley stepped closer as if reading Gray's mind, asking if he was planning to take down both at the same time. She licked her lips provocatively. "Too bad." A flurry of Meadow Bradley's illusions appeared along the dim hallway, surrounding Gray. Gray Lee kept a calm expression. "Fine." A massive surge of magical fire flared up as Meadow challenged Gray to find out which one was her real body. Gray Lee agilely dashed through the flames, while nearby soldiers got caught up in the explosion. He realized they could create multiple sophisticated clones simultaneously. An explosion erupted right beside Gray. Dust swirled heavily across the cracked stone floor, and Gray deduced that the magic from the illusions wasn't too powerful, likely because their strength was limited. Sparks flew as Gray swung his sword to parry, guessing the enemy's goal was to drag out a war of attrition and deny him the chance to use his true power. If high-powered magic spells missed their mark, they would switch to wearing down his stamina bit by bit. Medu Bradley smiled confidently, knowing that attacking from a distance and setting traps when the opponent charged in was a basic lesson for a mage fighting a swordsman. Fire blazed fiercely as Gray Lee bolted forward like an arrow in the blink of an eye. Gray glanced at an attack that had just grazed his shoulder. You missed. Medu Bradley summoned a massive floating boulder covered in a purple aura. Then try this. She sneered, revealing a small wicked fang. The boulder crashed down to create an earth-shattering explosion that filled the hallway with white smoke. Gray Lee startled as he felt an immense pressure bearing down on him. Shards of broken rock scattered everywhere, pushing him backward from the shockwave. With too many attacks hitting him at once, Gray realized he had nowhere left to dodge. He swung his sword in a frantic parry, trying to avoid taking fatal injuries. Blood splattered onto Gray's face, while his burning gaze remained completely unflinching. A deep cut appeared on Gray's shoulder as blood began to soak the fabric of his clothes. Medu Bradley casually remarked, "Doesn't seem very effective if you dodge the vital spots." "Then here's another one." Medu gathered magical energy again, forming a glowing orb of power. Gray Lee panted heavily, knowing that if he kept taking hits like this, he would soon bleed to death, and wondered if he should risk charging in even though he knew they were waiting for him. Gray's footsteps staggered across the dark stone floor of the hallway. His expression suddenly shifted as a blazing red light radiated a murderous intent. "Here you come." Medu Bradley watched Gray charge straight toward her with a ready magic circle in her hand. Laughing cruelly, she raised a blazing flame high. Burned to ashes just like that blindfolded guy. Gray Lee swung his jet-black sword with glowing eyes, preparing for a decisive blow. Medu Bradley's magic closed in from all directions, with pitch-black shadow monsters lunging at Gray Lee. "I am," came the arrogant assertion of someone holding the upper hand. A single sword, to Gray, one blow was enough. Gray Lee dashed forward amidst a blazing red aura with a swing of his sword carrying terrifying force. Medu Bradley's eyes widened in surprise, not expecting Gray to pull off a counterattack this fast. A sharp sword arc tore through space, cutting Medu's illusion in half. A blinding explosion erupted in the middle of the hallway, blowing away everything nearby. Medu Bradley stepped back behind a hole in the floor, gazing toward the billowing dust and smoke. Still in shock, Gray Lee began to speak, exposing the opponent's bluff. "The answer is..." Asking which one is real, she asked with a mocking retort. Gray Lee's eyes were sharp as a razor. "None of them are real, right?" He swung his sword to hack apart the fake shadows surrounding him. A clone's head dropped to the ground as Medu Bradley wondered how he had managed to pinpoint her location. Gray Lee turned his back, knowing from the start that the real entity hadn't mixed in with her lackeys, because if she could make so many fakes, there was no need to show her face and waste effort. The problem was where the real body was hiding, and Gray had relied on the magic flow itself to accurately locate the source of the vibrations. Pumping that much mana through the walls couldn't have been easy, right? Gray Lee softly wiped away the blood. His eyes narrowed as if trying to suppress the pain. Suddenly, Gray buckled, coughing up blood as he let out a groan of agonizing pain. Gray's arms and hands were stained with fresh blood, beginning to tremble uncontrollably. His tattered clothes revealed bleeding wounds as his body screamed from the power overload. Gray Lee used his teeth to tighten the bandage on his arm, trying to stem the bleeding so he could keep fighting. Panting heavily, he realized the recoil from a single sword swing was this heavy, confirming this power wasn't suited for prolonged fights. Right at that moment, the mercenary soldiers rushed in, cheering when they saw Gray wounded and exposed. Gray Lee knelt on the ground with his jet-black sword plunged deep into the cold stone floor. The enemy leader swung his sword while lunging from behind, triumphantly believing he would reap all the credit for finishing off Gray Lee. But in the blink of an eye, a sword thrust upward from below, ruthlessly piercing the attacker's jaw. His eyes rolled back in shock as blood poured from his mouth, leaving him no time to utter a single cry for help. Gray Lee gripped his sword handle tightly as the enemy's blood dripped onto his hand, reaping the credit to finish me off. Gray's face was covered in blood, accompanied by a cruel smile and red eyes glowing like a demon's. "You talk as if you actually have what it takes to kill me." Leonhard Appius ran for his life down the corridor with bright blue eyes full of urgency, while behind him, thugs lay scattered across pools of blood. He stopped, holding his sword in a firm defensive stance upon sensing something unusual ahead. Hearing a loud noise coming from Gray Lee's direction, Leon startled and paused. With beads of sweat forming, he wondered if Gray was fighting that dangerous criminal all by himself. Leon's legs sped up again as he realized he needed to get there to provide immediate backup. But then his steps suddenly slowed, the friction of his boots against the floor filled with hesitation. He came to a complete halt, staring down at the dark floorboards. A fleeting thought made Leon hesitate out of fear that his help at this point might just be meaningless. The image of Gray fighting fiercely flashed through his mind, an overwhelming strength that made Leon feel like nothing by comparison. He clenched his fists, terrified that rushing in to rescue him would only lead to a wasteful death. Standing on the boundary of fear, Leon tried to calm himself down to figure out what he really ought to do. His eyes flared with determination as he swore to deliver the recovery potion no matter what, even if it cost him his life. Leon took a deep breath, shaking off the self-doubt plaguing him. He admitted that he wasn't yet skilled enough to stand on the same front line during Gray's life-or-death battles. Turning on his heel, he realized the place he needed to go wasn't the direct center of the blazing battlefield. With absolute faith, Leon firmly believed Gray could finish off that criminal on his own. Returning to Gray Lee, his sword had just sent another enemy off to the afterlife amidst a rain of blood. A massive collision blew away everything around them, generating a violent shockwave. Gray knelt on the floor, leaning on his sword and panting as the pain forced a groan out of him. In the distance, a squad of assassins began to appear, gloating as they saw his wounds looked severe. A nearby soldier expressed shock upon seeing that the person Medu Bradley went to deal with was still alive, raising questions about whether Medu had been defeated. The leader of the assassins couldn't believe his ears, dismissing the thought that a mere swordsman could take down Medu. Yet reports of Medu's corpse in the next room, taken down by a single sword slash, left the whole bunch stunned. Seeing Gray struggling on the ground, the leader warned his subordinates not to be careless under any circumstances. He ordered a mage to provide backup since he himself was wary and didn't dare approach the monster. A hooded assassin reported with anxiety that all the mages sent out had vanished, likely wiped out by Gray. Hearing the news, the leader gnashed his teeth in regret over losing valuable resources without getting anything in return. Drawing his sword, he ordered his lackeys to step back since they wouldn't be of any use in the upcoming fight. Gray forced himself to stand up, the sword in his hand still vibrating because his body had reached its limit. His glowing red eyes stared fiercely, though deep down, he knew full well his hands no longer had any strength left. His legs trembled before collapsing onto the rigid floor. Gray dropped to one knee, sweat and blood streaming down his face, figuring a solid defensive stance was better than trying to stand and collapsing. The assassin leader slowly approached, his sword ready to finish off the exhausted prey. He narrowed his eyes to observe, still debating whether Gray was faking it or genuinely unable to stand firm. A flash of light burst from the enemy's blade. He lunged forward aggressively, grinning with delight at landing such an easy match against an immobilized opponent. Even while kneeling, Gray managed to bring his sword up in time to block the leader's powerful overhead strike. Gray's unexpected resistance made the leader's eyes go wide in startled shock. Calculating quickly in his head, Gray realized he had thrown the leader off balance and exposed a vulnerability after that block. Right before him was the leader's completely unprotected midsection. Seizing the moment, Gray swung his sword upward, thrusting straight into the enemy's abdomen from underneath. A fatal strike that left the leader barely able to let out a cry of agonizing shock. The leader was sent flying backward after taking the full brunt of Gray Lee's thrust. Panting heavily, he clutched his chest with trembling hands, having narrowly escaped death, while Gray frowned, wondering why his blade had been blocked. Glancing at the massive tear in his clothes, the leader realized in cold panic that without his inner armor, he'd be a goner. Gray Lee remained kneeling on the ground, blood streaming down his face as he felt utterly humiliated that his attack had turned out so weak. The leader regained his arrogance, telling his underlings to back off so he could handle Gray himself and hog all the credit. The accompanying assassins readily agreed, hoping Gray would be wiped out as fast as possible. He drew his sword decisively, preparing to end the match. They clashed once more, but Gray now had to rely purely on technique to make up for his sheer lack of strength. Gray knew the opponent had figured out he no longer had enough juice to unleash heavy-hitting blows like before. The leader grinned gleefully as he continuously forced Gray onto the defensive, while Gray admitted he was in a hopeless fight. Gray stared hard at the enemy, knowing that if he tried using that power again, the price would be death. The leader raised his sword high, mocking Gray's exhaustion upon realizing he had hit his limit. "Guess I have no choice," Gray silently resolved, tightening his grip on the hilt. A burst of crimson magic flared around Gray, shocking the leader with its terrifying pressure. The leader tried to keep a calm front, sneering at the stubbornness of a dying man. But Gray's eyes were now burning with a lethal, brutal shade of red. His pupils constricted, radiating a bone-chilling aura of murderous intent. The leader began to feel uneasy seeing the bizarre transformation unfolding across from him. The sword in Gray's hand suddenly became shrouded in a brilliant blue-purple aura, exuding unmatched power. Facing that blinding energy, the leader could only blurt out in shock, asking what kind of freak Gray actually was. A lightning-fast sword stroke swept out, sending the leader crashing to the floor in total helplessness. Holding the glowing blade, Gray silently confirmed that this was the power of the Life Force sword. Despite his blood-smeared face, Gray smiled with quiet satisfaction as this was his first time using it in actual combat. Gray Lee stood with glowing red eyes, his face blurred by smudged patches of blood. The soldier froze, cold sweat breaking out as he took in the sight before him. Reflected in a pool of blood, Gray loomed like a demon god that had just slaughtered its prey. Greva had collapsed completely, his mangled corpse lying still amid the rubble. The mercenaries panicked, unable to believe their leader had been taken down so easily. The commander roared for his subordinates to fall back and avoid rushing blindly to their deaths. Gray forced himself up, though his sword felt heavier than ever due to pure exhaustion. The Life Force sword technique was ravaging his body, making it feel like his blood had stopped circulating. The enemy commander assessed that the situation was turning south and ordered reinforcements immediately. He peered into the deep, dark corridor, terrified that others might be lurking. Gray let his head drop, thinking he could rest for a second, but the enemy would be back soon enough. He groaned in pain as the shockwaves from the recent clash still racked his body. Gray's old arm injury burst open again, blood soaking through the white bandages. He needed to staunch the bleeding, or he'd pass out from blood loss before reinforcements arrived. Gray's vision began to blur, his body hitting its absolute threshold of endurance. He gritted his teeth against the agonizing pain tearing through every fiber of his being. Gray realized his life force showed no signs of recovering, not even a fraction. He recalled the promise of returning to the academy, wondering if he'd even hold out until then. The space sank into silence, with only the wind howling through the gaps. The sounds of battle faded into the distance, and Gray knew he could hardly count on outside help. Thinking of Senior Pounce, Gray guessed he was probably in grave danger too. "I need to steal a moment to catch my breath," Gray told himself while his breathing remained ragged. His eyes remained sharp, tracking every tiny movement of the enemy. The enemy commander warned his men not to let their guard down, since the opponent in front of them wasn't as weak as he looked. Gray clicked his tongue. He had wanted a slightly longer break, but these annoyances were back already. A fresh squad of mercenaries appeared, every single one gripping their weapons tight. Seeing Greva dealt with, the commander decided to switch to Plan D. Gray narrowed his eyes in caution, wondering what cheap tricks they were pulling next. It seemed the power of the Life Force sword had spooked them into avoiding a direct charge. He had to focus entirely to guard against a sudden ambush from the shadows. The grunts formed up, surrounding Gray from all directions. "Execute Plan D," an ironclad command rang out from the commander's lips. The subordinates obeyed without question, beginning to tighten the ring. The entire squad maintained a safe distance, just watching without any intention of rushing in. Gray realized they were playing psychological warfare to drain his remaining stamina. Forcing himself to hold out in this state was burning through Gray's energy fast. The enemy commander watched Gray meticulously, hunting for even the tiniest opening. He smirked upon realizing Gray was genuinely straining to mask his exhaustion. Gray kept his silence, knowing opening his mouth would give away his true condition. The commander analyzed that if Gray had any strength left, he wouldn't just stand there letting them box him in. The smirk on the commander's face grew increasingly sinister and triumphant. He asserted firmly that Gray was just putting on a front and had actually bottomed out on energy. The commander reasoned that the previous guys might not have killed Gray, but they had succeeded in wearing him down. Gray Lee stood quietly through the pain, hearing the enemy commander order a switch to Plan A to finish him off. Gray's vision dimmed as he realized the net was closing, and he was hanging by a thread. The assassins swarmed forward simultaneously, their weapons flashing in the gloomy hallway. Gray tried to tighten his grip on his sword, bracing for a final death match despite his wrecked body. Sweat mixed with blood streamed down Gray's face as he stared death right in the face. He tried to force himself up, only to realize his arms were completely numb and he couldn't lift his sword anymore. In sheer desperation, Gray considered using the ultimate taboo power to drag the enemy down with him. The enemy closed in, a giant shadow blocking Gray's vision accompanied by an arrogant laugh. He raised his weapon high, preparing to deliver the finishing blow to the exhausted youth. Suddenly, a deafening noise rang out, and the ground beneath their feet seemed to shake. Blood splattered as a terrifying wave of power abruptly intervened in the battle. Gray Lee looked up in astonishment at the scene unfolding before him. Streaks of blue light tore through the darkness, wiping out the entire encircling squad of mercenaries. Leon appeared like lightning, his gaze sharp though his face was also stained with blood. Another soldier tried to sneak around to attack, but Leon pivoted just in time to counter. The attacker didn't even manage a cry before being dropped by a flash of a sword. Fresh blood dyed the ground red as Leon stood tall amid the broken encirclement. Leon sheathed his sword, his own body battered with injuries after breaking through the enemy lines. Leon approached Gray and apologized for being later than expected. Leon pulled out a glass vial filled with glowing green liquid from his pocket. It was a potent magic recovery potion that Leon had gone through hell to secure. Gray Lee gave a faint smile, knowing he had truly been saved by his most reliable teammate. Leon flashed a bright smile, asserting he'd never forget his promise to his friend. Gray took the medicine and thanked Leonhardt for saving him. Leonhardt corrected him, saying that they were the ones Gray had saved. He remarked that even hundreds of ordinary thugs wouldn't be able to leave so much as a scratch on Gray. Yet somehow Gray was covered in injuries and still breathing. Leonhardt concluded that Gray must have defeated the specially designated criminal. Gray admitted that he had somehow managed to win, though using that overwhelming power had triggered severe side effects. If reinforcements hadn't arrived in the nick of time, Gray and his opponent might have killed each other, leaving Leonhardt relieved that he made it. However, he knew this place was much closer to Pawn's assigned location. Leonhardt frowned and asked if Pawn had abandoned Gray. Gray denied it and revealed that Pawn was probably dead. Gray's expression darkened as he recalled what happened, suspecting that the specially designated criminal had attacked Pawn before coming for him, and thinking that if he had gone with Pawn, he might have been able to save him. Leonhardt pointed out that Pawn had stubbornly insisted on facing the enemy alone, making his death tragic, but one that Pawn brought upon himself. Gray agreed. He then asked if Leonhardt had any recovery potions left. Leonhardt revealed that he had 3 vials, having seen more but only grabbing what was within reach due to his haste. Gray urged him to drink one himself. Leonhardt was confused, thinking his injuries weren't that serious. However, when he looked down at his hands, he realized they were far worse than he had imagined. Gray teased him for not even noticing. Leonhardt explained that he was in such a rush at the time that a slash grazing past felt like nothing. Back then, he believed a few wounds didn't matter as long as he could reach Gray even a second earlier. He remarked that people rarely feel pain when they are completely focused. Gray asked if it hurt now that he noticed, and Leonhardt admitted that the moment he saw the wounds, they started hurting like heaven. Even so, he decided against drinking the potion yet, figuring he would need as much medicine as possible if Gray had to go all out again. Gray told him not to worry and urged him to drink it, assuring Leonhardt that 2 vials were enough for him. Leonhardt finally gave in, agreeing and thanking Gray. Gray pointed out just how hard Leonhardt had tried. Leonhardt replied that Gray had done the exact same thing. Gray remarked how incredible it was that wounds vanished so easily, leaving no scars behind no matter how severe the injuries were. Leonhardt added that magic medicine is eternally miraculous, sharing that back when he was a kid, he used to be amazed watching his own training injuries disappear. Gray was shocked to hear Leonhardt had been using magic medicine since childhood, asking if he used to get badly hurt. Leonhardt explained that injuries naturally come with sword training, and looking back, none of them were serious, but his family still made him drink recovery potions so he could get right back to practicing. Leonhardt gave a wry smile, but Gray was stunned. The fact that Leonhardt used expensive magic potions for minor training injuries made the protagonist realize his family must be insanely wealthy. Leonhardt asked what they should do next. Gray suggested regrouping with Lou and the others before figuring out a way back to the academy. According to intelligence, the enemy only had 1 specially designated criminal, and since Gray had defeated her, there weren't many criminals left in this area. Leonhardt asked if they could safely assume the basic mission was accomplished. Gray hoped so. However, he paused and added that once the enemy realized their trump card had been beaten, they would likely fight with a nothing-to-lose mentality, nodding that enemies who accept death are far more dangerous even if they are weaker. Leonhardt admitted he had no experience with that kind of situation, asking Gray for advice on how to handle it. Gray asked if Leonhardt had noticed the enemy numbers decreasing while he was fighting. Now that Gray mentioned it, Leonhardt realized that at some point he stopped running into them. Just as Gray predicted, they were gathering their remaining forces in one location. Leonhardt figured they would concentrate in the most important area, but Gray explained that if the enemy had any brains, they would never choose a place so obvious. Instead, they would gather somewhere hard to spot, ambush the students, and attack from all directions, with Gray predicting they would crush their targets with overwhelming numbers. Leonhardt finally understood. Gray added that these guys belonged to a criminal organization that had taken countless lives and didn't even care about sacrificing their own members. If they couldn't defend the base normally, they might resort to traps, blowing up the entire place, or even spreading poison. Gray affirmed that the possibilities were endless. Finishing off a cornered criminal organization was never easy. Leonhardt grew anxious hearing they might get hit with explosives or toxic gas, asking how to deal with something like that since nobody had ever taught him how to handle enemies he couldn't simply cut down. Gray replied that even if the criminals used unusual weapons, the people pulling the strings were still human, so all they had to do was find them and crush them. Of course, he knew finding them was the hard part. In the world before his regression, countless crazed individuals worshipped Liquidator and constantly tried to kill the subjugation team, forcing Gray and the others to learn how to fight criminal organizations, though even they had never been trained to infiltrate a large-scale lair like this. Gray wondered how far that limited knowledge could take them, but still let Leonhardt know he had some experience fighting criminal organizations. Leonhardt was startled, unable to believe Gray had fought a criminal organization at this age, making him wonder what kind of life the protagonist had lived up until now. Gray wanted to keep that a secret and told him they should focus on regrouping with Ruinal and the others. He knew Ruinal and the rest were strong, but once a criminal organization stopped caring about consequences, having extra allies would give them a much higher chance of survival. Leonhardt pointed toward the area where Ruinal and the others were assigned. As they headed that way, Gray taught him some basics, explaining that erasing footprints wasn't just to avoid enemy detection, but also to help them hear even the tiniest sounds made by foes. Suddenly, Gray raised his hand and gave a signal, when he had taught Leonhardt earlier, meaning to stop and be alert. Then Gray gave another command. Leonhardt immediately grew worried because that sign meant they had to prepare for an emergency retreat. For a split second, Leonhardt wondered if he remembered wrong. But there was no way he would forget something Gray personally taught him. To him, this place looked like a normal hallway, so what was Gray seeing? Gray suddenly took a step back, and right at that moment, the hallway exploded. Gray was blown backward, but managed to land safely on the ground. Leonhardt anxiously called out to him. A wave of collapsing bricks and stones surged toward Gray, but our protagonist took another big step back and barely avoided being buried. Without wasting another second, the two turned and ran. The explosions finally stopped. Leonhardt asked how Gray spotted the explosives when there were no warning signs. Gray replied that he smelled them. Nodding, the hallway had the exact same scent as the bridge that collapsed under the subjugation team in his past life, which convinced him the criminals were using the same type of explosive, recalling how he was once taught that scents vary by bomb-making group. Yet the smell he just detected was an exact match for the attack on Liquidator's subjugation team. He wondered if Blood Drinker was the one trying to sabotage them. Suddenly, he heard several men asking if the explosion had taken out the targets. Their leader warned not to let their guard down until confirming the targets were dead, ordering everyone to search the rubble. But right as he looked ahead, the leader froze in disbelief. Both Gray and Leonhardt were standing there completely safe and sound. He blurted out that nobody could survive that bomb trap without precognitive abilities, assuming their scouts should have been buried under the rubble. While Leonhardt pointed out there were tons of enemies and Gray agreed, explaining the criminals must have gathered all their remaining forces here. Leonhardt replied that everything was going just as Gray predicted, with the enemy funneling all their forces into one place. Gray formed his hand into a gun shape and answered that it was perfect. Leonhardt nodded upon seeing the order to charge and annihilate the enemy, which was exactly what he had been waiting for. Seeing them charge, the criminals rushed forward for a direct clash. Leonhardt moved like a blur, cutting down every criminal within reach. Despite his high skill, dealing with that many enemies was still a hassle, because while he cut down foes in front, others could easily circle around to attack from behind. And sure enough, an enemy lunged at Leonhardt from behind, but Gray stepped in and chopped off the attacker's arm. Leonhardt realized Gray was watching his back just as he was watching Gray's. Gray's arm was still aching, so he couldn't put full force into his attacks, yet the fact that he could still swing his sword after unleashing that power was already impressive. Fortunately, Leonhardt covering his rear made the fight much easier despite Gray's condition. And even though our protagonist wasn't fully recovered, he still had enough strength to take down these criminals. The criminals were utterly confused because despite their overwhelming numbers, they couldn't even leave a scratch on the two swordsmen. Leonhardt admitted that trying to wipe out one of them with explosives was a pretty smart move. If he were alone, the criminals could have easily swarmed him with numbers. But Gray was here, and as long as they fought together, these criminals stood no chance. Gray warned Leonhardt not to talk too much in front of the enemy, since he might accidentally leak useful info, causing Leonhardt to instantly shut up in embarrassment. But Gray added that it didn't matter this time, because no matter how much info the criminals gathered, the outcome wouldn't change. He looked toward Leonhardt and asked if he agreed. The criminals were cut down, with some unable to believe that Gray and Leonhardt were still fighting this fiercely. Others called the pair monsters, while one criminal argued that if they couldn't beat them, they had to at least buy time. Another asked what good that would do, wondering if reinforcements were actually coming. The first replied that slave trading was a massive business, and they just needed to hold out until headquarters sent backup. While they were distracted, Gray seized the opening and sliced the guy in half, shield and man alike. The rest stood frozen in horror at the sight. Gray didn't waste a single second. Since the next enemy was too far away, he threw his sword at him, though the target managed to dodge just in time, leaving the blade stuck straight into the wall. Gray only meant to throw it to throw the tank off balance, yet his attack cut right through the shield, and though he shouldn't have fully recovered his strength yet, for some reason his body felt stronger than usual. He wondered if the criminal organization mixed something weird into the magic recovery potions, just hopping it wouldn't have side effects later. Suddenly, another guy lunged straight at him, but before the attacker could get close to Gray, something caught him off guard. Gray ducked, letting Leonhardt's sword pierce straight through the guy's chest, leaving Gray confident they would sweep through all the criminals before any side effects hit. Leonhardt grew furious that the guy dared attack Gray's blind spot. Only a few enemies remained. Suddenly, they heard footsteps approaching, filling the surviving criminals with hope that reinforcements had finally arrived. Someone confirmed it was indeed reinforcement. Then he grabbed a criminal and slammed his head straight into the ground. It was Ruinal, though he quickly added that from the criminal's perspective, he was actually the enemy. Gray and Leonhardt were relieved to see him, but wait, what on earth is this, Leon? Regardless, Ruinal apologized for taking so long, explaining he ran into more enemies than expected. An enemy tried to attack him from behind, but Ruinal spun around and chopped off his head. Ruinal explained he couldn't regroup while enemies were still chasing him, so he took a moment to crush them all, after which Gray asked if he ran into any strong opponents. Ruinal replied that none of them were particularly strong, but their numbers were absurdly high, before revealing that on his way here, he discovered Ponce's corpse along with signs of a brutal battle. This confirmed Gray's suspicion that Ponce had been killed. Ruinal explained that enemies were pouring in from the direction of Ponce's post, so sensing something was wrong, he went to investigate, adding that the way Ponce died looked highly unusual, with wounds that didn't come from ordinary swords or magic, but looked much more distorted, almost like a curse or some sort of biopagic magic. That made Ruinal certain there was another specially designated criminal inside the facility. Gray asked if he knew the name of the one who killed Ponce, and Ruinal replied that one of the enemies blurted out her identity, Medu Bradley. Ruinal really hated to admit it, but he knew he couldn't beat a monster capable of killing Ponce in a one-on-one fight, which was why he prioritized regrouping with the others halfway through. While Ruinal was talking, an enemy tried to attack him from behind, but without looking, Ruinal casually stabbed him and asked if they had any info on Medu, such as her fighting style, weaknesses, or anything else. He was stunned when Gray revealed he had already defeated Medu Bradley. Ruinal had suspected as much, but was still relieved to get confirmation that Gray actually pulled it off. Right at that moment, another defeated enemy crashed down beside them. Gray suggested they sort out all the information first, while Leonhardt got jealous noticing Ruinal and Gray acting so close. Leonhardt, I swear, please calm down. Afterward, they pulled out a map and marked down everything known so far. Leonhardt circled the spot where Gray defeated Meadow, also marking the area where Gray wiped out the surrounding enemies. Then he marked the zone where he himself took down enemies. Meanwhile, Ruinal had single-handedly cleared out a massive chunk of the facility. Gray was overwhelmed looking at it, and Ruinal explained he had been running around non-stop ever since he arrived. Though he knew if he ran into Meadow along the way, he probably wouldn't have survived, admitting that Gray saved them all by defeating her. Gray replied with a smile and a nod. Ruinal then asserted that if their map was accurate, they basically controlled the entire facility, leaving the only question as how to get back after the mission ended. Gray recalled that the Academy promised to support them, but never gave any specifics. Suddenly, Gray sensed something dangerous and instantly knew they were in trouble. It was toxic gas. He warned everyone not to inhale it. The facility's system announced that emergency purge procedures had been initiated due to missed scheduled check-ins, instructing all personnel assigned to the mission, making Ruinal realize the enemy knew they couldn't beat them head-on and now intended to wipe everyone inside out along with the entire facility. He warned they had to get out immediately. Leonhardt pointed toward the nearest exit. However, Ruinal smashed straight through a wall instead, arguing it would be faster. He instructed them to hold their breath as much as possible and get out in one go. Ruinal took the lead, smashing through every wall blocking their path, rushing forward without slowing down. But suddenly Gray grabbed him and pulled him back. Ruinal was completely taken aback. Right as he was about to ask why, an explosion went off right in front of them. Ruinal thanked Gray for saving him and asked how he knew, with Gray replying there was no time to explain. They were in serious trouble because the enemy intended to kill them by destroying the whole facility. So Gray offered to guide them through the safest escape route while the other two asked Ruinal to clear the path for them.